Hey yo, what's happening? Look, this episode tonight is gonna be a heavy one. It's gonna be controversial, maybe not so controversial, um, but definitely a serious discussion. And I'm gonna be waiting for my counterpart to come in. But while we doing that, we just gonna chill, just relax a little bit. Shout out to Miss Mimsy Limbs. Oh snap, we got a late nighter. Bada bing that like button, y'all. Shout out to her, always supportive. Her and the hubby. So shout out her and Mike. Yeah, this a late nighter, man. Sometimes, you know, we gonna get to it early and sometimes we gonna get to it late. But a lot of y'all is vampires anyway, so you up late looking at frivolous stuff, looking for frivolous stuff, but nothing about this is frivolous. Knowledge and relationships in the building. That's how we roll on Eazily Rigged. That is how we roll. Late night. Because can't everybody wake up early and there's different time zones? I know sometimes I miss certain content creators because they may be streaming at 8 or 9, but at my time, that's 6 a.m. So if I don't immediately watch it on the live, you can always watch it on the playback. So definitely, if you don't catch us live, you can always check out the replay. So yeah, if you are in the chat, go ahead, show some love, represent, because we are gonna get into it tonight. But while we waiting for y'all to get in here, also this channel has just reached a milestone. So when I would normally share this and say subscribe and share to help us reach 1,000 subscribers, we currently have reached 1,000 subscribers. Now what we're trying to do is surpass 1,000 subscribers. And 1,000 subscribers, I equate it like this since we all know about sports and basketball. 1,000 subscribers is really just getting into the league. And getting to the league, while it is an accomplishment, we don't just settle for getting to the league. You want to get to the league. You want to become a starter. You want to become an all-star, maybe all NBA. You want to get to the playoffs. You ultimately want to win a championship, have an illustrious, profitable, and productive career. That same sentiment is held when it comes to the YouTube streets, platforms, content creation of any sort, whether it's YouTube or another platform, because I think also we need to be able to support each other outside of just YouTube, right? If we're building something that's bigger than all of us, we can't limit it to YouTube and simply only rely on YouTube. So yeah, let's get it cracking. Hit us up on Instagram, Facebook, Discord, Snapchat, Twitter. We got all of them. And even if I don't use it as much, I'll start using it a bit more to reach out to the people that support me and support us. So congratulations to the panelists, the producers, directors, and contributors to the show, and most definitely the supporters, because we wouldn't be doing this without you. We wouldn't be here without you. So that's a genuine shout out to all of the people that helped reach to get 1,000 subs. Looks like we got some people in the building, and we definitely want to get over, because sometimes we gonna say some stuff to maybe tonight or other nights and might trigger people. So we may be at 1,000 and then 4 people get triggered, so now we at 996. You know what I mean? So it's always good to get extra, to go over the top. You know what I mean? So let's see who we got in the building. We got Wally. Shout out to my dog, Wally's World. Easily rigged. Salute. Princess K, the lovely Princess K. Man, that default always gets me ever since you switched up with that default. Yes, it's pretty mesmerizing. But yeah, I don't know if you do a modeling thing, but you definitely should dabble it with it. Maybe as a let's say a side endeavor. So shout out to Princess K. And we just waiting. I'm about to send the link out to Big Rig. M3, it looks like you're in a chat. If you can, could you just send that link out to Mr. Rig? And while we waiting for that, I'm gonna just go ahead and hit y'all with a nice little intro so we can get into the mood, because this is gonna be a heavy episode. This installment will definitely have a lot of replay value. But if you want to reach out to me, you can type in B-Eazy Dat Dude on YouTube. I have my own channel, that I'm going to be doing extensive live streams and, you know, uh, a variety of content, whether it's from sports, comedy, politics. So just stay tuned for that. Hit me up on Instagram, and you can tune in here at Knowledge and Relationship. Easily rigged, because it's going to continue to go up and upper. Hey fam, she she's saying, "Oh, thanks so much, brother. You're not the first person that has said I should venture out to modeling. See, I'm not gaslighting you. I'm not just saying this to cape or simp. I think that you definitely have the physical appearance, uh, physique, style, and I think that you would be successful in it. And some people think that there's only one type of modeling, like you got to walk down a runway or you need to do some nudie booty modeling. They have all sorts. Now, if you want to do the boudoir type of contemporary stuff, but they have so many different styles, so many wardrobes. So yeah, it's just something that you can consider, and it won't really take much now because these phones are shooting 4K, 8K. You can get a really good DSLR and mirrorless camera for cheap, and really most of the values are the lenses. So even if you don't have a high-end camera, you can just get a older camera and just buy new lenses, and you can rent. So you can like rent a $5,000 camera for a weekend, shoot a movie, shoot thousands of pictures, turn it back in. You know what I mean? So there's some options you have, Princess K. And plus, you in the Bay, so let me know. I got all of the film equipment, photography equipment. I got a studio. So just let me know. Something to consider. No pressure, but just let me know. And that goes to anyone that's in the Bay Area that's a part of the Knowledge and Relationships family. If y'all want to link up doing some photography, cinematography type stuff, then drop it in the chat or get with me, get with us, and we'll definitely make it happen. You know what I mean? Because I'm not just a podcaster or content creator. You know what I mean? I'm definitely a reputable public figure. So my aim extends past making YouTube videos. So let's see what Knowledge and Relationship has to say. When it comes to Princess K, I don't care what people say. Simp or not, I will compliment her every day. Yeah, I guess I will have to be a simp because every time she comes through, I can't help but to give her some type of polite but factual compliment. So am I actually complimenting her, or am I simply stating facts? Maybe I'm doing both. Mimsy Lim's always showing love, so she's continuously showing love to Princess K. They love you over here, the renowned Princess K. And we got the bot saying get the likes up. Please get the likes up and subscribe. Share this with somebody that you know, because we will get into it. But hold on. I told you I was going to play a KNR dropping rhymes. Well, I'm dropping rhymes. I don't know about KNR, but since I am a part of KNR, I guess that is appropriate, Wally. But you know how we do, man. Of course, we love Mimsy Limbs as well. You a little late, Mr. Knowledge and Relationships, because I did acknowledge the divine elegance of Mimsy Limbs and her hubby. So shout out to both of them. But I did say that I was going to get into an intro. So without further ado,
they holler who that is, hanging all out the window. Some thunder boys and they going off the endo. Where they from? GP's ball out on Middle Park. They go jump up in them scrapers. See them coming up the block. Bill Clinton going dumb. All out the scraper, stunner boys here. Mission is the major, watch your girl before I take her, cause I'm on the strip shining. We don't move like no clock, but boy, it's big time. And lead a block to my youngster, cause boy, it's big grinding. 20-inch rims, freaks on film. She eat her, why she eat him? You already know who game tougher than leather. We throw parties that go dumber than ever. Young niggas wildin' out, shaking they dreads. Boy, is you biz or is you smack? Cause you all out the window with a face of a triple stack. I'm money hungry, plus I need all mine. Rigs on the beat, you gon' see our shine. Why you think they call us a dummy foe? Cause we stunt and we stunt hanging out the dope. They holler who that is, hanging all out the window. Some thunder boys and they going off the endo. Where they from? GP's ball out on Middle Park. They go jump up in them scrapers. See them coming up the block. They holler who that is, hanging all out the window. Some thunder boys and they going off the endo. Where they from? GP's ball out on Middle Park. They go jump up in them scrapers. See them coming up the block. Every time I hit the block, boom drop this stuff time. Candy on them death things, bumping for one time. I'ma do the fool like I'm mental and ignorant. Jumping at a stop sign while I ain't giving it. Throwing up the block cause you know when I'm feeling it. We ghost ride the whip like we ain't even feeling shit. High feed, call a stunner boy. Tennis shoe every whip, now who's stunting boy? At every function, sideshow, neighborhood event. You catch me dipping in the scraper with the 16-inch flip. Reppin' PA, Menlo, Northern Cali finest. If I'm scraping past $1, mean the police right behind us. We don't care, we going on big perp and X pills. Stunner boys, they stunting the block on big wheels. Get big skrills, cause they ain't fucking with us. We in the building and we feeling like nigga with us. They holler who that is, hanging all out the window. Some thunder boys and they going off the endo. Where they from? DP's ball out on Middle Park. They go jump up in them scrapers. See them coming up the block. They holler who that is, hanging all out the window. Some thunder boys and they going off the endo. Where they from? DP's ball out on Middle Park. They go jump up in them scrapers. See them coming up the block. I got a few of my young niggas all out the window. Stunting up the block, niggas know with their info. We dipping, we smacked, our rims are stacked. Plus we smoking on that perp, we leaning back. They know we coming up the block, holding the meanest stats. When you stunt like them stunners, you get mean with raps. Candy paints on the model, we mean at that. Bumping nothing less than 15s and holding us at. And we'll teach you how to stunt. All through the bay, we ride candy and blunt. When we come, the show shut down. No field goals, all touchdowns. Police come, we get those down. High speed and run them through the whole town and get away. I'm not locked like Akon, supercharged kick, running on stop sign. They holler who that is, hanging all out the window. Some thunder boys and they going off the endo. Where they from? DP's ball out on Middle Park. They go jump up in them scrapers. See them coming up.
What's up, everyone? It's your boy M3. I think we're experiencing some technical issues on B-Eazy side. What's up, everyone? It's your boy M3. Oops. I think we're experiencing some. Mute that. Okay. While we wait for Easy Rigs to approach. Oh, okay. What up, B-Eazy?
Uh-oh. Rut roll. Yeah, I had some technical difficulties. I was like, what the hell happened? You feel me? I'm over here talking and my I got a USB hub hooked to my mouse and mic, so it got everything jacked up. So shout out to M3 to save the day. And actually that was just a test. I fooled y'all. That was a test. I was just saying if M3 was on his job. I thought because and that's apropos for the title. You know what I mean? I thought M3 was asleep, but he was woke. Okay. Shout out to M3. Nah, that's just a cover up. I had some technical difficulties, but that would have been a viable that would have been a viable, plausible explanation. You're right, Princess K. It was some technical difficulties, but we are back in action. Exactly. Wally over here cracking up. Wally, you thought I just spit my best rhymes, but it was my mic was muted. I was cooking, bro, but you'll never have heard it because my mic was off. My bad, dog. My bad.
And that's a disclaimer, right? I had nothing to do with it. No one pulled out his mic and be like,
I'm like, M3, did you sabotage? M3 censored me. I'm like, damn, brother.
Man. But nah, I'm glad to be up here for a minute.
What? I didn't hear. What was that last thing you said?
Oh no, I was saying like, but other than that, I'm glad to be up here for a minute.
Oh yeah, thank you, bro. Because like I said, regardless of if you up here, I know Big Rig is a little bit preoccupied, but whenever he gets up here, that's cool. Salute to the family, Mr. Intellectual.
Yeah, salute.
Princess K. So yeah, I'm looking. I was looking for this video. I'm actually was trying to download it right now. That's where the technical difficulty had lied. I mean, I literally could just read through the article. I just, with certain reviews of videos, it's good to give the commentary and basically go. But let me just give some pre-background because see, people may not want to hear this, you know what I mean? And I sent the link out to a couple of my trusted comrades, but we'll see if they're available. But this is going to be a heavy episode, man, because it's a lot of stuff that's going on right now that people don't really seem to care about much. But if I don't care about it, if we don't care about it, if there's no contingent of people willing to care about it, then we essentially are saying that we have no value, we don't matter, and we are pretty much okay with the treatment. What you permit, you promote. You what you allow, you accept. You know what I mean? And I'm not in the business of allowing disrespect in certain behaviors, certain practices that other ethnic groups will not tolerate for. Shout out to my brother D Hines. Shout out to my brother. I'm about to cook, man. Look, man. This is a very, 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 very heavy episode, man. And a lot of people don't want to grapple with the fact that there's a constant attack, a constant assault, and it's anti-blackness is ritual. Now, I know some people may want to just tune out just right there, right? But if you believe that all lives matter, by extension, Black lives matter, right? Black Lives Matter should be under the All Lives Matter umbrella, right? Blacks are Americans, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we talk about black on black crime, why are we even saying that? Because we're all Americans, right? The
Mm-hmm.
same people that keep saying, why do you got to make everything about race? Y'all the ones that's so quick to talk about black on black crime and black this, and y'all need to stop crying. And systemic racism doesn't exist. Really? Well, I don't know if you guys have been familiar with this story out in LA with the city council. There is the city council president. Her name is Nuri Martinez. She's a child of immigrants. Look, I have nothing against immigration, but it was black people that were fighting for other groups to come over here. Why? Because unfortunately, they were under the delusion. Black people are the only people under the delusion that there's some sort of people of color coalition. This is what I want my black people to do. Never use that term, people of color, when you are referring specifically to black people. Now, if you want to lump everyone else in, because people of color is a euphemism for all lives matter. When I'm talking about black people, please do not disrespect me and use the term people of color, because what the hell does that mean? There's Afghanistan people saying they're people of color, as well as there's people from Dominican Republican, people from Mexico, people from Asia are saying they're people of color, right? So now when you say a people of color, you think of everyone but black. When you say minority and marginalized people and vulnerable groups, you think of everyone but black. So when we're talking about specific policy, specific economic survival, don't water us down and say black. When they did an anti-Asian hate bill, they didn't say anti-Asian hate bill. I mean, they didn't say anti-Asian and black hate bill. They specifically said Asian. And look, I'm not mad at them. I didn't make it like this. I never wanted it to be like this. You know what I mean? But this is what our society has been cultivated into since its inception. Your ethnic group, whether you like it or not, whether you want to participate in it or not, that is your football team. Some people might say, man, it doesn't need to be like that and it doesn't have to be like that. Okay, if it doesn't need to be like that, why is it like that? What are you doing to change it? You're complaining and saying it doesn't need to be like that, but what are you doing to change it? Nothing. And look, I'm not mad at other groups being strictly and solely for the benefit and betterment of their people. Where my issue lies is that you say that no, we're for all people, we're for black and brown, right? But when it comes time to get tangibles, then it's only brown and brown. Oh, but what about the black people? Oh no, we just said that so we can get tangibles, we can use you, but when it's time to sit at the table, we only want it to be brown. This is not hyperbole. This is how it is. It's always been like that. People are acting clueless to say that it's not like that. And look, I'm not telling them that they shouldn't be like that. This is a message to my people, whoever believes that they are my people. Some people believe that aliens are their people or the brown people. I'm a humanitarian. I love everybody of every ethnic group, regardless of if it's reciprocated. But I would be a fool, you know, don't hate the player, hate the game. I would be a fool to not participate in the game as constructed. And as constructed, there's a racial hierarchy. Everyone concedes and bends the knee to the point that, you know, the Caucasians are at the top of the racial hierarchy based on, the manufactured structure of that and colonizing of the mind. Every other group is okay with that as long as they are above the blacks. You know what I mean? People are now, if you think I'm lying, just ask yourself this: what would Jewish people tolerate? What would Asian people tolerate? They didn't tolerate people calling them saying kung flu. They got an Asian hate bill because people were saying go back to your country. Don't you think black people have heard much worse than that? Don't you think black people have experienced much worse than that? But what do they get? Stop complaining. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. No other
Mm-hmm.
group is pulling themselves up by their bootstrap, nor have they ever had it. All of these things that happen to us, no other group would tolerate it. So when we step up and say we're not going to tolerate it, people say, stop complaining. And as soon as you stop complaining, what do? Constantly complain about you. People are saying, what about Chicago? And they've never even lived. They've never even lived in Chicago. Why are you bringing that up? You don't care about Chicago. You don't plan on going. You're saying that to demonize and to disparage a certain group. However, if I want to demonize and disparage a group, I'm labeled anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? I need to get kicked off social media. So I'm not standing for this anti-blackness. If anyone wants to come at me, you know what I mean? I'm prepared for the smoke. But look, I'm not arguing about what is factual and what is right. You know what I mean? I'm not here to argue. I really don't care uh, what other people's perspective is when it comes to empowering my people. But what I mean by what I don't care about other people's perspective is because a lot of people are trying to derail the discussion when I'm talking about something that's specific that's going on with my people and really society at large, because we're all Americans, right? So whatever is going on with us is going on with our own countrymen, but no one seems to care when it happens to blacks. So look, if we ain't gonna care, if no one else is gonna care, I'm gonna be at least one person that cares. You know what I mean? I'm not just sitting around standing for this disrespect, because when you allow your ethnic group, which is your team, whether you like it or
Mm-hmm.
not, it reflects upon you. When you go out, whether I'm a Pookie or a Ray Ray or not, people automatically consider that. That's fine. They can consider that, but I don't need to conduct myself that way. That's fine. People can have these racist views. We don't need to sit back and tolerate it and allow it and let it go unchecked. No other group would let this go unchecked, and I'm not letting it go unchecked. And this, the way I'm speaking, every group should be speaking this way because all lives matter, right? And people are probably thinking like, "Oh, what is he talking about? Where is he going with this?" So it's like maybe I just need to pull this video up because I think we need to react to this. And shout out to my bro Amazing Lucas, you know what I mean, because he been on his stuff lately, you know what I mean. So let me see if I could pull this up and we gonna get right into it, brother.
Y'all want to talk about the great white replacement. We need to be talking about the great black replacement. If you think the Latins, Latinos care, you're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, bruh.
It's
Oh wait,
gonna be
be
crazy.
wait, be
But
easy.
yeah, so
Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, real quick before we continue to play the video, we always have to make sure that we always put like our fair use disclaimer, if you don't
Yeah,
mind.
no, I'm gonna put the fair use disclaimer, but I personally
Mhm.
talked to him, and he said it was cool for me to react to it.
Oh, okay, okay. I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
saying
I
for the
was
sake of
I
using
was
it.
literally just on a panel with him last night, but I still was going to do the fair use, and plus I'm going to be stopping, periodically and saying it, just to make it fair use proof.
Okay. Because I always have like this, like show up too, so that way
Oh yeah,
when
yeah.
YouTube
So
sees that I mean, I'm not tripping about the guy, but just for YouTube sakes, because YouTube is YouTube, bam, you know, that'll be
yeah,
good.
no, yeah, I totally understand that. So where exactly is that one? Because is that in an overlay?
Yes. So when you go to your brand, you go to overlay, So
Okay, cool. Yeah, yeah.
mhm,
So we good. All right. So I'll
yeah,
definitely be stopping it and doing that. So we definitely won't. And shout out my bro, amazing Lucas. You know, he's been on top of it. He just did a video today exposing how the Democrats act like they're for reparations, but Joe Biden saying, "Oh, I'm down for a study." Like you don't need no more studies. No other groups need a study. You know, they didn't say, "Hey, here, Jewish people, here's a study for this." They cut a check. They didn't say that to Japanese people, Chinese people, Mexican American. They don't need a study. This has been studied extensively. So yeah. So let's
okay.
get into it. Let's see what he got to say.
You're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
And I agree. He essentially saying that if you believe there's a black and brown alliance, you are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. And let me speak for my Hispanic and Latino people that I genuinely love and support because I get a lot of love from my Hispanic group. So I never would dare fix my tongue to generalize an entire group and contingent of people, just like I wouldn't want to hear that done to my people. So this is only for a specific type a person that has this specific mentality, and not everyone has this mentality. It's mainly for the people in power and influence that spread this toxic type of ideology onto the youth, and why it's been permeating so long, and why there actually really isn't a black and brown coalition or any coalition with any ethnic group, you know. Because unfortunately, I know y'all don't want to hear it like this, but it's racial warfare for the resources. Some people see it as conspiracy and propaganda, but let's see.
Right? These immigrants, just as Dr. Claude Anderson said, right? And she is a daughter of immigrants. Now, she won the first, Latina president of the LA City Council because
So speaking of immigrants, no one has to take my word for it. Look up how many times. So actually, let me read an excerpt from an article. So this was a article that says it's from prismsreports.org. It was written in 2020, but it says that I'm just reading from the middle of it, but it says this was and continues to be the nature of white supremacy in the US. While systemic prejudice exists against all different groups of people of color, the very structure, there's that word, structure of racism on this continent, meaning the US, has been predicated, meaning the primary target, it has been predicated on anti-blackness since 1619, since even before that, but we'll go with 1619. And what are we in? 2022? Well past 1619, and it's still going on. The earliest laws in the US from the first colonies to the Constitution explicitly, which means only, targeted and condemned black people. Over and over in North American history, we see the nature of whiteness shift to accommodate the oppression of black people. When Irish and Italian immigrants first arrived in the US, they faced widespread discrimination. They basically were considered white niggas. But as black people continued their push for enfranchisement and basic civil rights, the WASP, which is white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, conscripted people of Irish and Italian heritage into whiteness. Basically, they saw their numbers dwindling. Black people had Black Wall Street and were working towards enfranchisement. They were having more babies than than white people. So they said, "Look, you Irish and Italian, you're not really white. We don't really like y'all, but at least y'all are better than the blacks. And we put value on this whiteness, i.e., white privilege, then you'll be above the blacks. Even if they have more wealth than you, you're above them based on your skin tone." So these type of ideals were instilled into a lot of, non-black Mexicans there, because there are definitely black Hispanics, and you hear
Mm-hmm.
people talk about Afro Latina, and they're heavy on the Latin part, but not so much on the Afro part. So why would you even mention it? Right. And don't take my word for it. Look up the US Census. When you have an option to check Hispanic, Latino, Native American, Indigenous, Black, whatever, they have an option. There's no one holding a gun to their head telling them which box to check based on the US Census. Now, these numbers may have increased or decreased. Most likely they increased, but based on the US Census, don't take my word for it, look it up. 53% of people who mark yes for Hispanic, Latino, or Spanish origin go on to check the box for, drumroll please, white. So, which one is it? Because they're saying they're people of color, but then they identify as white. And I know some people say, oh, well, they're just identifying that way. So, is white people people of color or not? Because if you're saying you're a person of color, that's like me saying I'm a person of color and I identify as white. People will say, what? It's kind of weird. And I would face a lot of backlash. But you know what? This does happen. There are plenty of people that are non-white immigrants, not only Hispanics, that come over and identify as white to undercount the black numbers and to overinflate the white numbers. If you guys are silly enough to believe that black people are only 13% of the population, then I got some beachfront property to sell you in Malibu. You know what I mean? For $20,000, right? If you believe that. So in order, they've been saying that we were 13% of the population since the 60s or 70s. Do you guys really think that 1970, 13%, 1980, 13%, 1990, 13? Does that even make any sense to you? That would mean that each time there's a birth, there's a death. Now, look, there have been a massive amount of abortions, but come on now, have some sense. And the numbers of why Latinos were able to supplant blacks in population is because it's been inorganic. The Democrats have had open borders, letting all of these immigrants over, hoping that they would vote for him. But you know what? They've been turning around and voting Republican. Don't take my word for it. Just look it up. You'll find countless articles about it. And look, I'm not against immigration. You know what I mean? I'm not against it at all. But when you come over here as a immigrant or an illegal alien or undocumented worker, whatever makes you feel better, right? When you come over here as that, based off of Black Americans and others, but primarily Black Americans fighting for you to come over here. And now you want to come over here and have this hostile attitude? Yeah, no American should be standing for this, let alone Black Americans. Let's get into it.
What has been going on, as I've been telling you, as I've seen here in LA, is that gentrification has been going on. But you think you want to talk about as far as white people, and there are white people who are moving into predominantly black neighborhoods, but it's been mainly Latinos.
Yeah. And that's another thing. He's out there in LA. A lot of people already know in Cali, it's 40%. I repeat, 40% Hispanic and Latino. And look, we don't have any issue with that. It's not like we hate Hispanics, but where is all of this vitriol towards Black Americans? Black Americans literally have fought to help them come over here. And it doesn't help. Let's be honest. It really doesn't help for us to be for open borders and all of this immigration, because when it comes down to it, M3, if you are down out on your luck and you need a job, and you as an American citizen been here your whole life, don't I'm not even joking. If you go stand in Home Depot, who would the white guy rather hire? You, an American born
Hey,
citizen,
hey,
or the
say,
illegal person?
hey, say no more. They're gonna hire the illegal person. You know, they don't have to worry about repercussions. You know, they don't have to
You can
worry
offer
about.
them low wages, right?
Yeah, you know, they'll take. Look, you just pay them cash. You ain't got to worry about taxes, whatever, and they'll
Correct.
be happy for it. And here's the thing, because remember, you know, there's a notion that the illegal immigrants work harder than the Americans, especially if you want to try to compare them to Black Americans. That's so they say.
Yeah, but see, that's a myth, and that's
Mm-hmm.
what I want to dispel. How could you have a group of people that were enslaved and practically building things from the ground up? Those people that were super strong and, physically capable. Now you're telling me that they were so lazy. You're telling that's like if I go build your house, M3, and you say, man, you lazy, man. You didn't even build it fast enough. And I could have done that. It was like, well, why didn't you do it? Right? If you could have done it, why didn't you do it yourself? Right? If black people think about this, man, I want something done. Would you want a productive slave that gets something done or some lazy slave, right? It doesn't even make sense. Clearly, they thought that, they seen them as like cattle, and they thought that they were strong, productive. So how does that go with each other? Strong, productive, capable, oh, but also lazy and dumb. How? They were building things, inventing things. You see what I'm saying? It all
Mm-hmm.
is all on which narrative that you catch on to. You know what I mean? And it's the same thing with crime. Well, blacks are doing crime. Like, hold on. A lot of Hispanics are fleeing the country, and if you ask them why, they'll tell you, oh, the crime is out of control, the cartel. Isn't that part of the culture? Right? That's
Mm-hmm.
part of their culture. But no, we only want to talk about, well, this is black culture. Hold on, pump the brakes. You're fleeing a country that's known for violence. Cartel, chopping people hands off, hanging them in trees. Sicario, of course, that's not every place, just like not every black person is from Chicago and doing drive-bys to drill music, right? So when we start generalizing and saying, okay, black drill music, that's black culture. All right, cool. Well, the things that are happening in Tijuana with the drug cartels, that's Mexican culture. You want to get offended against that, but expect me to not get offended by people bringing up Chicago and depravity to highlight that as black culture. That's not black culture. Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Rosewood, all of the institutions, entities, and infrastructures that blacks did build, that was black culture. This is a manufactured, manipulated thing that is called a culture. It's amalgamation of a bunch of messy stuff that was cultivated inorganically. It's not the same. But if y'all do want to have this culture argument and talk about violence in black on black crime, I'm all for it. Let's talk about black on black crime. But just like in the article and the excerpt I read, when they brought Irish people over here and Italian people, they granted them and godfathered them into whiteness. You know who else they did that to? Russians and Ukrainians. So if Russians and Ukrainians are white, why are we downplaying this massive white on white crime that we see? Yeah, there's a couple drive-bys that happen in Chicago that which I don't condone. I don't want to see anyone getting gunned down foolishly or frivolously. But if we're quick to talk about black on black crime, could we talk about the white on white crime, the genocide in Russia and Ukraine that's actually happening, not allegedly happening? Don't take my word for it. Look it up on CNN.
Yeah,
Look it
let
up
me.
on MSNBC. They're
Mhm.
sending billions and billions of dollars over there because they gotta keep up the war efforts. Keep their funding white on white crime. Do you hear anyone talking like this? No. But when it comes to American blacks and blacks in the diaspora, they love to talk about savagery, violence, and all of this other stuff. I would say dropping drones on people is pretty violent. I would say having tanks is pretty violent. Rocket launchers and grenades is pretty violent. What do y'all think? Let someone let me know.
You know, B-Eazy, I want to talk about the so-called white and right crime, which is almost to like non-existence because people don't even use that terminology, not even us. But if we do use
Hold
that
on, M3,
terminology,
I gotta stop you there. Why do you think that is?
because deep down inside, we know that crime is just crime, but for some reason, we want to put labels on our own selves as if like, okay, only us are the ones that's doing a crime. I think the majority of us believe that only black people actually harm other blacks, and nobody else. But if you tell them, oh yeah, stop with the white and white crime, or the Latin and Latin crime, they will actually laugh at you. And the reason why they will actually laugh at you,
They'll call
because
you racist sometimes, to be honest.
that too, but then they'll think it's funny because for some, because they know that there's no such thing, such thing as a race versus the same race versus another same race type of crime. They know that crime's just crime. Nobody don't paint no labels to it. You know what I mean? So that's how I kind of look at it. I think that's why they don't really mention or use those type of terminologies, which we
Yeah,
need
and
ourselves
look,
to get away
I
from it.
don't even, I'm only using that type of terminology to make a point, especially to
Mhm.
my people, that we got to get out of this goofy mentality of constantly doing that. Look, I'm all for holding people accountable, but show me there was an Asian cop that had killed an unarmed black man. You know what the Asians did? They stood in protest for the cop, even though he was in wrong, only simply because he was Asian. You know what I mean? And we had but when us blacks do something, we be the first ones to denounce it and tear it down. Every other group, if they do it, is very tepid at best, and they're reluctant to do it. I'm not saying what they should or shouldn't do, but when they're expecting us to, hey, denounce this behavior and black on black crime, like, hold on, you know, you don't denounce the anti-black racist, the anti-blackness that you know that your family has espoused. Look, I know people say, hey, get over it and all that stuff. I'm with you. How can I get over something that's currently happening? Right? It's like, man, get over the disrespect. Bro, you just disrespected me. And now you telling me to get over it. It's not like there was a period or a hiatus when you didn't do it. You just did it. And I'm checking you in real time. Everyone wants
Mhm.
you to get over something and suck it up and stop being a victim. But while they tell you to stop being a victim, they're crying about how they're a victim of something, right? Oh,
Mhm.
black people are complaining about being victims. And then you have a bunch of illegal people at the border saying they're victims of their own country, victims that need to be granted asylum, victims that need to be let in the country. But these are the people saying that you shouldn't call yourself a victim. They're saying, oh, you need to pull yourself up by your bootstrap. And then there's people that come over here with nothing, barely their boots, and the US government says, hey, look, we know you don't have anything, but here's some housing, here's this, here's some low interest loans. And then when black people line up for that, they say, no, get to the back of the bus. And if we do give you some loans, it's going to be at an exorbitant interest rate, which is a horrible deal. You know what I mean? And some of it is that, we do need to uh, be able to work with each other and be able to withstand each other. But because of the economic conditions over there, they'll come over here and be okay with living in mediocrity, and they'll be okay with just living around each other. Unfortunately, with blacks, people try to be like, shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson, they try to be the exceptional Negro, right? You want to make it out the hood, but you don't want everyone to make it out the hood. You want to be the one to make it out the hood, to come by and say, hey, I'm the one that make it out the hood. Follow me because I know everything. And instead of teaching these men how to fish, you just keep bringing them fish. So you look like the hero that's bringing them fish. But the real heroic effort would to be teaching them how to fish so they wouldn't have to depend on you. But that's where the egotism comes in and the narcissism. And this is where the individual capitalistic mindset comes in, right? Because as a capitalist, you're not thinking about group, right? You're thinking about your personal gain and what helps you. Yeah, you may use your capitalist endeavors to help the group, but most likely not. You know what I mean? Because usually people, once they get to a certain level, they start having disdain for people that they don't believe worked as hard. And yes, there are a lot of people that haven't worked hard and wasn't lazy, but I present to you a lot of these kids from rich and affluent families. You think they work hard, bro? Do you really think they work hard? Look up, there's constant reports of their family paying for them to get in the university. Is that them working hard? You know what I mean? So people got to get out of this delusion that not everyone is working hard as me, so they don't deserve what I have. You know, we all need to be helping each other because what good does it be? Good does it suit you if you're a high value person on an island, right? When people come to attack you, what do you have? Your money? Your money can only go so far, right? If you pull up to an event, what are you going to show me? Your rollie? I'm pulling them to the event with manpower. That's the difference. So let's go ahead and continue with the video.
Who are moving into predominantly black neighborhoods and then making you feel like the outsider. If your neighbor speaks Spanish and their neighbor speaks Spanish and their neighbor's neighbor speaks Spanish, but you don't, then in fact, amigo, you are the outsider.
And y'all better learn another language, like I said, especially if you plan on staying out here in Cali. And I know M3, I'm gonna set this alley oop up for you, Cuddy. Cause 40% already, and the numbers is even more extensive in LA. So look, I love my Latinos and Latinas. And in terms of interracial dating, most people talk about Becky, but the growing trend is Jamal is getting with Maria over Becky. So let's just, you know what I mean? So that's why there's a lot of people that are scared to speak up about this, because like, man, my baby mama is Latin, and oh man, my amigo is cool and he from the hood, and I let him say nigga. So I don't want to say anything, you know what I mean? No, because if this was reversed and what was happening to their people, they wouldn't hesitate to be going at you. And that would be rightfully so. That's what they should do to protect their people. And that's what I'm doing, protecting my people, which is black people and which is American people. So it's on two fronts. I'm protecting black Americans, and by protecting black Americans is protecting society, because how black Americans are treated is really what determines the moral fabric of society. Because people love to say that they're devout Christians and all this stuff. Well, the Bible preaches constantly about charity, constantly. And then hear people saying, pull yourself up by your bootstrap. Why you not helping them? Your Bible says to help rather than to scold him. I'm not saying like, hey, you help people that don't want to help themselves, but to look at someone with potential, knowing that you can help them, but you just scoff at them because you think that you're better than them when you were in that position before, right? And then if we want to scoff at the poor, then why should I scoff at these immigrants, right? I'm not saying that I do. I'm being facetious with this line of questioning based on this logic, right? If these dudes is dusty, right, and we're supposed to scoff at the poor, shouldn't we be scoffing at these immigrants coming over here looking for an air quote better life, an American dream? Shouldn't we be, you know, turning our nose at them because we're such an elitist country? People will say, no, that's wrong. That's morally unjust. Okay, so why would you be doing that to black people in the hood? People that are coming from impoverished areas where dilapidated buildings, underfunded schools, you have no sympathy for them. but you have sympathy for people coming across the border, regardless of what skin tone they is. People are like, no, it's no one's illegal on stolen land, and they say all this shit, right? So what does that mean? You want open borders? You want everyone to come? During the height of the pandemic, they were forcing people, American citizens at their job, to take the jab or you might get fired. You know who they wasn't forcing to get the jab? Undocumented illegal aliens crossing the border. Come on in, come on in. They're complaining about the resources they don't have, but suddenly they keep busing them to this city, that state, flying them in, dropping them by the thousands, hundreds of thousands, and by the millions over the past years. And you want to tell me that that's a benefit? And a lot of people think that it's just okay, right? Why do you think the housing market is getting drove up? Why do you think rent prices are getting drove up? See, people coming from underdeveloped countries, they don't mind living 20 people in one house. M3, do you want to live with 10 of your family members? You might love them, but do you really want to live in that house? But see, you're accustomed to American lifestyle, so you're saying, you know what? Love my family. I'm just not going to do that. The Latinos will say, hey, look, I love my family, and there's a bigger goal and agenda at stake, which is to have, predominant Mexican cities, counties, etc. This is not my word for it. This is what the city council and the prominent politicians of the Latino community said. But this is your black and brown coalition, my people.
They got Latino lawyers to help them with their, as far as immigration papers or lack thereof. And they have Latino lobbyists, okay, who fight for laws for them.
He already said two things that most of y'all can't comprehend. Right now, if we get into a jam, does anyone have a team of lawyers, let alone one lawyer? Is it a black lawyer fighting for your interest? I'm not saying the lawyer has to be black to fight for your interest. What I'm saying is a Latino person wouldn't have a black lawyer representing them. Don't take my word for it. Just show me where it's happening. A white person is not going to really have a black person representing them. Don't take my word for it. Just show me where it's happening. Outside of some Johnny Cochran anomaly, high profile figure, it's just not going to happen. But on the flip side, a black person would hire a Latino lawyer, an Asian lawyer, a white lawyer. See, we don't really trip like that. But the thing is, maybe we should be. Because see, when I say that, no, you should have hired a black lawyer, it's racist. But then when Latinos only hire Latino lawyers, it's like, oh, well, they're just for their people. So it's okay for them to be for their people. But when I say I'm for my people, it's racist and radical, and I'm a black extremist. I'm a black supremacist. So are they Mexican supremacists? Are they Latin supremacists? See, no one talks like that. They only talk like that to us. And we be so goofy that we fall for it too. We fall right into it, hook, line, and sinker. And these are uncomfortable conversations. Nobody wants to have them, and really nobody wants to listen to them. But then they complain and say, well, why are we so divided? You won't even have a simple discussion. You run away from every discussion pertaining to race, but you just allow all of this racist stuff to happen behind you. Why do you think the situations and relationships have stemmed way out of control that may be irreparable? Not because blacks love other people, and as much to their chagrin, we try to help everybody else blindly, foolishly, and we won't even help ourselves. We try to help everybody else to show like, hey, we're not like those stereotype people. We're not like those thug. Here, let me help you. Let me support your business. Let me do that. Show me where there's a gang of people lining up to support black owned businesses. I don't see, I'm no countless black owned business. There's not a line of Asians going in there. I'm not talking about like an individual. I'm talking about a massive amount. It doesn't happen, but there is a massive amount of black people supporting Asian businesses, but then they want to push to you that there's anti-Asian hate coming from black people. We hate them so much that we spend a bulk of our money with them. We hate Hispanics so much that we spend a bulk of our money with them. But then if you start asking those groups, hey, how much have you spent with black people? Oh, crickets. Crickets. And it's not like, oh, you can't find any of these groups. It's not like you can't find any of them. You just weren't seeking them out. And I'm not saying this to persuade them and say that they should or shouldn't do it. This is mainly for other people that believe they are and identify as black. This is for y'all. Because a lot of y'all are under this goofy delusion that there's some sort of brown and black coalition. There's some people of color coalition. It's not. It never has been. It doesn't look like there will be. I sincerely and genuinely hope that it will be. I will fight and do my part to make it so. But at this present time, it's not looking good at all.
And their people are very much about their people. You have to understand, we're going to be at a disadvantage where you have black people talking about, well, I'm the exceptional Negro. And you hear a lot of talk like that. Instead of, they don't move out of their place, right? Latinos, they don't move out of their hoods. They stay. They just make it bigger and better. They don't move out of their hoods. They don't think as far as going to white people's areas is a benefit. Now, once again, their relationship with this country is not the same as ours. They have no problem not being around any gringos whatsoever or blacks. They very much are very comfortable with their people.
Like he said, they have no problem being around gringos, aka the whites, and they have no issue being around the blacks. When there's a bunch of black people around black people, then they look around and people want to be the exceptional Negro and move to the the white neighborhood. And like he's saying, it's like, look, they'll just keep bringing in more of them to make that area a bit bigger and better. And they're fleeing from something worse. They're fleeing from violence. They're fleeing from poverty. Shout out to my Brody Laugh 2 for 3. Thank you for stopping by. That's the dog. We got some fire music coming out.
Thank you for tuning in, subscribing. Yes.
Stay tuned to Laugh 2 for 3. Yee, what it be?
B-Eazy, you mind if I say something real quick before I also head out?
Oh, damn, you about to dip out? It's all good because I'm gonna be cooking, brother. I got.
No, I already know you're on fire right now, man. But keep cooking. Here's the thing. Right. Okay, I like the fact that you guys you touched up on the fact that when you're moving with your family members, you don't have a problem with it. See, it's a system and it's a code and understanding what they have. See, the mothers or fathers, they could be like 50, 60 or whatever. And they have no problems moving back with the kids that also have other families. And then vice versa as well, too. They'll always have a home for the grown kids to stay with them. And no one's ever shamed. See, but that's how they get their properties up there at a young and early age. See, the thing is, we're taught to not tolerate most of our family members because of what they're going to do or how they act. And you know how it is, like, especially if you grow up in a hood, and the most celebrated that blacks normally will have is when one black person pretty much graduates out from the hood and they move to the suburbs.
Yeah,
and
that's
now
called
they're
the
happy
exceptional
around,
Negro.
Yeah, and they're happy around with the community full of white people. See, they don't celebrate when you're a community full of Hispanics, full of Asians. It seems like the joy and the praise that you get is like when you're around a community of white folks, and then you say to yourself, man,
it's because they don't feel validated until they're around them. What you think about that?
Look, in America, like, white people are the ones that our people, look and seek for validation. That's the reason why most of us act up the way that we do. We're
Correct.
looking for some type of
I just want to say this because you cooking and I know you gotta go, but this right in Lav says, thank you, brother. Salute to y'all. Stay positive. Man, we trying to
Thank
stay
you.
positive
Salute,
and
Alma.
man, stay out there grinding, producing the great music, the dope videos, and we got a lot of good music and videos coming up. So salute the shooters, Lav 2 for 3. That's my dog right there. John Sinatra for coming through. My dog, Machete coming through. Shout out to all of y'all.
Thank you for guys coming through.
Yeah. But my bad, you can go. I had a point that I was gonna make, but giving them shout outs, I kind of lost track of where I was gonna go with it.
Oh shit. Oh yeah. No worries though. But
Hold on, what was the last
but
thing you said? And then I'll probably remember what point I was. Oh, now I
yeah.
remember what point I was gonna make.
Mhm.
Dr. Claude Anderson. If y'all don't know who he is, go get all of his books. Dr. Claude Anderson. Start with Powernomics and White Labor, Black Wealth. Or excuse me, Black Labor, White Wealth. Start with those two books, Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth. But what he said was, when he's I think he's in his 70s or 80s now. But what he said was there was a black shop, like a convenience store or bodega type shop, and there was a white one. He said there was a black guy. He went over to the black man's where they have ice. He grabbed the ice cube. He looked at it. He examined it. He walked over to the white man's um, bodega across, looked at his ice and examined it and said, all right, cool. I'll take, a couple bags of this. And Claude said, he asked him, hey, why you just didn't get the ice from there? And he said, the white man's ice was smoother and colder. We're talking about ice here. And essentially that's kind of, a metaphor because that's how a lot of people feel, right? If I have a brand, even it happened with LeVar Ball. When he first came out, he was trying to make his own shoes, or he did make his own shoes. He literally made a shoe. He copied the Nike design. It literally was a Nike shoe, and instead of the Nike logo, he had his own logo on there. People were saying it was trash. And I'm like, what are you talking about? It's literally the same shoe. It's just, have you seen all those Yeezys and all these other shoes? If they was called M3s, people would be saying that they're trash. But because it's Yeezy, you know what I mean? And that's kind of what people do, unfortunately with whiteness, right? They regard it and revere it as hard. So they'll say, hey, do you like my song? Hey man, I think you need to work on it or do something. Man, whatever, you just a hater. Then they ask the white dude and say, hey man, your song sucks. You need to work on it. Thanks for the constructive criticism. Like what? You know what I mean? Like some people do have this twisted ideology in a worship to, as much as, some, but not all, whites and non-black people have a superiority complex over black people. There are some, not all black people that have an inferiority complex, and they were conditioned in that way by, the media, propaganda, society at large, just, projecting their disdain for you. So, but yeah, I just want to say that because I know you was talking about the validation, and I really just want to say that story about the gentleman and the white man's ice being colder and smoother. But I'll let you cook before you go, brother.
My bad. I forgot I was muted. Man, this brings back to like another story. So here's the thing. Okay, there was a person that I know from a church I used to go to, and she was a real estate agent. So me at the time, I wanted to go to her company. Like I didn't have to, but I wanted to go there because I wanted to support her. I wanted to have my own people to be my real estate agents, so that way, whatever house that she finds for us, the money will go to our people. Don't matter what she does with the money. I just wanted to help support my people. Now, we've been going. Long story short, she wind up like recommending me to a woman who's from Persia. Now, don't get it twisted. Now, I definitely enjoy like the Persian woman's services. To this day, she's like my favorite realtor. But my initial goal was to try to help my people out. But sometimes your people's like our people may not be available to us. And I think one of those problems that black people have is that we get this little stigma that like we're not reliable when it comes to us. Maybe we might be reliable when it comes to other people because we have something to prove, but we slack around when it comes to our own people. And I remember something else too. Somebody was telling me, I think it was Lola, but somebody else was telling, but she was telling me that there was a black owned business, and the store was supposed to open up at a certain time. The woman was like 3 hours late, and she didn't even care that she was late. Even though to me, like that's very like bad for business. But when other people see that, they're just like, well, this is why I don't support my people because my people's lazy or my people don't do right. Because black people, always going to have an excuse why we shouldn't like support our own, especially if we feel like the production value, let's just say like the price of it is high, but then the quality that they serve is low. And when you see that like a lot from our own people, which is still kind of rare, you see our people having any type of business at all, it's like, well, I could always go to a white man and get my produce from them or get my inventory for them because they're established, so they're cheaper, but the quality is also better as well too. And that's the part that we get stuck at.
Yeah, correct. And the only reason why sometimes the quality is better, and then other times the quality is only perceived as better. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
that's pretty much what it is. You got to be able to have a better level of discernment and be able to support, because if I make a design of something and I say, look, man, I worked my butt off on this, and I'm charging $40, $50 for this shirt. Oh man, that's hella expensive. All right, Gucci is charging $300 for the shirt. But because you hold that brand, you give so much reverence to that brand, you're willing to pay $300 for a simple shirt that's not even better quality than what I'm offering you. So I do agree with you, but there's so many nuances to the discussion that you just essentially need to stop worshiping um other people's name, and definitely non-black people's name. Now, I'm not saying like, hey, just because someone's black, go get it, you know what I mean? Hey, Jay-Z is selling this and go get it. But it's like, if you that's what other groups are doing, you know what I mean, whether they say it or not, you know that's what they're doing. You know what I mean? You don't even need to hear me say it. Just go look at their spending habits and spending practices. You know what I mean? So we need to be the same way. And it's not like it's a lack. Like, if there's a business that's not there, then we need to come together and say, look, I was looking for a black owned lawyer. Well, then, hey, if you got a nephew or your neighbor's son or your cousin's son is going through college, like, hey, maybe you need to kind of steer them towards being a lawyer route or a doctor or something like that. So there is a community of, it can be a community of content creators, right? Can't be a community of rappers and ball players. You can have content creators and ball players among that community, but it can't be only full of that. So I think we need to also be encouraging people to, expand their horizons and help them do that too. If you look at it and say, hey, I'm not a mechanic, well, you don't really need to be a mechanic to know how to change oil and change a tire and stuff. that specific skill may help a young boy propel his life forward and start valuing himself. It's little simple things, like waking up and setting, making your bed, and certain things that will help you cultivate habits so that our next generation of people are stronger and more equipped to deal with this, anti-blackness and, let's just say a collapsing society and crumbling infrastructure, based on, the economic and political structure as it is, so we need people that are mentally strong, physically strong, spiritually strong, financially strong. There's so many levels that we have to combat this stuff, so many levels that we're being attacked. So we definitely need to unite. You know what I mean? When spiders unite, they could tie down a lion. So just think about that.
Very much so.
For sure.
So she was chosen as the
Salute,
first
Marcus.
Latina president.
Shut up. What's up, guys?
Oh, M3, did you have anything else before you go, or what?
Yeah. Before I go, I just want to say salutes to like Marcus. He's in the building, so he'll be with you to chat it up. But I also want to say salutes to everybody else in the chat. From Mike and Mimsy and Princess K to Intellectual SoapBox, and then the other family as well too that hopped in. So thank you guys for tuning in. But yeah, I'm about to go ahead and head out. And I think Laugh actually something. I think he says send me their IG. Send me their IG info to my DM. I'll get back to work. So yeah, I think I don't know what IG he's talking about. Either he's talking about our IG or someone else's, but I just want to let you know.
I appreciate that, bro. Peace out, bro.
Yeah. All right, man. All right, B-Eazy.
Hey, I want to see those Super Smash Bros. Stream again. All right.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be coming up soon. You feel me?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna try to buy that game and see if I can play with you.
all right, for sure. But good luck.
Challenge accepted, son.
All right, make sure you have good Wi-Fi. All right, then. All right,
cool.
B-Eazy,
Peace
man.
out, M3. So we're gonna get back into it.
Of the LA City Council back in 2019. Now, some of you guys are wondering why am I bringing her up? But recently, she's come out and said some anti-black comments. So when people want to talk about, hey, this black and brown coalition, and it's mainly white liberals who talk about that. I don't have any issue with her Latino self from immigrant background being for her people. That's what she's supposed to be for, right? That's what she's supposed to do. She's doing her job. She's doing her job, whether you like it or not. She's doing her job. The issue is when you have black people in city council or black people in Congress who are not for their people.
And see, this is where the goofy shit comes in, because when blacks are in office, they do more stuff for non-black people than actually for black people, because they know if they do anything specifically for black people, they'll be attacked, a million ways to Sunday. Meanwhile, every other group could allocate resources specifically for their group. But when anyone even attempts to do it for black people, then suddenly, oh, there's an issue. You know what I'm saying? And I'm personally not going to be someone that's just going to sit idly by, silently by, and not speak up. Every other group would find this unacceptable, and I find this unacceptable as well.
I was going to say what's up, Eddie King? DJ.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Long time no see, man. What's up, Marcus, man? B-Eazy, man. What's going on, y'all?
Man, what's good, man? This is a heavy discussion, man. So like we get
B-Eazy. This is that Hispanic Latina politician, right? The one that was caught in the phone calls recordings, saying the racist
correct
stuff.
And yeah, we is about to get into it, man.
M3 just
stay
where did M3 go?
Yeah, because I'm definitely Yeah, I'm definitely not cool with any of this stuff. And this ain't like how our OGs and elders, they didn't have all of this equipment. They didn't have the ability to be able to get on platforms and podcasts and voice their opinion. And let's be honest, a lot of them didn't really want to voice their opinion because they're walking on eggshells. They don't want to upset the apple cart. A lot of them didn't want to deny or disrupt their access to interracial dating. Some people will recognize and have experienced personal racism from non-black people, but their baby mama is Hispanic or white, so they're scared to speak up about it. Yeah, if you're one of them, then you probably need to leave the stream, block and delete me. So let's go into it.
Not for black people. They're for minorities. They're for everyone else. They're for as far as undocumented immigrants.
Once again, black people constantly fighting for undocumented immigrants, illegal immigrants, and then they get over here. Are they saying, yes, let's try to team up with the blacks that helped us get over here? They're saying, no, let's team up with the Republicans who were saying build the wall, because they're coming from a culture that is rife with colorism. This is not my word for it. Just look it up. There's countless people I interview and dealt with, countless Latinas where I've experienced this. So this is not me jaw jacking. This is not a conspiracy. And I'm not generalizing. I'm not saying this is the sentiment for everyone. But see, this is what happens when you even bring it up. People try to counter you with the, well, not all. Well, not all. I never said all. You know what I mean? And you won't even acknowledge the sum or the specific amount. You just keep telling me that not all, right? Well, not all black people are criminals either, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Hey,
What's up, M3?
M3, I thought you was going to sleep, dog.
He's in the Matrix.
But I had to come back real quick because I'm in the Matrix.
Oh, now you good now.
All right, can you guys hear me?
You're good now.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my internet, man. It's just tripping. No,
You talking smack about my Wi-Fi.
Hey, whatever, man. But
yeah.
Hey, but I just want to give a shout out to DJ Eddie King, man. What's up, DJ Eddie King? Welcome back, man.
You know what? M3, I wanted to give you a shout out, M3, man, for checking in on your boy and Marcus and Mr. Best. He tried, 84. I wanted to give a shout out to you, man. And I'm getting better. My neck is great. And a few other things is getting better, man. It's great. It's great. I can't really share too much details, but I'm getting there, man. So as you can see, I'm on the show. And that means I'm getting better if I'm on the show.
Yeah, definitely for sure, man. So we miss you and your beats, but we're glad that you're here. So
yes, sir.
Definitely
yes, sir.
Big. Hold on for a second. I'm sorry to interrupt your show, B-Eazy. I gotta celebrate the return of But big shout outs to like DJ Eddie Kane, man, for your return. So
yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm about to be out for real. But
okay,
I had to come back to say
the hostile takeover.
Thank you, M3, man. You have a good night, man. Get some rest, man.
You too. What would you say, B-Eazy?
No, I was like, I thought M3 was coming with the hostile takeover.
Hey, B-Eazy. Hey, he came all tough talking that shit. Came up with the fucking janky ass Wi-Fi.
Hey, sometimes, man, like the Wi-Fi is contagious, man. Like,
don't give me that pandemic stuff. Don't give me that pandemic stuff.
You feel me?
Sniff.
Get out of here, man. All right. Peace out, everybody.
All right, peace out, man.
Yeah, and before I continue, like I said, bro, I like to have a joking and a lighthearted discussion, but when matters is serious, I think you gotta conduct a more serious tone and have a balance. You know what I mean? So let me seriously say that DJ Eddie King, I don't know exactly what was going on with you, and I don't need to know the specific details, but hopefully that you remain on your road to recovery. You know what I mean? Just stay blessed.
Yes,
as bad as it is, it could always be worse. So that's all I can say, bro. We just gotta uplift our people.
Yes,
And
sir.
yeah, if you ever need to talk or converse about anything, you can always hit me up. You know what I mean? Even if
Yes, sir.
for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, it's a letter.
Yes, sir. Yes,
I
sir.
did a stream with my brothers about manning up, and I part of my criteria of manning up is saying that, hey, DJ Eddie, if you're going through something, part of you manning up would be, if you believe that it's going to help you, to
Yeah.
talk to someone, you know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, none of us want to have an empty funeral, right? None of us
Yeah.
want to be on that bed and not have at least one person to call and talk to.
Yeah.
And sometimes in your mind, you think, I didn't have any person to talk to. You did. You just didn't reach out to them. And sometimes I'm thinking that, hey, maybe I should reach out to DJ Eddie King, but man, he don't want me to reach out to him, so I'm just gonna not call him. Right.
Nah.
So
Yeah.
so if we're both doing that, then we never contact him. Oh, B-Eazy don't want to hear from him. DJ Eddie King ain't gonna pick up my call. You know what I mean? If we have a defeated mind, I'm not saying you have that. I'm just, generalizing that to make a point.
Yeah.
So, because we got to reach out to each other, man, because there may be something that you can say, look, I went through this, bruh, whether it be jail, whether it be a health scare, whether it be some financial troubles, some female troubles. Hey, I went through this. This is what you could do to overcome it. This is what you can do to avoid it. You know what I mean? And it's comparing notes. You know what I mean? We don't need to be in the struggle Olympics. You know what I mean? Saying, oh, I got shot 2 times. Nigga, I got shot 10. Like, you know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. How about we talk about how to avoid being in shootouts, right? That's what would be better. So so respect to you, man. And keep recovering, bro, and stay strong mentally, physically, spiritually. Man, we here for you, brother.
Thank you, man. Yes, sir, man. And you know what? Thank you, B-Eazy, and also you too, Marcus. I haven't forgot about you either, man. And it's been a tough road, man. I would have to share. I could share behind the scene, man. But it's been a tough road. But I'm just glad that I'm back on the train. Not 100%, but I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there, man. I'm gonna pray about it. Been doing a lot of praying, and all I can do is just get better, man. That's all I can do. I came close to being on the other side. Came close, but I just kept fighting, man. I just kept fighting, and I'm still here. I ain't going nowhere, man. I'm still here.
That's good. And let me run through the track because I can hear the fight in your voice, and that's what I was saying, bro. I like to joke, but when we get down to serious business and shit like that, this shit is not funny to me, bro. You know what I mean? So, Princess K says, just came back. Hey, DJ Eddie, long time no see. Blessings to you. Much love and support. See, you are missed. I don't think nothing is funny about this. This is factual and this is serious. Just Andrea says, good evening.
Good evening.
And Princess K said, are y'all reacting to Lucas in his disagreement days? I like watching this live sometimes. Yeah, Lucas is my dog. So shout out to Amazing Lucas. I was just on his live last night. I be on his panels. He's a good dude. And we got some things that I'm trying to work on with him. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah.
But shout out to Amazing Lucas. And Princess K says, I hear it in your voice. I love you, brother. I'm standing. Yeah, I mean, I can hear it too. You know what I mean? I can hear, I can hear the pain, the struggle, but also the strength. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm like, okay, that's why I'm not really in a position to be trying to joke or make this a lighthearted situation. This is a very heavy discussion and it needs to be approached that way. So yeah, you got a lot of love, DJ Eddie King. And
thank you, man. And thank you, Princess K and the rest of y'all that's in the chat. Thank you. It's been tough, man. Really, really tough.
We're here with you.
Yes, sir.
And bro, it's gonna remain tough. And she says, it's that resilient. There he is. You know what I mean? And this is even like a sidebar. But it goes all into this discussion, bro. This is what manning up really is. To me, I would say, and I'm not saying you specifically, TJ Eddie King. I'm just saying, it's kind of like on some immature dare I say, some sucker stuff to not really fully express yourself when you say that, hey, these are my dogs, these are the wolves in my corner, this is my gang, this is my friends, my family. If you can't reach out to them, they don't deserve that title, and you should be ashamed of yourself for giving them that title. Now if they are your friend, your family, your gang member, then that I have no issue with my family member reaching out to me, my brother, anyone reaching out to me. So we as men need to man up and call the other men that we have in our corner. If you feel that you don't have any men in your corner, that might be a you issue, or maybe you need to reevaluate who you have around you and actually wake up, because you're only as strong as your weakest link. So if I'm looking at one of my boys as the weakest link, I need to find out how to make him stronger. By strengthening him, I'm strengthening myself. By strengthening myself, I'm strengthening the team. Strengthening him, strengthening the team, strengthening our cause, strengthening our purpose, and strengthening society. Because better, productive citizens, men, and leaders produce a better and fruitful society for everyone. You know what I mean? So we need to be able to count on each other. You know what I mean? Whether it's financially, physically, spiritually, whatever it is. I may not have it all financially. You may need $50. I may only have 25 for you, right? You may need to talk to me for 3 hours, but I'm only available for 1 hour. You know what I mean?
Yes,
It's
sir.
something is better than nothing. But see, that's why you have a group. If you need to talk to somebody for 3 hours, I maybe can give you an hour. Marcus could give you another hour, and then someone else. So bam, now you got the 3 hours. If you need 50 and I could only give you 25, and Marcus give you another 25, now you got your 30. We don't only need to rely on ourselves or rely on one person. I am really about building a coalition, multicultural, multinational, everything. We've never truly had one. It will be up to people like us to create and cultivate one. So that's really what I'm about.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I agree with you 100%, man. 100%.
And Princess K says, and that's the strength I'm talking about, DJ Eddie. You're a man. Not only that, a black man. There's natural resilience. Even if you can't feel it, y'all can turn obstacles into opportunity. So Princess K is being super supportive, super positive,
Thank you,
but she's
Princess
not
K.
gaslighting you either. Like, I fully concur with that statement. You know what I mean? So shout out to Princess K.
Shout out to Princess K. Thank you. Thank you, Princess K. Salute.
Cool, man. So we're gonna get into the video. I'm gonna play it a little bit, let DJ Eddie King process his emotion, because I know you getting hit with some heavy stuff, because I'm over here getting touched by this. So I know that this is very touchy for you, but it's all love, my brother. You know what I mean? We'll have a deeper discussion off
Yes, sir.
off
Yes,
camera.
sir. Yes, sir.
They for everyone else besides their people, black people. And in some cases, they actually have some disdain of black people. Racist comments spur calls for LA Council President Nuri Martinez.
Folks like with Ascon, he did call me. He wants to have breakfast with me.
Herrera.
What's taking him so long?
I haven't.
What's taking him so long?
Hey, we need to talk.
You supported him from the.
All right, don't worry, I got you. So you'll start seeing them line up. Isaac was the first. All the.
Did y'all catch that? So the president of the city council is talking about her colleague and said, F that guy. He's with the blacks. But see, where is the black and brown coalition? People are saying, so why would she say F them? Aren't the blacks with the browns, according to her, and people like her that has positions? But see, and once again, I shouldn't have to keep doing this disclaimer, but out of my respect for my Latino and Hispanic people, I'm going to do this. Of course, this is not all. I'm in the Bay Area, Oakland, San Francisco, Pittsburgh, Antioch, San Jose. Tons of Hispanics, tons of Tongans, Koreans, Japanese. We're around everyone. So this, I'm speaking to a broader audience. You know what I mean? This type of rhetoric would not be allowed for any group. If there's anything anti-Jewish, you see what happens. They shut you down immediately. If there's anything anti-Asian, they get a crime and hate bill immediately. Something happens to blacks and we're just supposed to sit on our hands. I'm not doing that. You can say that I'm complaining and crying and whining. This is what every other group would be doing. They would even be doing it much worse because they have Telemundo and other actual platforms. You know what I mean? So I look at like this: if you are not part of the problem, or if you're not part of the solution, you are a part of the problem. If you won't even go stand up for yourself by physically pulling up and protesting, you won't even verbally protest, then that means that you have no spine, no backbone, and no huevos. And if you have none of those, why should I respect you? See, disrespect sometimes is the only thing that people respect. No other group would allow people to talk about their people like this, nor am I going to allow this. I'm not just sitting by and standing for this. I know there are plenty of Hispanic people that are rioting, that are genuinely outraged and upset by this. There were a litany of protests, and most of them were not black people. Most of them were Hispanic and indigenous people and black people out there, because what this lady did and said was deplorable, not only towards blacks, but towards other racial groups. This type of ideology should be called out not only by blacks. We should be leading the charge since we were the primary targets of this vitriol. But if people truly believe all lives matter and we're all Americans, we cannot have this happening in the second biggest city in the entire country. This is not okay. And when she's saying that this guy is with the blacks, let's just say that he was with the blacks. Why is that a bad thing? Because on the flip side, she's saying that she doesn't want a guy with the black. She want a guy that's with the Latins. So she's essentially saying that there's a separation here. We want a guy that's with the Latinos and they consider themselves separate and they don't want anything to do with the blacks. Why would that be an issue? Blacks have no issues. They've been under Hispanic leadership for decades. They go to bodegas and taco trucks all the time. It's not like blacks mind living around Hispanics, but Hispanics prefer to not live around blacks. I'm not saying they're wrong or racist or anything from that. I'm saying what is factually correct. Just look it up. There's countless gentrification articles and numbers that prove what I'm saying to be true. You know, so when she's saying this, he's with the blacks, literally the state is 40% Latino. And you want to talk about the great replacement theory. They're acting like they're being replaced when the Democrats have allowed them to fully supplant us as a minority group and a voting bloc. But they are voting GOP more than anything. So it gets messier, but let's get into the tape a bit more.
He's with the blacks. Now imagine this immigrant tinhead coming into my country and has the audacity to talk about, well, that guy, he's with the blacks. And then on top of that, calling somebody a monkey.
It's like black and brown on this float. And then there's this white guy with this little black kid who's misbehaved. Este niño has they're not doing it. Yeah, no, they're not doing it. The kid is bouncing off the effing walls on the float, practically tipping it over. There's nothing you can do to control him. Parece changuito. And I'm just like, oh my God.
Okay, so not only did she call the kid a little monkey, she said, okay, it's supposed to be a black and brown. See, they were pushing this black and brown coalition and alliance thing, right? I already knew that it was a myth, and that's fine. But politicians are placating and pandering, saying, oh, black and brown coalition, it is a thing. So she essentially said that there's an MLK, Martin Luther King Day float, and there's a white politician, her colleague, which I have an issue with this. There's a white politician, and he is a gay white man, which I have no issues with him being that, but he adopted a black kid. Look, there are other non-black kids that you could have adopted, and I don't have an issue with him being a of the LGBT community, but how is that young black kid gonna identify when he's being raised by two LGBT white men? You know what I mean? So that's another aspect too that we need to look into. I know everyone likes to joke and say F them kids. Well, you know who will go adopt them? LGBT people. And they will adopt and kind of groom these kids and have these kids growing up in a. Do you think this guy is going to grow up to be about black empowerment, being raised by two LGBT white men? You know what I mean? And it's not just because they're LGBT, it's just also because they're, you know, men that they can't teach him about being black. And the dude was on the stand crying and saying, I feel so bad for the anti-blackness that my son is going to face in the future. So I was like, okay, why did you even adopt him? So that you can say, I could never understand this. Wouldn't it be better for someone that can understand that to adopt them? And she did say, okay, this white guy is having his black kid as an accessory. Now, while that does seem offensive, I'm not going to totally dismiss it and say there's no validity to it. Yes, it does seem harsh and heinous to say, but if it's true or rooted in some fact, right? Some stereotypes are harsh, heinous, and a bit racist, right? But a lot of them are rooted in truth, right? There's a racial trope that, oh, blacks are always late. And then sometimes, you feed into the stereotype and you show up late. You know what I mean? Does that mean that it's all blacks? No, but there is, some validity to the stereotype. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
And this is my thing. I always tell people this. If you think blacks are just complaining and whining, I always say look at it through a Jewish lens. Would it be okay for you to ever call a Jewish kid a monkey and just keep your job and be okay with it? We all know the answer to that. Yeah. So if it's not okay for them, why would it be okay to disparage and demean our kids? That's not okay. I'm not sitting back silently and standing up for this. Some people say, oh, you can't do nothing. What, you can't speak? You can't go pull up. There are people that have pulled up to her house and have protested. You know what I mean? And some people, just think that that's performative. Look, you say what you want, DJ Eddie King, but if I pull up at your house every day with hundreds of people with picket signs protesting, yeah, you probably will, and all you got to do is quit your job to make it stop. Your wife and your kids are getting harassed. You will definitely consider it. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying what people should or shouldn't do.
Right.
But in terms of the protesting, but this behavior, this rhetoric should not be allowed. Blacks should be standing up and Hispanics should be standing up because she is acting like she's speaking on behalf of the Hispanics. So if she's not, then more Hispanics need to be like, hell no, we do not believe that, we denounce it.
Right.
And if she is speaking on behalf, then just say, yeah, well, I agree with her. I won't even be mad at that. I will respect their honesty. Just like when Trump said, grab him by the pussy and people were outraged. I respect his honesty because you still had a choice to vote for him after that. After you vote for him, once he says that, I kind of don't want to hear that anymore. Now, if
here's the thing. Well, here's the thing too, though, because like the majority of the people that I know in my culture, they're not racist. They're not anti-white or anti-black or whatever. What they are, though, is just like everybody in their own culture. They stay within their own culture, usually on average. Can y'all agree with me on that?
Yeah,
usually.
And no one has an issue with that.
No. But my thing is when it comes to certain topics like this, it's tough because a lot of things get like lost in translation and in the gray area, and so then now people are going to be like, well, she said this, so then we don't know the outside people that have reacted to this are going to be like, well, I wonder if this is this all guys think about, or is this all the Hispanic, is this all what, we all know politicians deep down, I think most of them, you know think the way they think, like her, I think.
Yeah,
Most
most of
politicians.
them do. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
they
I
do.
do think, I also think too that the reason why people gravitated towards Trump is because he said what the hell he said without having a muzzle or a filter.
Well,
So I think that's why they gravitated towards him too,
well,
because he was keeping it real.
yeah, he was just being honest.
Yeah.
But so was she. She was keeping it real on here too. She
No, no,
she
but
just was
she was
trying
trying to keep it real in a phone call though. That was behind closed doors. So
to
that's
correct.
what makes her look more like a scumbag.
Yeah, yeah,
Exactly, because that was
absolutely,
her real intent. And
absolutely.
and I agree with you to the about the point that things could get muddy, but how do you think blacks feel all the time when there's constant news propaganda as of we're criminals and the bell curve, we're not as smart as this group, and why don't you guys just work as hard as them? You know what I mean? So trust me, I know what you're saying in terms of the propaganda and the misconstruing of things, but welcome to being black, where everything is misconstrued and taken out of context purposely. But none of this stuff is taken out of context, and that's why I definitely made sure to say, hey, I got a lot of love from Latinos, and I'm not generalizing anyone. I'm speaking on the politicians, which you do admit that most of them share her views like this, regardless of, what ethnicity. So I'm speaking on specifically her and the people of her ilk,
Hmm.
because these three are the most powerful Latinos in the entire country, and they're Democrats.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
So they say that the Republicans are so racist, and these are Democrats. And mind you, they are come from a family of immigrants. And they're talking about people that were born here and helped build the country.
right.
And it's just like how some blacks say all of that twerking and killing all these blacks. A lot
No
of
voting,
blacks
no
are saying,
bucking.
yeah, there's a bunch of blacks are saying, look, I find that disgusting. And even though I don't support it, you are making my people look bad. And there are not enough that I've seen. I'm not saying there aren't any, but I haven't seen any saying, look, this makes my people look bad. This is disgusting. Even though you don't agree with it, just speaking out against it is a show of solidarity. Because
Yeah,
when it comes to blacks, we have no issues, right? We constantly calling out our own. Mike Vick, Kobe Bryant, this person, LeBron James is a sellout, this person, that person. And then I follow plenty of Hispanic people, prominent figures. They never, ever, 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 ever mention Latin on Latin crime, brown on brown crime. They never mention the anti blackness that they personally know with their family and have. They never mention it. But meanwhile, we'll say, oh, yeah, blacks do this, blacks do that. We quick to throw each other under the bus.
and,
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 other
and
groups, no matter how bad the behavior is, they just won't do it. And I'm not saying they're right or wrong for it. I'm just saying, hey, maybe we can take lessons because there are no allies collectively. What you were saying, DJ Eddie?
well, I wanted to, I wanted to speak on how everyone is. I don't know where everybody get this laziness from when it comes to blacks, but uh, a lot of us do get jobs, and what people have to understand, those who are not black has family uh, a family business. They have a family business. So what they'll do is they will hire the black for like a month and then fire him for whatever petty reason, just to say that he's on record. So since they have the whole family that's oriented, family business, uh, they can't. Can nobody come to them and say, well, hey, you have to hire any blacks? Oh, yes, we have. It's on record. This, and that, and the third. But it's a family business. So I don't want people to like don't don't sit up here and act like we haven't went out there and got any jobs or been looking for jobs left and right, because we have. And also, we tried, man. We tried.
Hold on, let me just pick it up. Let me
We
just
definitely
pick this
tried.
up for you real quick, DJ Eddie. I'm gonna let you finish cooking, but
Yeah.
and like you said, I know plenty of men that are out there trying, but due to that quote unquote stigma of lazy, even if DJ Eddie King is qualified, oh, he's one of the lazy blacks. So I'm gonna hire the harder working Hispanic or non-black person over him,
Right.
even though that's not true. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? It's a trope. And then you know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
If you want to get down to genetics, you know what I mean? And this is no slight, but look at, look at the most top physicians and bodybuilders, right? There's not like a lot of Hispanics, right? There's not like a lot of Hispanic football players.
Nah,
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
you know what I
Yeah.
mean? And it's not a lot of Asian ones. This is like
it's okay. The soccer fields are full of them, and baseball is
correct.
being invaded.
Bro,
Yeah.
there's tons of Asian doctors, bro. There's not a bunch of black doctors. There's tons, you know what I mean? So
And
I'm
Middle
not
Eastern
saying
too, I think too, right?
Definitely
correct.
ministry. Yeah. Mhm.
Correct. So what I'm talking about in terms from a physical standpoint, if you needed to do some heavy lifting, it probably would be a brother that you would get. But
Yeah.
no, due to the lazy, you can have a dude over here
That's why I
ripped.
tell guys, if you're gonna hire a black trainer, don't bring your girlfriend. Guts are gonna be gone.
I mean, that's that. Hey, that's in the contract. You gotta already know. You know.
Oh damn, she gonna take the biscuits.
Gotcha.
I'm just saying, bro. You already gotta know. And it's just like if you see your girl hanging around, some sugar daddy type, and then she pop up with a Birkin bag. You already know that he at least took her on a trip.
Oh,
Whether he got some nookie is irrelevant because sometimes they just want companionship, right? They got money, disposable money that they just want to trick on someone. But some sort of, I still would consider it cheating, right? Even she's like, we didn't have sex. Yeah, you going on trips with the dude, but unless she had your consent, depending on what type of relationship you in, you know what I mean?
Yes. Yes, sir.
But let me see. M3 asked a question. He said, who leaked the phone call? Was it the person she was on the phone with? I don't know who leaked the phone call.
That's a good
They,
question.
yeah, that's a great question. They've been
my,
keeping it
my
under
alleged
wrap.
theory, my conspiracy theory, it was the phone and cable employer. That's who it was.
And
It was the employee.
Amma says, I don't think the conversation was meant to be heard by other people. Absolutely. This was a private discussion. That's why they were
Well,
speaking freely. But that's when you know what someone's true sentiment is, because now they're apologizing. And she said, oh, I only said this because it was in the heat of the moment. No, she was laughing, ha-haing, and
I,
kikiing. She didn't sound like she was frustrated in any way.
yeah, I believe M3 was the office phones, because they a lot of times when you go to these office, their phones are connected. So like
Yeah, the conference phone.
yeah, yeah, I think that's
Correct.
how they did it. Hmm.
That's what I think too,
Yeah.
because that's how they got Rachel Nichols at ESPN.
Yep.
Yeah, when she said, "Oh, they just want to hire this girl as a diversity hire," which was true, but it was racially insensitive apparently. But yeah,
Yeah.
she said not only did they have audio, but they had video, and she said, "Oh, the people said they forgot to turn it off, and then they just happened to record it." So it's like, okay, but why'd you go listen to everything? So they were trying to set her up, but
Yeah.
this one clearly somebody was maybe trying to set her up, but I mean, it's for the good. And mind you, this is a year old. It's just
Mm.
coming out now. So they've been
Wow.
talking like this for years, and these are the presidents and highest people of the city council. These are high-ranking officials. They not only district and say, who gets allocated these sorts of resources. They get to appoint people to positions of power. So you can't have any anti-black. No one would want an anti-Hispanic person running anything in their district. So why should we allow an anti-black person and anti many other things just be able to make laws? This is not okay.
Wow.
Caliente, Chanquito.
Whatever the kid's name is, I'm like, it's like.
Want you?
And another thing she was saying on the float, that kid was out of control. The kid was 2. The kid was 2. She said the kid was acting like a little white kid. White people
She
should
said
be outraged.
she called him a chango, which is monkey.
Exactly.
Oh,
And
so that's what that meant. That's what it means.
yeah,
Okay.
Yeah,
she's
when she says changuito or chango, that means the translation for chimp or monkey.
yeah,
Wow.
she was saying that the white guy has this little black kid, a little monkey, running around, bouncing all around. And let me just play the tape and
That's
see what else
crazy.
she says.
Understand? There is no black and brown coalition. This is
White
nonsense.
kid, which I was like, this kid needs a beat down. Like, let me take him around the corner and then I'll bring him back.
Yeah.
¿Sí me entiendes? Ven para
It's
acá.
a pinch.
Ya.
And she's
She's
laughing
laughing about it. Wow.
with
Yeah, and when she did her apology, she said, I only said that out of a moment of frustration. I didn't really mean that. I was just heated and so angry that I said it. Who were you angry with? You're the president. You have all of the power. Like, who the hell are you angry with? These are powerful people acting like they're oppressed and victims. And then they're telling you, who an actual victim, to not act like a victim. And I don't know if you heard her, but she said that kid was acting like a little white kid. They should let me take him around the corner and beat him. And then they
Right.
start laughing.
That's crazy. And he's only 2 years old. Is that correct?
At the time, this is a year old, so he's probably 3, 3 now. But
3.
at,
Yeah.
at the time of the recording, they said the kid was 2. I've seen black kids running around. You know how many Hispanic kids at 2 years old I've seen running around? Some of the
Bro.
some of the baddest kids I've seen running around were Asian kids. They're 2
And
year
don't get me
old.
started on the white kids.
That's what I'm
Man.
trying to say, Marcus. That was going to be my grand one, but I'm saying they're 2 years old. Kids are going to be running around and bouncing off of things. So to try to just act like, hey, this 2-year-old black kid is so much worse than any other 2-year-old. That's a lot of vitriol. But let's see what else she got to say. And mind you, this is the president of the city council.
other Hispanic individuals. She's laughing with other Latin individuals. Please understand this.
Yes.
I see a lot of little short, dark people.
Yeah, puro Oaxacan Koreans. Not even like that.
That's how they talk behind closed doors.
Wow.
As I said, that's how they talk behind closed. You don't have to.
And now they're talking about other indigenous people and Korean people, saying, oh, they're little dark. She said they're little short dark ones, and the dude said not even like Kevin, little ones. I'm sorry, there's tons of short Hispanics, tons of short Asians, tons of short black people, right? So you want to just ridicule them because they're short? You know how many adult Hispanic men I've seen that are like 5'3"? I don't clown them. I see those dudes working hard with their wife, but because he's short, I should demean him as a man?
That's
No.
evil.
Should I go, oh, the dude's selling corn, he's just a little short dude, let me go attack him? No, the dude is working hard to provide for his
Well,
family.
there was people attacking cornmen. Remember that? Don't you got to give me that one. They were attacking cornmen. Remember
They
that?
were. I do agree with that, but let me say this: they weren't attacking him just for the fact of, hey, here's a Mexican corn man. Now, there's no excuse for, but this is what I say: if you in the hood and somebody is black and they rob a black person, why the hell wouldn't you think that he would rob an Asian person, a corn man, an old lady? Like that's
Oh
what
yeah,
some people.
I agree with that.
I'm not, and I know you understand this, but some people will say that dude was racist because he robbed a Mexican. I was like, okay, and he robbed one Mexican and 5 black people. He didn't rob him because he was Mexican. He robbed him because he's a jack boy. That's what they
That's
do.
what jack
They
boys
rob
do.
people.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So that's what I just want people to understand. It's not right either way.
It
but
was never, when it came to that, it was never about race. It's just about opportunity. That's it.
Yeah.
correct.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what and like you said, we're not condoning this, you know what I mean? But the context does matter. So thank you, DJ Eddie and Marcus, for actually understanding that, because some
Yes.
people, they try to make it strictly about that, because like I said, black people love Latin people out. Don't take my word for it. In the interracial dating and the trends, the more trends right now, of when black men date out, they date more Latinas than Becky's.
Yeah, they for sure.
That's actually
They
true.
for sure. They for sure love you guys. It's fucked up.
Nah, I mean nah, it's
Because you
they
stretched them out and messed their guts up.
hey, but they love you guys more. You know what I mean? You don't gotta deal with the angry.
Until they get
You don't
pissed
gotta deal
off
with
and a
the angry.
mandingo shows up. Until we piss them off and they get a mandingo, then they show up.
Marcus, you never been black going to a quinceañera with all of the little gangbanger
Well, are you
uncles and shit
serious? They
looking
love
at
you
you.
even more.
I don't know. Them uncles was giving me
It's
some
called. It's
wild
called.
looks,
It's called.
bro.
Hey, they want you to hit the pinata, if you know what I mean.
Nah, I feel you. Like I said, I'm a humanitarian, bro. So, like I said, I love Hispanics, especially Latinas. So, it's all love with me. I really actually want to have a brown and black and brown coalition. It doesn't exist, but I really want to, because people love to say Afro Latina or Latino, and they be heavy on the Latin part, but the Afro part is non-existent. We can't
Yeah.
have that. We cannot have that.
No,
It's
not at
funny. It's
all.
funny you were saying it earlier too, BZ, because when you said there's a lot of Tongan, Hispanic, Asian, like San Jose, black people and stuff. I
Yeah.
literally, it kind of touched me because before I moved away from San Jose to move to Southern California, one of my neighbors was a Tongan, like literally like next door, like Tongan family. He was married to a white woman.
I don't
Sweet
think it's
people.
like damn near no. It's bare. Well, there is some Tongans in SoCal. Let me
Well,
lie, not say
I
that,
mean,
but
because I remember
not as
because he was
much.
he was a professional rugby player, but his house was next to the apartments that we lived in, so we used to see him from time to time. And uh, but they were cool people though. But one thing I learned is don't mess with Tongans, bro, because they get pissed the f off.
Cause
Hey,
you
hey,
do not want to be going at them. And this is crazy. They're actually super loyal, super humble. But yeah, if you go at them,
Bro.
yeah, you're gonna be in a battle.
well,
You definitely gonna be in a battle, bro. Every one of them is big. The little ones are big. I'm like,
yeah,
cuz,
Bro, the dude that I
yeah.
lived to next, he looked like an NFL linebacker.
bro, my friend's dad, even he's considered like the runt of his family. So I think he's like, maybe like 5'5" or 5'4". The dude is bench presses like 400 pounds. Like I've seen him do it. Like even like I'm saying, even the like ones that are air quote small are like hella big.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm telling you, Maui from Moana, big dude, jacked up.
Hold on, let's see what Princess K says. She said, I was invited to all the fiestas growing up. Even now, I learned how to cook my favorite champorrado and pozole from my friend's grandma. I used to hang with her granny a lot in the kitchen. Marcus, I know that I pronounced pozole right. What about the other one?
I give it a solid B minus. You were close.
Okay, that's
You're
good.
good.
At
Oh, I
least it
You're
can't
was a
laugh.
close.
I
half.
can't laugh that
So
much.
it was a champurrado. You were pretty close though.
Okay,
I'll give you a
champorrado.
B. I'll give you a B. Not a B. I'll even show
Okay,
you more grace. B.
cool, man. Hey, I'm here to
Hey,
learn
Marcus,
and teach.
Marcus, I gotta hold my neck just to laugh. Or,
I'm telling you, bro.
all
That's
right, I'm
good though.
sorry, man.
I'm glad I'm making you laugh, bro. Because
I'm
shout out
trying
to
not
you,
to
bro.
laugh too hard.
Yeah,
When I
man. If you
laugh,
ain't laughing, you ain't living. So you got to get
yeah,
it. You got to get a little bit of them out.
yeah.
And she says, and I was also a ballet folklorico dancer for like 3 years. I was deep into that shit. I don't know
For real, Princess?
folklorico. I don't know about folklorico, but I know about flamenco.
You mean the pink flamingo? The pink
Yeah,
flamingo in San Jose? Oh
Yeah,
man,
you know about that one?
bro. When I was a kid, I used to wish, Dad, can we just swing by over there real quick? He said, hell no.
Hey, San Jose do got some spots, and if you want to talk about Latina women, sheesh, San Jose got some hermosa mujeres.
Woo.
Wow. Hey, you've been brushing your Rosetta Stone, huh? Haven't you?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna have to hit
Oh, dang.
Marcus up for a little private
Spanish
you know what I
lessons.
mean?
I got you,
Exactly. I got you, Marcus. So that way when I come to the quinceañera, I'm leaving with dos,
bro.
maybe tres.
He said, "Dos." Okay, got you. He said, "What happened?" He's like, "This is the auntie. This is the other cousin."
Hey, we don't. I'll show you how to make a black and brown coalition. All right.
Oh man. But hey, do it for the cause.
I'm gonna do it for the cause, and I'm gonna do it for me
He
Verga too.
said, "Let me spread my roots." Literally.
Yeah. Hey, exactly. I'm gonna be as I'm spreading my roots, they gonna be spreading their culo.
Oh no, not Pitbull. Not the Pitbull.
Hey, I respect Pitbull. He doing
Yeah,
his
shout
thing,
out to
man.
Pitbull. Pitbull is doing his thing.
Them suits. I need them suits, man.
Yeah.
I don't know where he get them from, but I need those.
Mr. Worldwide. That's what he says, right? Mr. Worldwide is his catchphrase.
Mr. 305 or
Mr.
something like that.
305, yeah. Mr.
Yeah.
Mr.
305.
305. Call me Mr. 304 though. Shout out to
What does he say? There's a song, Acércame tu mano con blanco.
what
There
that
you go.
mean
That song. He said, blanco is translation in
for
Spanish
white.
for cocaína,
Okay.
cocaine.
Oh no, I know what that means.
Yeah.
That I do know.
And that's why
All
the
of
whole
all
blanco
of
is like, he's like,
phrase.
give me your hand and I'll give you some of that blanco. You know.
Okay.
Mm.
All right, let's continue. Then.
Back to the. I'm sorry though. My apologies.
No,
Back
it's
to the
all good.
conversation.
We got Duolingo with Marcus. Spanish talk with
Telemundo.
Marcus. Exactly. Change that to Telemundo talk with Marcus.
Yes, sir.
You were supposed to say "sí," not "yes, sir," but that's okay.
Okay. Perdón, cabrón.
There you go. It just rolled off the tongue much better. But let's go.
To tell me, I already knew this. I already know this, bruh. You don't have to tell me. I already know this.
Little one.
I was like, no, I don't know where these people are from. I was like, I don't know what village they came, how they got here, but
I don't know what village they came from or how they got here. So that's the same thing when people talk about Hispanics and they say a slur that rhymes with setback. And people are saying, I don't know how these setbacks got here. How would that be received? So I don't know what village these people came from. That would not be cool at all. This is like completely disgusting what she is saying. And she has power, not just any type of power, political power. These people are high-ranking officials in the state legislature and the Democratic Party. And these people are making laws. Do you really think someone talking like this is going to make a law for the benefit of Black people, Korean people, indigenous people, or anyone that's not part of her little elitist racial bubble?
And this was
why people need to wake up.
This was a year ago. Is that correct?
And it just got leaked a couple weeks ago, or like this week.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to change her whole status in a year.
And hold on, DJ Eddie. She's already apologized and said, if you guys basically I want to stay and make this better. And like you said, how you've been thinking like this, and really she still thinks like this. The only reason why she's apologizing is because it came out, right?
She got caught.
Correct.
Red-handed. She got caught.
So how in good faith could we go? So I mean, what is she going to do to say have some sensitivity training? What could
ain't no fun when you ain't got the gun?
Yeah. And most of this tape was saying that, look, we want to keep the gun, and we want to keep the gun on Blacks and anyone that we deem as our political enemy, i.e., Koreans and other Latins that don't get on board with us. Because this wasn't just anti-black, it was anti-Latin and Hispanic too. They didn't like every Latin. That's why they were saying, F this guy, he's with the blacks. They were saying that about another Latin person. They're saying, oh yeah, you're Latin, but if you ride with the blacks, F you. These are public officials. I know. And as much as we already knew this, and as appalling as it is, once we hear it and break it down, it's even more egregious. And look, this is not to just point the finger and say, look how bad Hispanics are. No, because I love Hispanics. They are hardworking people. They are very loving, kind people. So this doesn't reflect on
Trying to get my women pregnant, you bastard.
Yes, this is my shot to Maria. Maria. You know what I mean?
Oh, you remember that song? Oh, man.
Hey, that song was fire.
Hey, it was, though. That song was fire.
My auntie had that as a ringtone.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to do my part, you know, like because we really do have so much in common, and everybody, most Hispanics have some sort of black in them, which means most blacks have some form of Hispanic in them, which means that we really should be a black and brown coalition. We really should be. There's no reason why we're not outside of perpetuating this colorism, this classism, and this anti-blackness. Those things, which are not small things, are holding us back. But if Hispanics, especially in California, are already 40% by just, blacks just having some resources, and there's nothing that we can do to overtake or supplant them as a population. So why are people so hell-bent on having blacks just completely at the bottom? See, someone that's already at the bottom doesn't need assistance to the bottom, right? So if we're such deplorable people and so dumb, why are people constantly undermining, undercutting, and try to kneecap our efforts? If we're so dumb, won't you just let us fail? Why don't you just let us be trash? But no, people try to sabotage, gerrymander, and make it so that we are intentionally failing. And it's not good for society. Please don't take my word for it. Look it up. Racism in this country cost us trillions and trillions of dollars.
Yeah.
Now, if those trillions was allocated to black and brown communities, do you think we would still have these tensions if we were building businesses and all of our kids were playing and I had a place where I can just bang Latinas in peace? Do you think that we would really be tripping? And I just slipped that bang Latinas in there.
One question. One question. Right?
They must love you right now, bro.
one question. I got a question. So, how many people that was behind her supporting this? Like, is there a number of people that was with her having this type of conversation?
Yes, there are multiple people, and they're kind of refusing to resign. All they're saying is they're apologizing. One guy is saying that he apologizes for laughing on the call. He said, I should have said something. Yeah,
right.
Think, you know what I mean? So everyone is trying to save face, and there's a lot of people that were backing them before, and there does need to be a deeper investigation, because we're gonna get into it. Like I said, it gets messier. Let's continue.
You don't know what village they came from or how they got here? Ma'am, you are here via your immigrant parents. Do you understand?
First shout out to the Brody Daryl Long. He says agreed. I like that jacket. I don't know if that's a summer or winter coat. It's still hot as hell out here to be wearing a jacket like that, but it does look fire. So shout out to Daryl Long.
Daryl Long, how you doing,
John Sinatra in the building saying preach. That's my dog. I sent him the link. He probably busy making clothes. I have the Beholder, Gallery de Babylon. So shout out those dope clothing brands. Even though this nigga was supposed to make me a hoodie months ago, still haven't seen the hoodie. But you know, hey DJ Eddie, what was you talking about? Black on black, black business. They be lagging. I'm trying to support my brother, but he lagging on me. God damn, John, when am I gonna get my hoodie, nigga? But shout out to my brother John. Love you, bro. So Alma says, do you think this is another desperate setup attempt for people to vote? Well, yeah, there's always a setup attempt for people to vote. If you know about politics, there's a saying, never let a crisis go to waste. So there's a lot of posturing that will be going on, people that will be saying, this is disgusting and how could you do that? But like DJ Eddie King saying, they were supporting them, but now they want to try to throw them under the bus for political gain. So a lot of this is political theater and grandstanding. It's very serious what's going on, and it should be taken serious.
You ever
But
heard the situation? It's like a saying: "From crisis comes opportunity."
correct.
Yeah, my bad though. Keep going.
Oh no, it's all good.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looked like John said he finna come on now. I put the pressure on him once I was to talk to him.
It was the
That nigga-
banging Latinas part.
No, it's that nigga was lagging on my hoodie part. Now he finna try to come and represent. Like, no, nigga, you was late. Don't get mad. Don't get mad at me, cuz.
Well, sometimes, B-Eazy, it's like it's a lot of people that probably ordered in. It's a long line. Like when I make the beats and stuff, I haven't made it in a while. I've been under, but it's been a lot of people in line for beats, and they've been like, "Yo, where's my beat at?" I'm like, I got about 45 people in line. Ahead of him already, so it's gonna be a minute. I'm just saying. Sometimes that's how business works. Sometimes, just saying.
Yeah, nah, DJ Eddie King to the rescue. I got you, Cuddy.
Yes, sir.
Now what you said is real, and it's all fun and games, man.
Yeah.
That's my bro. So
Yeah.
I'm just giving him a hard time. And what you saying is real though, because sometimes you gotta prioritize. Man, this beat is a little bit easier. This gonna take more time.
Yeah.
This dude paying me more. This dude needed tomorrow versus this dude needed 2 weeks. So it's a lot of nuance and caveats into it.
Yeah.
Oh, so now you got this nigga co-signing for you. Talking about tell him, bro. You see what you done did that, Eddie? This nigga come. I'm like, whose side are you on, my nigga? No, I'm just like, hey, I said all that positive shit about DJ.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, DJ Eddie, you make the beat for my song when I start rapping. You promise?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I got the first few lyrics. You know it's hard out here for a pimp trying to catch us money for the rent.
Okay.
All the Cadillacs and gas money spent will cause a whole lot of jumping shit. Bars. I'm just playing. That's hustle and flow. Shut up.
Fire.
I'm just playing.
I know. It's all good. Yo, B-Eazy, did 3 6 Mafia, did they write that song? I was told that they wrote it.
That I'm not 100% sure. I think they did. And I don't know if it was 3-6 the group entirely or just Project Pat.
I mean, Project Pat.
Because exactly, because they are a group, but sometimes they did branch off and do their own individual things, kind of like Outkast.
Man, 3-6 Mafia takes me back, bro.
Yeah, man.
Gotta stay fly.
Marcus pulled out the bars. Okay, I see you. I mean, he did recycle, regurgitate, and dare I say, stole bars. But
man, I did it. I'm part of the system. My bad. My apologies.
His delivery was on point. So
nah, I botched it. That one. I botched that shit. I'm good.
All right, let's get back into it.
Okay.
Do you see the problem we have? What village they came from, how they got here? I just see a little dark people.
So one, I get what we have to do, right? Just massage to create districts that benefit you all, right? And
We have to massage districts to benefit you all. That's called gerrymandering. That's called political manipulation to whip votes to make sure that you stay in power, to manipulate it to make sure that you get certain funds and you decide who those funds go to and where those funds get allocated to. So someone that are calling black kids monkeys and saying F that guy, he's with the blacks. When they get resources, do you really genuinely think that they're going to allocate resources in benefit of the blacks? Let's not kid ourselves. But let's see what else they say.
Future.
Do you hear that? I get what we have to do, right? Just massage to create districts that benefit you all. That is a room full of non-black Latin people. If you don't think there is an attack, I don't even say there's it's a continuing attack. There has never been a pause on the attack on black Americans in this country.
And once again, people, oh, you're a victim. Stop complaining. Pull yourself up by your bootstrap. Okay, slavery. Okay, then there was Jim Crow. Then there's redlining. There's convict leasing, debt peonage, block busting, 1956 Highway Commission Act, urban renewal, eminent domain. If you don't know what any of these things mean, look them up. Race riots, constant pressure from the FBI, CIA, dumping guns and drugs in the communities. When did that ever pause? Just show me a time where there was an attack on black people. Pause. Well, at least it's not like the 60s. Well, this came out in 2021. Does this seem so different from the 60s when Martin Luther King and Malcolm X got assassinated? Oh, so we should just be happy that people are not getting assassinated. It's still the racism. It's just got more sophisticated and covert. But we should be happy because there's no signs that says no color. And speaking of that, when there was signs that said no colored, and it said no Mexicans. But this is not my word. You can look this up. It's historically documented. Since there were many light-skinned Mexicans and Hispanics that were able to pass as white, they were able to use a lot of white facilities. According to the U.S. Census, over 53% of them identify as white. So when some people try to act like the struggle was completely the same, it isn't, and it never will be. Just like when Irish people were saying, yeah, but we were treated bad too. You were treated bad as indentured servants. Indentured servants is not the same as slaves.
Yes,
Don't
sir.
take my word for it. Type in slave versus indentured servant,
Yes,
and
sir.
you'll have your answers.
Yes,
So
sir.
let's continue.
There's never been a pause on the attack. Never.
Yep. Right, and the future.
Yep.
But we got to figure out Mark's seat too.
Yeah.
You know,
And I'm
that
gonna take
benefits you
different.
three.
Is it the
So people want you to believe there's a democracy. They say we have to figure out Mark's seat. They're conspiring on to get a black man, the dude named Mark, out of his seat. And who do you think they're going to try to put in there? Another black guy or a Hispanic? You know what I mean? So look, that's okay. But these are the same people that say it's about meritocracy, right? The best person that's qualified. Why are you just putting a person in there based on him being Latino? But then if someone says, all right, cool, let me just put a black person in there because I'm black and I want to support blacks, that's racist. How could you do that? You know, it's racist if blacks do it, but this is racial empowerment if they do it. Like this is ridiculous.
That's crazy.
Hey, do they have like Latinas and stuff in there, or like Asian people? I mean, and like Indian people in those kind of in those positions in America?
Not in most of them, they don't. And that's a good question that you ask, because when people talk about meritocracy, this is why it's a BS. It's more about who you know, not what you know. People, Asians are the highest earners, and you know, people revere them as the smartest people. All right, why has there never been an Asian president? Are there not more Asian CEOs? See, Asians drink the Kool-Aid and, you know, believe, you know, the dominant society when they say they're the model minority, right? But That's just to gaslight them to say, hey, you're better than the blacks, but just not good enough to lead these Fortune 500 companies. But hold on, I thought you said the Asians were so smart and they're killing it and they're the model minority.
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't Asians be more presidents? Nah, we'd rather have Sleepy Joe. Shouldn't you put an Asian in there over Donald Trump? Nah, we'd rather have someone grab him by the pussy. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
On one hand, it's meritocracy and it's about who put in the most work and who's smarter. We can argue that Asians put in the work and they're smart. That's what society wants you to believe. But then when it comes to time to put them in a position, they're like, nah, we'll have a white person run it. Wonder why that is.
Wow.
Look at this. Now that he might or may not be suspended, I don't know what's going to happen. I think he should be. But anyhow, if he goes away.
You mean resign, not suspended?
No, here's.
You're right. I think, yeah, there is a difference.
If I may.
If he resigns, hold on.
Did y'all hear them list a reason for him being suspended or him resigning? The only reason why they want him to be suspended or resign is because he's black. They haven't said anything. Oh, he did this wrong. He said this. He's black.
Mm-hmm.
So they just want to get him out of there to put in someone that's going to help them. That's the only reason why they want this guy out of there.
Wow.
If he resigns and the African Americans look at this as a hostile takeover because he's gone, we'll have to figure that shit out because politically they're going to come after him.
Yeah, but can I say?
She just said if the blacks see this as a hostile takeover because he's gone, then they're going to come after us. Only someone trying to do a hostile takeover would say something like that. That's like somebody that says, hey, no disrespect, DJ Eddie King, but fuck you. Like, why would I say no disrespect when I know that I'm about to follow it up with disrespect?
Right. That don't make no sense.
Correct.
That don't make no sense at all.
And that's what they're saying. Oh, if we get him out of here, they're going to come out of here. They're going to come after us because they're going to see it as a political attack. Yeah, that's because it is a political attack. Everything you described it as is a political attack. But they're trying to say, hey, look, we need to be prepared for them going after us. So not only are they preparing to oust this dude unjustly and unfairly, they're preparing for the backlash, not simply because this dude was bad at his job, because they just want to appoint someone they deem fit, who just coincidentally happens to be Latino. Shocking.
Oh, look at that. Politically, they're going to come after us. What did I tell you how they talk? What did I tell you? This is how they talk.
This is what I call ¿cómo se llama this guy?
This is a room full of Latinos. I want you to understand, it's a room full of Latinos. They don't with white people like that unless it's to the benefit of them. You have to understand this. Only group that does this is black people. And we have got to decondition ourselves.
And that's why it's so disgusting that all these other groups hate us, right? We're the only ones that it's like, here, everyone's invited to the cookout. DJ Eddie King, I know you got to fill me on this.
Yes,
why
sir.
are black people the only ones that even get asked about the cookout? Other, bro, have you seen a
Because y'all season your food like us.
Yeah, but okay, that was funny, but let me just say this. I've seen plenty of Hispanic cookouts, Asian cookouts, Tongan cookouts. They never even talk about others being invited, and they especially don't talk about blacks being invited. But somehow with blacks, are Mexicans invited to the cookout? Are Chinese invited to the cookout? Or white? And we like, yeah, come on now. We love all of y'all. But then when we try to go to the white cookout, what do? Call the police on us.
Yeah.
When we try to go to the Asian cookout, they be like, stop Asian hate. When we try to go to the Hispanic cookout, we have people like this talking. But everybody is asking black people, are they invited to the cookout? Show me one video of someone asking Asian people or black people invited to the cookout. Show me one video of people asking white people or black people invited to the cookout. But everybody asks black people. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're supposed to accept everybody, but everybody else is supposed to segregate from us. We
Right.
try to assimilate with groups that are trying to get away from us. Everybody is okay with that. They're okay with it because we are spending money with them. But if we say, you know what? Look, we love the Hispanics, we love the Asians, but we need to stop getting our nails done from them and only get it done from black people. We need to stop buying burritos from them and make our own burritos. Then people, well, that's racist. Hold on, how is that racist? It's the same thing that y'all doing. Y'all not supporting black businesses, y'all supporting Hispanic businesses, and that's completely fine. We need to do the same thing. But what will happen is we're such a powerful economic base that we blindly and foolishly give away that other people will feel threatened by that market share. More black people are getting weaves and their nails done than Asian people. So we literally could collapse their business if black women stop getting this weave and hair and stuff like that, right?
Right. Literally.
Do you think Asians would just be completely fine with that? Oh, it's okay. You think that Asians would start going marketing weave to Hispanics? It's not going to happen like that.
Nope. Not at all. It's never gonna
Personally,
happen.
personally, when I'm at an all white party or it's majority white people, I just know I don't fit in there. So it's like not for me. And then especially, and this
So
no
what do
hate
you
to them,
do?
right?
Stay or
It's
what?
no. I stayed for a little bit, but then I dip. I just like I respectfully just dip the hell out. And I can't like you can't even get me started on Asian people. And we're not bashing Asian people. We're not bashing white people. It's just how my
Definitely not.
perspective when I've been invited over there, or not even invited. I get a forward to a party, and I think Asian culture. I think they're one of the most for just them. They're one of the most like private. Like they kind of private themselves off in their
Yeah,
events and
super
stuff.
private and
Hey,
very
hey, hey,
secretive.
hey, listen, don't get me wrong. They run their mouth too. You just gotta catch them.
Absolutely. And
Mm-hmm.
that's
Oh yeah,
completely
at the
fine.
salon.
Hold on, let me get some shout outs. Shout out to Quantum Love Metaphysician. She says, peace, everyone. Salute to Quantum, one
Peace,
of the
Quantum.
loveliest ladies on YouTube. So shout out to Mrs. Love.
All
And
right.
then we got the Intellectual SoapBox saying, B-Eazy is serving a 5-course meal at a 5-star restaurant. And to be more precise, this is Michelin level cooking tonight. Shout out to Mr. Intellectual SoapBox. But this is real, bruh. I'm up here with the Brodies, you know what I mean? My brother and mi amigo, you know, and we just trying to sort this out,
Hermano.
catch this out.
Hermano.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Mi hermano. Mi hermanos.
There you go.
There you
A
go.
plus right there. I'll give you A right there.
See, there you go. I'm getting better. You know, I started off a little shaky with a B minus, but within due time, got me a A. So salute to Quantum Love Metaphysician one more time. Yeah, but let's get right back into it.
From this slavery mentality. No other group has that. We've got to decondition ourselves. They will, as far as team up with the white person, if it's to the benefit of them. And there's nothing wrong with that mindset. Listen, there's nothing wrong with that mindset. Nothing wrong with that. I don't have an issue with that. The issue I have is that we need some black people who do exactly the fucking same thing. Who do exactly the same thing.
Correct. If this is look, we can't change people's beliefs and feelings, and like you said, DJ Eddie King, yeah, she ain't about to say give an apology and then in 1 year, oh, she's cured of all this racism. So look, we know she's not going to change her, so we need to start playing the game as dirty as other people's play it. And this is what people will do. How are you doing that? You're playing the game unfairly. You're playing it dirty.
Yeah.
So are they.
So
I'm
are
just evening the playing field. And there's a saying, I don't know if you know it, but if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Mm-hmm.
The movie.
Facts.
The Wizard of Oz effect.
Facts.
What I mean by the Wizard of Oz effect is when you're at the side of the curtain, it's like this big voice. It sounds big. And it sounds like there's thousands of them. And then when you actually pull the curtain, is that you see the little Wizard of Oz. You know what?
I've never watched the movie.
It's the same thing.
I've never watched a movie. You have been in the United States for how long? You've never seen The Wizard of Oz? She should be deported right now.
Get her, get her out of here.
Oh man.
Get her out of here.
I feel pretty good about it.
Do you hear what
Shout
he
out
said?
to Amazing Lucas.
Bro.
Get her
Do you
out
hear
of
what he
here.
said?
Hey, that is kind of disrespectful. You an immigrant and you won't even tap in to see the Wizard of Oz.
Even I've seen that movie like at least once.
That's what I'm saying. Even I've seen it once.
I've seen the movie. I even read the book.
Oh damn, you went a step above.
Hey, yo, B-Eazy. He went to the lore.
That's what I'm saying. DJ Eddie is based.
Now, I don't know if anybody caught that, right? I don't know if anybody caught that, right? Did anyone catch that Wizard of Oz? Did anyone catch that Wizard of Oz comment? Listen to me. What he's saying by Wizard of Oz comment, right, is in response to what Martinez says to black people. Hey, they're gonna come for our necks. They're gonna come for our necks because they're gonna see this as an attack, right? If he resigns, and the African Americans look at this as a hostile takeover because he's gone, we'll have to figure this out because politically they're going to come after us. Now, he follows this up with, hold up. Let me tell you something. Hold up. Let me put you on some game. Let me put you on some game right here. The Wizard of Oz. Do y'all know what that means? I call the Como Se Llama is the movie. The Wizard of Oz. She's like, what? I've never seen the movie. Listen to what he's saying. He's saying, listen, I know you may get scared by the Negroes, right? You may be scared by the Negroes. Oh, they're going to come after us, but it's the Wizard of Oz effect. It may seem like there's a lot, right? It may seem like there may be a lot of people screaming and shouting and being upset. But once you pull the curtain away, it's only one person, right? It's only one person. He's saying it may seem like a lot of Negroes may come after you, but once you pull the curtain away, it's not that many. And then the other guy goes on to say, listen, out of 100, 52% of them are Mexicana. I like those numbers. Y'all want to talk about the great white replacement. We need to be talking about the great black replacement. I don't know if anybody caught that.
Pull the curtain. Is that you see the little Wizard of Oz? Yeah. You know what?
I've never watched the movie.
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
All right.
It's real simple.
It's real
You got
simple.
100 people, right?
It's the
52 of them are
old
Mexicanos.
folks.
I feel pretty good about it. I feel pretty
52 of them are Mexicano. All right, it's real simple. 100 people, right? 52 of them are Mexicano.
Mexicano. I feel pretty good.
I feel pretty good about it. I feel pretty good about my chances of beating your ass.
Yeah, but you feel good about beating your ass in what though? Because I thought we were black and brown. It wasn't black or brown. It was supposed to be and brown. But you're saying you're beating me, which means you're competing against me, which means it's a black versus brown. But they don't want to say that. They want to say black and brown. Help us politically, help us with this. And then when it's time to get resources, it goes to brown and brown. But what about the black? Oh, pull yourself up by your bootstrap. But that's not what you did. You had the help from whites, help from blacks, help from this group. And look, I don't think it's an issue for them to help groups, but you don't need to demean, undercut, and disenfranchise black people in the process.
about it. I feel pretty good about my chances of beating your ass.
25 are black.
25 or so are black. And the 25 blacks are shouting.
25 blacks are shouting. And the
But they shout like they're 250.
But they're shouting like they're 250 when there's 100 of us. He's saying, hey, you doing all this shouting, but you don't have the numbers to back you. You doing all this big talk, but I don't see anything behind you. You shouting like you got people, Not from where I see. Not from where I stand. A lot of those people are Mexicano. And they for us. They for us. Here's the thing. Is he wrong though?
No, that's the thing. He's not wrong. And it wouldn't be wrong for him to continuously be for his people, but he's for his people at the expense of disenfranchising and kneecapping, disparaging, and undercutting blacks. Like he can be for his people without calling black people monkeys and trying to screw them over financially and politically. No one has an issue with them being for their people. We should be more for our people like that. However, like DJ Eddie King was saying earlier, don't try to make it seem like it's just none of us fighting for nothing. Every time we do fight, there's black people in the seats now, and what are they trying to do? They're trying to get them out of there simply for them being black and saying, oh, he's with the blacks, and the blacks might do something for the blacks.
Right.
Even though they're doing something specifically for Latino. Nothing that you heard promoted a black and brown coalition. They only have goofy black people going out there as the mascot, white liberals and black people saying black and brown coalition. But when it's time for Hispanics to get something, they get real specific. They say Latina. They say Hispanic. They say Mexicana. They don't say brown. When it's time to cut the check, they don't even mention brown. When it's something, oh yeah, we need the blacks, black and brown, black and brown. And you know why they say that? Black and brown, and now we got Fat Joe saying, "Oh, Puerto Ricans 50% created hip hop, black and brown." Nigga, no, y'all didn't. And now they trying to remix it and say, "Oh, well, we in the same room." That's like me frying and cooking chicken. DJ Eddie is in the kitchen and like, here, put a little pepper in there. Like, all right, thanks, DJ Eddie. DJ Eddie helped cook the chicken 50%. Like, how? Nigga just gave me some pepper and a few spices. I was the one who cooked, prepped it, cleaned the chicken. You know what I mean? That's what they're trying to do. So that's why they say black and brown when it benefits them. You know, people of color, right? But then when it's time to go get a check, and they didn't say anti people of color hate bill. They said anti Asian hate bill. You know what I mean? So when these Hispanics are out there writing for themselves, they're not adding in black. Show me a bunch of black people that's on Telemundo. It's not. But if you look at the black channels in BET, they got Fat Joe. They got all sorts of Hispanics on there. But Telemundo don't got no blacks on there. You see what I'm saying? We always have been
Do you
open
guys
for everyone else.
do you guys count Afro Latino within y'all community as well?
I personally would, but it takes a closer examination, because the Afro Latina thing is kind of like the black and brown. People will say black and brown because we helped start hip hop, and then when it comes time to resources, it's brown and brown. And the same thing with the Afro Latina. I'm Afro Latina, da da da. And then you go look at what they identify as. Afro, relates to black. Latina relates to, Hispanic, Spanish. Now you have options. They have Native American, Indigenous, black, etc. You can't say you Afro Latina and check the box of white. That means you're Euro Latina. And if you are Afro Latina and all you speak about is your Latina part, I can't really take that serious. You know what I mean? Because now you're saying
I
that,
feel
okay,
you.
your Latin part takes higher precedence. You know what I mean? And that's completely fine. But just say that you're Latin then. Why are you even adding the Afro part when nothing about you is Afro? And speaking of that, there's rampant colorism within the Hispanic community. This is, no one has to take my word for it and say, hey, you're not Hispanic. I've dealt with many Hispanic people. I work with them. I have clients, and there's countless videos and articles all over the internet. So y'all can look this up. Due to the mind colonizing, many people do believe that the lighter skinned Hispanics are more desirable than the dark skinned ones. And look it up, Afro Latinas weren't even counted in South and Central America until like the 2015. They get treated the worst in their own country. Why? Simply because they have darker skin and they're associated with being black, even though they're a combination of both. But they, oh no, you guys are black. White is supposed to be right. And they have a phrase. I can't remember the exact phrase, but Latinas have told me this. Latina women, really deep embedded in the culture, have told me this. El Salvadorian and Mexican, there's something that they called about either bettering the race or essentially whitening the race. And there's something with them to get with lighter, fairer skinned people, maybe even white people, to apparently like better the race and to make sure that they usher in a lighter version of Latins going forward, because there is serious disdain for the darker skinned ones. You don't think I'm lying? Just go look at the Miss Hispanic America ones.
Just
Most of
look
the
at
ones
Canelo.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, most of the ones that win those contests are always lighter skinned. The darker skinned Latinas are, I don't know, I prefer the darker skinned, but yeah, you do get treated entirely different. But let's see what Quantum Love says. She says, because we need rep nationality, not colors, in my opinion. I mean, I do agree with you. I would need to expound a little bit more on your opinion. When you say nationality, what nationality are you referring to? American nationality? Because we can say we're African American, but not really. I prefer to be called a Black American or a foundational Black American, because essentially we all have roots from Africa. So technically, Elon Musk is an African American. You see what I'm saying? How convoluted he gets?
He is.
Well, he's really a white guy, but I'm saying there's people that are doing plays on words and semantics and saying technically he's an African American because he's from South Africa, or at least some of his family is from South Africa, and now he has American citizenship. Same thing with Charlize Theron.
Yeah, she's from North Africa.
Correct. So they consider her an African American. You see what I'm saying? So Charlize Theron is the same as DJ Eddie King, an African American. You see why you have to have a delineation and a distinction? And that's the same thing too. When if Putin comes over here, an Italian comes over here, an Irish person comes over here, technically in our eyes, they're all white, right? But no, one is Russian, one is Irish, one is Italian. So they're white, but there's different delineations. People understand that, and everyone is cool with that. Hispanics, they'll be like, bro, I'm from Honduras. I'm from, Mexico. I'm from here. People specify. No one has an issue with it. But when blacks say, hey, I'm a foundational Black American, oh, you're being divisive. Nigga, I'm not being divisive. When you came over here, you said, I'm not black, I'm Jamaican. I'm not black, I'm Nigerian. I'm not black, I'm from Ghana. How is that not divisive? Cool. You're from Nigeria. You're from here. I'm from America. I mean, why are people taking so much issue with people delineating when every other group does that? Is quite confusing, you know what I mean? But let's see what else she says before we get the ball rolling. Instead of saying black and be separated by colors, it really makes no sense, because like you said, there are dark skinned Latinos. So what sense does it make to be marked by colors? Well, this is the thing. We didn't make the system. So when you say don't be marked by colors, white people call themselves white. That's a color. How many white people do you hear addressing themselves as Caucasian?
None of
They
them.
say white nationalism. They don't say Caucasian nationalism. They don't say Caucasian supremacy.
Exactly.
They're the ones who came up with the term
Exactly.
white. You know what I mean? So I do agree with you. But then once again, when you're talking about nationality, and we should be uniting under nationality. What nationality? We shouldn't unite under African nationality. So what about the Jamaicans? Jamaica is not Africa. So Jamaicans should unite under nationality. You see what I'm saying? So as a foundational Black American, the only nationality I know is American nationality. People could talk about Africa and all this stuff. Most people talking about Africa never have been there, and they don't want to go there. They want to visit, but they don't want to stay. And shout out to Africa and all my people in the diaspora, but it's a reason why a bunch of them are coming over here, right? Why do you think all it? If Mexico is so great, which I'm sure it is, if it's so great, then just stay over there. Oh no, you're coming over here to America to say, oh, Mexico is great. If it was so great, why would you stay over there? That's like DJ Eddie King would agree. Man, my girl did everything she want. Everything I wanted, she cooked. You know, she rubbed my back. She had some bomb coochie. Why'd you leave her? I don't know. Just looking for something better. Does that make any sense?
No.
If your country is so thriving, so good, you guys work so good, and then you
Now you got a lot of Americans moving to Mexico too now. A lot more now.
Well, they're moving over there because they have resources and they're going over there and gentrifying it. So it is crazy because they're actually making it unaffordable for the locals. So now the locals are coming over here and making it unaffordable for us.
Bruh.
Caucasian is not a nationality. I'm still waiting for you to tell me what nationality you was referring to. So whether Caucasian is a nationality or not, what nationality are you referring to? Because I said American, that's a nationality. And no, Caucasian isn't a nationality, it's a ethnic group. And it says, get with the nation, people over colors of skin. I know this stuff does sound good, and I'm with you, but it's just I personally don't think it's realistic because it says colors aren't recognized as a nation. You know what I mean? So when people come over here and they're getting handouts not on behalf of their nation. You know what I mean? Actually, they're getting handouts based on their ethnic group. So when these Hispanics come over here, they don't say, here, we're going to give you a handout because your nationality is from Mexico or for Honduras. They don't say that. They say, hey, these people are Latinx. They lump them all into one group, and then they give them resources based on that. So
Can you repeat Honduras the way you said it the first time?
I don't know how I said it, but I'm sure
come on now. The second time you said it perfectly, actually.
What's going on, y'all? Hey, not actually, bro. If you look up reparations, I mean, you can call it handouts, but it's millions of dollars that they was getting. Any reparations was going to actually be given to a nation of people. No colors have ever gotten any reparations, and never will, because color is abstract. How you explain color to a blind person?
So first of all, we are actually Americans. So I don't know why y'all keep dancing
North
around.
America.
We're not here.
That's two different continents.
We're not. If you was born here, you're American.
It's two different continents.
Period. No, if you was born here, you're American.
My mother's different
continents.
My mother's American. My father isn't.
But if they had you as a baby in America, you are an American.
Correct. So I don't know why we're dancing around this nationality point, because it's like an excuse to not pay out. Like, oh, we would pay y'all out, but y'all identifying as a color. So if only y'all identify as a nation, then we'll pay y'all. Now we just doing some straw man stuff. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So you get it. You know what the straw man is?
Because I hopefully you joking, but my nigga, like, don't we having a serious discussion. If you on some troll shit right now, my nigga, this ain't the space for that, my nigga.
Yeah.
I don't use terms that I don't know how to use, cuz. So don't come up here playing, my nigga, for reals, bro. This ain't the discussion for that, bro. So, like I was saying, we are American. So when we talking about what nationality, we already know what nationality. And then we talking about, oh, we can't give them reparations because of a color. Ukrainians are getting billions of dollars of reparations.
Yep.
You know
Right
what I
now.
mean? No one is even talking about their color. And
Didn't
what
they
you want
just change that? Be easy. They changed it to like Indigenous Peoples Day or something like that.
I don't give a
Right,
fuck
exactly.
about none of that shit. I'm saying all of these other groups, when they get handouts, because that's what everyone else calls them, when they give you a stimulus check, they call it a socialist handout. When they give you welfare, they call it a handout. So why wouldn't we call any of this other stuff handouts? You know what I mean? And Quantum is saying, oh, I was okay. I was asking why keep up with the color narrative if it's not based on. I'm not. Did we come up with this color shit? Did we come up with this African American shit? No,
No.
we didn't. And then y'all want to talk about nationality? Okay, cool. Let's say I'm African American. Have any of y'all been to Africa? Why would I keep attaching all of my accomplishments and all of my lineage to Africa, a place that
I
all of
wasn't
human
born there.
life originated from? I've never been there.
Right.
Most people in this chat or on this panel haven't been there. Just because you went there doesn't make you an African American just because you
Exactly.
visited there.
Exactly.
So we're like dancing around this point and saying, "Oh, if only you guys had a nation to claim." We do have a nation to claim. It's called America. Wake the fuck up. Why are people acting like they don't know that? People's parents have been born here. Then their grandparents have been born here, and their grandparents have been grown here, and they still keep talking about Africa. Well, you'll get reparations if you attach it to Africa. No, nigga. When they giving all of these checks out to Ukrainians and Afghanistans, they don't say we're giving this to you because you're attached to a nation. They don't say that.
No.
Of course they wouldn't say that.
Let
Why
me
would they
let me
tell you? That's what I'm saying. There's certain people who they can't even tell them who they are. They can't give you your name. They can't tell you, oh, you know what? We got you from this place over here. Because then what? You gonna try to get reparations?
And that's a
Like,
bad thing
they
or what?
rather you be, oh yeah, I'm American, which is two
E-
different continents.
so let me cook real quick. Listen. I think salute to everybody on the panel and chat, man. What's good, everybody?
What up, Mr. Best?
John was good.
Good,
Issa was
Mr. Best.
good.
What's going on?
Marcus was good. DJ the King was good. B-Eazy was good. Look, man.
Good.
You know what I mean? I think it's not really hard to figure out or even think about. I mean, like part of what Issa was saying is somewhat true, but I got to expand on it more. Like at the end of the day, the reasons why the other nations do get reparations is because they are backed by another country or another nation, whether it's military wise, whether it's financial, whatever it is. You can go down the whole list of reasons of why those people are more respected than us. You know what I'm saying? The problem is that with most of us, you know what I'm saying, it's too much infighting, it's too much jealousy, it's too much backbiting. And on top of that, the ones who are from our native land of Africa won't come and support us. But if you do anything to somebody who is Jewish, oh, trust me, the Jewish people who live in Europe or live wherever they live at, they're going to back them. Whether they live in Israel, wherever they live, Jerusalem, wherever they live, they're gonna back their people. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's monetarily or anything else. And that is the problem. You know what I'm saying? We don't have anybody backing us. We don't have nobody supporting us. You know what I mean? We don't have nobody doing anything militaristically to say, yo, if you mess with one of ours, we're gonna send a nuclear missile up in the air. Straight up. You know what I mean? We don't have none of that. So because of that, people could just think they could just take advantage and they can just do whatever they want and they don't have to respect us. You know what I'm saying? Because we're so disorganized and completely spread out. And yes, it is done by the colonizer and the oppressor, but a lot of the stuff too is done by us. You know what I mean? Because some of us own slaves. You know what I mean? We just got to keep it 100. You know what I mean? Some of us are still doing things to hold each other back. You know what I mean? So we got to take accountability for the shit that we did too. You know what I mean? So it's not just all on, I do think it's systematic, but it's not just all on the system. It's deeper than that. And until we connect to all the issues and we recognize all the issues and we hold all those issues true and we take them all in, then yeah, we can't move the needle forward. You know what I mean? So we got to say, look, this is the shit that's happened. This is stuff that we done. This is stuff that is systematic, and we just got to move forward from there. You know what I mean? We know that we all are connected. We know that we've been spread out. We know that, we are all over the place. We some of us are in Central America or Latin America or South America or North America. Some of us are still in Africa. Some of us are in Europe. We all over the place. We know that. You know what I mean? And we know that we all over the place because if you look, you know what I mean, a lot of what we do and a lot of who we are is shown all over the world. Look at the pyramids. There's pyramids all over the place. There's even pyramids underwater. You know what I'm saying? So we are connected. We know that we connected. But, you know what I mean, we have to, embrace that. Like you said, be easy. A lot of times we don't want to embrace the other side. You know what I mean? We know that, we're indigenous people. We know that we get our energy from the sun. We get our vegetation, our farming, everything from the sun. We are people of the sun. You know what I'm saying? We do our research. We know that. But a lot of times we don't want to do our research. And a lot of times we just sit back and we just want to play the blame game and just blaming one person or blaming women or blaming men. And all that's just a bunch of bullshit, man. We gotta look at the facts and deal with it. You know what I mean? As I always say, destroy and rebuild. And that's just what it is.
Now I get what you're saying, but at the same time, you said a lot. You know what I mean? We know certain things, yeah, but won't take the time to research it any further. Like, okay, yeah, we know about slavery, but we won't research to say whether or not we were the ones who was the owners or the owned, or what family it was,
When you
what the
say
family
we,
name
who? I
was.
mean, cause
Yeah, I was kind of confused when he said that. Respectful.
I'm
Because
just saying,
was
but
it us or was it?
did you do the research about that? ESO, did you do the research?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's like
So what's the tribe?
once you get, you said what now?
What's the tribe?
It's Hope. It's HOPE.
And that was the only tribe?
As far as for my grandmother's side, you know what I'm saying? But on my father's side, it's the pretty much the research ends at my great granddad.
And are your people indigenous to these lands, or East Africa, West Africa, what?
Actually no. On this side is a tribe that was actually in North America. Is going to be originating in North Carolina, around the North Carolinas.
Well, you're talking about the Indians, right? The Native Americans, right?
Right, Native Americans rather.
And let me build on my point.
When
Let me build on my point
you
even more,
research,
Ito.
when you really go back far enough, you realize
You're in the matrix.
You're in the matrix.
Like
Bro,
we
you're in the
were
matrix,
all
bro.
Bro, I can't
from.
understand you, Issa.
There you go,
Yeah,
there you go.
ESO, whatever you said, just
I'm going through some trees.
Yeah, they got him.
yeah,
They got him. They got
Yeah,
him.
you're in the matrix. You're in the matrix,
yeah,
bro.
we can't hear you, ESO. So when you come back, we'll get on with you. So I know, John, you've been waiting.
They got him. They got him.
B-Eazy, let me build on my point more because of what Issa just said real quick. I definitely want John to share. And I understand what Issa was trying to share. So yes, some of us, all of us are indigenous. You know what I mean? If you are a person of color, you're indigenous. You know what I mean? What I mean by indigenous is that you are, like I said, people of the sun. You get your energy from the sun. You get your crops, your fruit, food, everything from the sun. You know what I mean? You are indigenous. There are non-indigenous people. Non-indigenous people are, people who are Caucasian. You know what I mean? They prefer colder weather. They don't eat the same things that we eat. They can't be in the sun too long. You know what I mean? All those things are factors. And then there's people who are, you know, extraterrestrial, which I believe in as well. So those are people who I believe are linked to us as well, but they are, they are beyond this world. So I think, we have to cover all those things. Now, some of us were here before, what I mean, before, slavery begun. So I
Yes.
believe some of
Yeah.
us did come here during the whole Pangea thing, even during the Ice Age. So during the Ice Age, some of us have crossed over from Africa all the way to America during the Ice Age because the whole
Mm-hmm.
world was full of ice. So it's a lot of things that could have happened. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things that did happen. But like Issa was saying, it is research that needs to be done. but we also have to just connect the dots. The dots are not hard to connect. You know what I'm saying? We just have to understand who we are and just do the research. And that's all it is. You know what I'm saying? And some of us are going to know what tribe we're from. Some of us are not gonna know. Some of us are gonna lose different things, and some of that is done by design. You know what I'm saying? Some of it is done by design, so you don't really connect to who you are, and you don't really know who you are. So we gotta understand that too. Some of that is systematic, and it's done to keep us dumb and keep us unaware of who we are. So yeah.
All right, cool. And I don't want to get too off topic of what we was discussing. I like what everyone is bringing, but yeah, they definitely, wasn't a bit over the place. John, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. You hear me?
Yeah, for sure. How much of the stream have you been
What up,
listening to?
John?
I've been listening. I've been listening pretty much the whole time. It was only for like maybe like I think like an hour I had timed out. But even then, I kept checking in, clicking back
John, what's good,
in.
baby?
What's going on, bro? What's going on? Shout out to the chat.
Okay, yeah, for sure, for sure. All right, cool. Well, basically, you've heard the discussion, and pretty much I specifically want to highlight because I know a lot of people are saying, "Hey, I'm not into politics. I don't care," and that's okay. But if you're not into politics, politics will be into you. You know, and these people are making laws that impact your lives, that will impact your parents' life, your kids' life. So if you don't care, then I don't want to hear you complaining about, well, why did they do this and why did they say this? No other group would allow this, you know what I mean? And stand up for this type of injustice and disrespect. So for me, there is no black and brown coalition. There is no coalition amongst the races at all, especially when it pertains to blacks. But I would love for it to be one. And we in the Bay, so it's a melting pot. You know what I mean? We're around all sorts of Hispanics, Asians, and different blacks, Jamaicans, Nigerians, etc. So we don't really have an issue with any of them, but there are a lot of underlying issues with these groups having issue with us. So as a person, who was, you know, um, come from a street background, could you speak on to the black and brown relationships? Is there a black and brown coalition? Are they united in jail? Are they united on the streets? What have you seen based on your observation, John?
Based on what I've seen, are they united in jail? Not at all. Only time I've seen unity in jail between black and brown is when it comes to, and not just black and brown, but just all nationalities in general in jail, is when it comes to some type of drug deals or something like that going on. That type of shit, you'll see people communicating with each other or something like that. Other than that, there is no stance as far as like we are one or no type of shit like that. As far as like like you said, we raised in the Bay Area where it's a big mixture of all different types of nationalities and cultures, right? So it's like we have the we have the experience that a lot of people don't have that live in different coasts and different cities and states in the world. Like as far as like I went down to Atlanta, it's not as mixed, races as it is out here.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
was
like
gonna say, did you see a lot of Hispanics out there in
nah,
Atlanta?
nah,
Yeah, it's
nah,
just pretty
nah,
much
not like
black and white, right?
yeah, pretty much. I mean, I did see some Hispanics. Like, of course, you're gonna see some Hispanics everywhere, but not nowhere near like how it is in California. Like, not at all. Like, it's like pretty foreign compared to how it is here. Um, and as far as like unity between black and brown, um, bro, it's a big line drawn. Like, not saying like every person that's black and every person that's Hispanic, like there's no black and Hispanic people that are friends or family or what. It's not saying that that's not excuse me, that is non-existent, but as a mass majority, bro, no. You know what I mean? Like everybody knows, what I mean, what side they pretty much stand on. And I feel like what was happening with that audio leaking out, that's kind of it. I'm glad that it happened because it brings up the conversation that needs to be had. Because we're not gonna be able to move forward, as a people or civilization if we keep on just trying to not speak on the elephant in the room. You know what I mean? Racism is not just coming from whites on blacks. It's coming from all pretty much all nationalities on blacks. And just like you said, I heard you say at one part of the chat, you said, not, what you allow is what you give consent to. So you may not be racist, but if you're not standing up against it, you pretty much allowing it to go on. So you pretty much agreeing with it. Like, you know what I mean? And I think we can all agree that, when it comes to particular nationalities, of course there's not 100% of a bloodline that's racist, but there's always some racism within their bloodline. And if they're not addressing it, and if they're not willing to stand with us against it, then I mean they just on the fence and allowing it to go on. So it's like, you know what I mean? It's a conversation that needs to be had, and we got to come up with a strategy to bridge these gaps for people to really just, be straight up and down and just stand on what they stand on. As time goes by and as the as we age in the earth ages in the universe, um, people got it. There has to be a revelation. You know what I mean? People got to stop trying to play the fence and just act like everything's all good while all the same things since the 50s and 60s and all this shit is still going on. You know what I mean? And like you say, when it comes to us, it's all stop complaining. Stop playing the victim role. But anytime you hear about anybody in any country, any nationality undergoing any type of attack, it's we're being victimized, is this, is that, and it's supposed to be, so much empathy and sympathy. But when it comes to us, it's just, somehow they reverted back to blame it on us. You know what I mean? The same way how they bring up, all this black on black crime, like there's no other nationalities that commit crimes and offenses against each other. Everybody does that. You know what I mean? White people kill white people, Mexican people kill Mexican people. So, that's pretty much just like another what's the word? Another stigma or stereotype, that they try to play on, like, oh, they're just taking each other out. They're just, when really everything is set up systematically to be that way. Somebody was just saying, I don't know exactly who it was that was speaking, but they was talking about how it was a part of design. It's designed that way. You know what I mean? From how we're bred. Because if you look at it, when children start off in preschool, think about when you was back in the sandbox. Nobody cared what color nobody was. Everybody played together. Everybody had fun together. It didn't matter. It's not until you get older, till probably I'll say about maybe junior high school, where race and these different stigmas and things get put into play, and they try to force you to enter groups. They want to categorize you. Oh, you, if you black, you can't play soccer because that's what the Mexicans do. If you're Mexican, you can't dress like this because you're dressing like a nigga or a black. Oh, if you're into this type of music, you can't do that because that's this type of music. So it's like, it's definitely a part. It's all by design. You know what I mean? And the reason why it keeps thriving is because that's how the elites benefit off of it. That's how everybody. That's how they keep this pyramid system, going. That's how it keeps pumping, because they cause division. Out of the division, they conquer, and out of the conquer, they keep us in chaos, and they create order out of it, and the cycle just continues on until we as a people start to wake up and stand up, and stop just sitting back and just, every year keep celebrating every holiday, keep going to every sports event, keep on just continuing on with life like the shit don't matter. We gonna keep this shit going. You know what I mean? When all this shit happened, and during the pandemic, and all the athletes and shit was talking about striking, and not, people was, crying, oh no, we need football, we need this. Bro, with all this shit that's going on in the world, real shit, we need to pause on everything. We need to pause on music. We need to pause on entertainment, period. Because what it's really doing is it's just allowing all of this propaganda to keep getting pumped out and keep brainwashing everybody like we're not living in a chaotic ass society. You know what I mean? And the older I get, the more I understand society. And I feel like to even be able to understand society, it takes a special type of gift, because you got to be able to look outside the box, and everybody's not able to do that. So, like I said, I've been listening the whole time. I've been hearing everybody speak and speak their piece of mind. and I've been hearing nothing but truths. You know what I mean? I didn't hear really nothing. I can't think of nothing off my head that I disagreed with that I heard coming from nobody, whether they were black or Latino or whatever. Bottom line, we all understand that the bigger picture and what's really going on here. But the problem is the mass majority of people, choose to turn a blind eye, and that's what's gonna keep this shit going on.
Okay,
Yeah,
be
correct.
easy.
Yep.
I would like to say something, man.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to say something. First of all, I think all of this shit is racist. If you think about it, though, be easy. And John, first of all, you mean to tell me? Let me figure this out. First of all, you mean to tell me I was born here in America, but I have to be called an African American because I look like those folks down there in Africa? And then we come with the sheep wolves, which now they call it afros. I don't even know where that term even came from. So our names have to be Afro American. And then when motherfuckers get sick, you call it chicken pox. Why? Because you feel like we eat chicken. And then here come the monkey pox. Why? Because you feel like we look like monkeys.
Mm.
You feel what I'm saying? I feel like all this shit is racist. That's why I was like, listen, I was born here. I'm an American. This is where I was born. Now, my parents may have been born in Jamaica. Okay, that's where they from. But I'm from here. This is where I was born. Right here. I feel like all this shit is racist, though. For
And
real.
then peep this. Your parents is from Jamaica. Jamaica is not Africa, right? Yeah,
That's
we are
not.
still
It's not
black, but
Africa.
it's not. So now
Exactly.
a Jamaican is forced to be called African American just
Right.
because.
Right.
And then people are saying, well, don't call yourself black because it's a color. Okay, so you want a Jamaican man to call himself African American, even though
Right.
he's Jamaican?
See?
How is that any better than calling yourself black?
See?
Please tell me.
See?
That just gives us that gives
Facts.
more room for us to be singled out because the real Africans is like, no, y'all not us. You know what I mean? And
Correct.
then
And
Exactly. They'll
Jamaicans
tell
is
you in a
like, I'm
minute
not
if
African. The people from the Caribbeans is saying, no, we ain't black. We this and that. So yeah, I didn't come up with the term black. And if we don't use black, you know what the other term they used for us was Negro. And then people will be like, well, don't call me Negro. Well, nigga, you don't want to be called nigga. You don't want to be called Negro. You don't want to be called black. You don't. Come on now. What are we talking about here,
right,
bruh?
right, right,
You want to be called a melanoid?
right,
Come
right,
on.
right.
So that's
That
cool. If somebody said, hey, I don't want to be called black or African American, what is the alternative you have? And then
Right,
all you hear is crickets. You have no alternative.
right, right.
What was you saying, Marcus, before I play the video?
I was gonna say they also have other terms in Spanish that are they have moreno. I don't know if you heard of that term before.
I have heard
Moreno.
Yeah.
of it. What exactly does it mean? Because
So
I don't want to
some
misconstrue it.
so moreno is basically like the shade of like dark skin you are. So it's kind of like light skin, or maybe like a little like between chocolate and light skin and stuff. You know. And then there's like the other one called the more offensive term, which is mayate. That's the more offensive term itself too.
That one I've heard quite a bit.
Yeah, that be careful because some that usually what it means is they're trying to offend you. So it's like a
Yeah,
Spanish
yeah,
way of.
yeah. No, that's what I was saying. No, they've made
Hmm.
it clear that when they were saying it, that was offensive. So that one I did know. But the Moreno, I didn't know if it was being said as an offensive or endearing term. But Mayate, I knew exactly what they
No,
meant by
it's
that.
kind of like, but when you hear moreno, let's say for example, a Latina girl is telling, "Oh, ese moreno está chulo," like, "Oh, that African or chocolate looking guy is cute." When a chick says that, so like when you hear that, it's usually mostly just to either signify, "Oh, he's moreno," or maybe in a complimentary way. Usually. Hmm.
All right, cool. Yeah, I wasn't sure of that, and it would behoove all of us to learn another language. Spanish probably would be the easiest one, but it don't got to be Spanish.
Hmm.
But especially in California, where it's 40% Hispanic, I definitely think it would behoove you. Not only will it increase your cognitive abilities, but also, when people's talking slick about you, you'll be able to check them in their own language, but you'll also be able to just be more informed, and you'll be able to increase your value, because a lot of these jobs, if you guys are looking for
Mhm.
jobs, are going to start saying bilingual. They're already saying that.
And
So they'll,
it's not just for Espanol either. It's also
correct,
for people
Mandarin.
who speak Mandarin, yeah, who are from the Philippines who speak Cantonese. I tried to apply for a position that's in my field, as a computer
Some
technician,
Farsi too.
and they were like, because I didn't speak Cantonese, they didn't want to hire me, which is crazy. But hey, that's the way of the world. I just want to say this as well. I think what John said was great when he was talking about how things are systematic as well, and how those things that are systematic are built to distract us. You know what I'm saying? They're built to distract us, and they're built to make us not look at things that are factual, and they're built to basically not make us take things that are serious in a serious manner. You know what I mean? So that's definitely key. Also, as well, I think a great film or a great series of film to watch about this is a film series called Hidden Colors by Tariq Nasheed. It really exposes a lot of this. It really talks about how a lot of us were separated. You know what I'm saying? It exposes the Willie Lynch letter. It exposes a lot of different things. So definitely watch that documentary. I think there's 4 parts to Hidden Colors. And he also did a movie called Butt Breaking, I think it was
Yeah,
called.
Buck Breaking, and there's actually
Yeah.
5 hidden colors. And he's
Hmm.
actually doing a movie. He said, because he wanted to set this hip hop stuff straight, he's gonna do a documentary about that. He also has a movie called Something Maroon. Is basically about the indigenous blacks that were actually here, because
Hmm.
yes, some of our ancestors were bought on slave strips, but there's actually documentation that we were, original to these lands. And they
Hmm.
talk about the slavery that, okay, cool, y'all want to say blacks enslaved blacks, and then people say everyone was enslaving each other. So why would you leave out the fact that a bunch of Indians were enslaving blacks, and based on some documentation they were
Which is
even
true.
more heinous
Yeah.
than some of the
Yeah.
whites. So, if we're calling out everyone, right? If we're calling out African tribes and holding everyone accountable, we can't just
Hmm.
act like it was just like the Indians didn't participate in there. There's countless
Also,
of documentation that represent it. And this is not to demonize a group or anything, but we want to be historically accurate because not everybody knows this. Most people that I know grew up with people saying Christopher Columbus discovered America. Now, that was a flat out, blatant, and overt lie.
Mhm.
But when did you find that out? When you were an adult? So that means you were in your whole childhood was an indoctrination. So it's important for people like us to present out historical facts.
Hmm.
Not everybody is going to read, and you don't got to take my word for it, but I have read, I've done extensive research. So when I say something, I'm not just running off my mouth. And that's why I always say, don't even take my word for it. Look it up. And, most people don't refute what I'm saying with facts. They'll say, well, I think and I feel. Your feelings are not facts.
Mhm.
look, hey B, did you peep? Even before this audio got leaked, it was a big controversy on YouTube. It was a podcaster. Um, I believe he's Mexican. What's his name? American Cholo or so. I don't know. It's something, but
American
Yeah,
he
Cholo.
American
basically
Cholo.
American Cholo.
he
Yeah.
was going in on Tariq Nasheed, right? In which I understood why he was saying he was offended or whatever he was saying. But this is my thing, right? If you notice, when he started going in on Tariq Nasheed, he started using so many different black stereotypes and slurs, like at the same time, that just pretty much shows you, how he really feels on the inside, even though he was just trying to make it like he was just going in on him. This is my thing, right? If you don't have no racism in your heart, right? You would never, what I mean, while going in on a individual, say something, what I mean, that just goes in on a whole race of people. Like for example, if I'm into it with a Mexican dude and I don't have no type of prejudice or racist, against that culture, I'm not gonna be calling him, you know, uh what rhymes with setback or certain slurs or something like that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be, speaking on my issues directly that I have with him as an individual. But when this dude particularly was speaking, you couldn't tell the difference from him talking in one of these, KKKs or whoever else, you know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. Like it's been an elephant in the room, bro. You know what I mean? And I feel like
And not only that, that American Cholo dude, he had a show on Power 106. He had Tyga come over there, and Tyga, old nerd ass, went on there and
right,
apologized for some
right,
song in American. Oh, the song is racist. Okay, he'll speak out about a song being racist, but he won't speak up about these Mexican politicians saying stuff about blacks. And
exactly.
American Cholo daughter, his grand, he has a mixed grandchild. His
Mhm.
daughter got knocked up by a black dude. So he tries to say something like, my grandkid is black. No, your grandkid is biracial. Your
Bro, that's
grandkid
just
is
like
mixed.
that's just
He's
like when
not
racist
black.
people. That's just like when racist people like I have friends that are black. That doesn't mean that you're not racist, bro. You know what I mean? And your what you consider as a friend, is highly probably different from what the person that you consider a friend considers as a friend too. If you really want to examine it and get deeper and deeper on it, you know what I mean? A lot of this, this camouflage racism. See, I think that's why it keeps going further too, because we're in a time now, especially like in California, where everybody's not blatantly just racist like that. Like they're not everybody's not calling you, a nigger. You know what I mean? They might, pat you on the back. Oh man, you're great at basketball. Oh man, you're great. But you gotta know you gotta be able to read between the lines of the compliments and even the jokes. Just like just like let me just
Correct.
say this, the Asian comedian that said, "Oh man, nobody's cooler than black people." I don't know nobody else who could take a racial slur and make it into something that's cool. Like, you know what I mean? That's really a slap in the face, bro. He's not saying you're cool. He's really just saying, look how stupid you are. You know what I mean? You think
Correct.
it's
We
cool
wouldn't do
because
this. We're gonna laugh at it, to crack a joke, but really we're laughing at you, not with you.
exactly, bro. And a lot of black people was laughing at it, stupid to the fact that he's really slapping you in the face. You know what I mean? And it's like, and that's the thing, bro. We got a lot of people of our own people that's in denial, bro, about racism, about all this. That's just like when they asked Lil Wayne, have you ever experienced racism? He's like, oh no, I never experienced racism. You know what I mean? They asked Young Thug at the BET Awards, hey, how do you feel about all these police the attack on black men and with law enforcement? He's like, oh man, I don't want to talk about that. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about rocking ice and all this. Then he catch a RICO charge years later, and he talking about, oh, this is discrimination. Oh man, they targeted me.
Right,
Oh,
exactly.
all
He
this.
talking
You
about
see
the
what I'm?
conditions in the jail.
Exactly.
They treating him like a dog.
You know what I mean?
At first,
So
he
it's
was
like,
disrespected. He was talking about he don't want to talk about that shit. That's exactly he said. I don't want to talk about that shit.
Yeah, he said I'm iced out, like I'm a young, fly, flashy nigga. Like I don't talk about that stuff.
hey, in
ASAP Rocky
translation,
said the same thing.
right? In translation, what they really saying is, oh, that's not affecting me. Yeah, these are my people, but I really don't even identify with these people because I'm in a different tax bracket, so I don't feel like I'm get because I got money, or so I think. You know what I mean? Because to the elites, you have nothing. You know what I mean? And you're highly, I mean, you can easily be replaced in a race. But you know what I mean? That's what they're saying because as soon as we get to a comfortable spot, we forget about the whole struggle of our people as a whole, bro. And that's another thing that's holding us back. One of us is always comfortable just being up, but you know what I mean? We never want to work towards
Yeah,
bringing
Claude
us as a
Anderson
whole.
calls it the exceptional Negro. So basically, the exceptional Negro wants to be able to shine above all the Negroes. He wants to go back to the non-black people and say, "Look, I'm not like any of those people. You know what I mean? You guys should respect me." And then he goes back to the Negroes and he passes them out fish rather than teach them how to fish. He gives them fish so they can depend on him, and he never wants them doing better than him or even the same as him. That's how we are. We wanted people to worship and idolize us as the exceptional Negro. But see, the exceptional Negro crosses and goes over the fence, and they're seeing him as it. Once you go over the fence, you just another nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and you know what it shows too? A lot of us, bro, got a price tag. If we can get a certain amount of money, we'll turn a blind eye to everything that's wrong and not try to stand up for injustice, bro. And that's even the biggest problem because when we even in a position to actually help and make a change, we sit back and be like, you know what, I could do this, but I don't want to risk, you know what I mean, having to, go through the struggles of, trying to stand up against this system. I'd rather just sit back and just, fuck it, whatever happens to the rest of, I'm good, my family's straight. But how straight is your family if all the people around you are struggling to the point to where now they ready to take and kill you for what you got because you're not even trying to help and make a way to where they can, where we can all provide and we can all rise up, as a whole. You know what I
Oh,
mean? We got to get it. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, but we all gotta rise up as a whole, bro. We gotta break out of this system as soon as we got something good going for us. Okay, I'm just straight, fuck everybody else. No, bro, it's as a whole. And then even if we go outside of just black people, and then we go to the brown too, the brown people, bro, who are not racist, bro, and y'all know this shit is wrong. Y'all gotta stand with us. Y'all gotta stand against this shit because it's gonna end up blowing up in y'all face too one day. You know what I mean? I don't know when it's gonna be, but the same way they targeted, children, our grandmothers and our elders and shit like that. When it started kicking back, and then everybody starts feeling the wrath of the effects of all this racism that's been going on for so long, everybody's going, want to, raise their hands up then, like, oh no, it wasn't me. I didn't have nothing to do with it. I'm on y'all side. Well, why did you sit back and let this shit happen? That's just like if I see a woman getting raped in the street and I just keep driving by instead of getting out to grab the dude off top of her or some shit, bro. I'm just as guilty as the dude. Like, come on, bro. We got to stand together as a culture, as not even just a culture, but just as a whole, for as humans, as human beings. Period. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they.
People become desensitized to everything. And I feel like it's because we see so much of this shit on social media that it's starting to make it so normal. You see the rappers get killed every week on camera. You see dudes get pulled over for a traffic stop, get his brains blown out by a cop on camera. That'll stay on the internet. I make a post saying
George
that, you know
Floyd.
what I mean? I make a post, you know what I mean, talking about anything close to political, and they striking my account talking about banning me, but I can still go find a video of my favorite rapper getting shot down or innocent, pedestrian getting killed by a cop for mistaken identity or whatever, and that's still up, and that account doesn't get stricken. People can go in my comments and put racial slurs and all types of shit like that, and they don't got to worry about their accounts getting taken down. So it's like we got to take a stance, bigger. Look at these platforms that we on. Even the platform we speaking on now, we got to code what we really want to say because they gonna flag. They'll pull the page down. You know what I mean? And then when it comes to sticking together and making a platform and making it pop, because we the ones that truly make all the platforms and everything cool pop anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
Instead of trying to start something new, you know what I mean, and bring everybody to that, we rather keep on going to these same platforms, you know what I mean, who's a part of this, racist ass system, you know what I mean, and letting them have that power. It's just like you look at Lil Boosie, for example. He keep on begging Mark Zuckerberg or whoever
This
his
nigga
name is,
looks so goofy
Instagram,
doing that.
please give me my Instagram back. Oh man, this how I make
He
my
was
money.
trying to he was trying to pay Mark Zuckerberg like 2 or 3 million. I'm like, nigga,
Okay,
for
but
3 million,
okay,
you
but
can
wait.
get your own platform.
Okay, but wait though, right? Did you see when he got pulled over by the police officer, a white cop, and he like, hey man, how much they paying you? I'll pay you double that, man. I'll have some black bitches too, suck your dick
Yeah,
every day.
and he thought about it too.
You know what I'm saying? Come
I
on,
didn't
bro.
even see that.
Look at. Oh man, it's on the internet. Yeah, it's on the internet. Little Boosie, you know what I'm saying? This how you speaking about your women to a
Yeah,
white man. So we
yeah.
don't want to hear you talking about, oh, they need to take down the Jeffrey Dahmer documentary and they need to pay the families. Is he gonna pay the families of that dude
Yeah,
that died that he was
you
beefing
need to
with?
protest, man. I'm like,
Right.
shut up, Boosie.
I mean, come on, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. And it's like, I guess, listen, bro, we all can be hypocrites at times, but when it comes to, serious subject matters like this, we gotta leave the clown shit out the way. Some people just need to sit down, bro. Like, especially if you going I mean, if you're gonna stand for something, stand on it. But you can't be trying to stand up against prejudice and racism, and then the next week you telling a white cop, oh, come work for me. I have some black bitches suck your dick every day, and I'll give you double the money. Why you ain't trying to give a black cop, you know what I'm saying, double? Why you ain't trying to recruit a black cop to come work for you? And you see what I'm saying? You willing to pay a white man double. You see what I'm saying? Like, come
Yeah.
on, bro. We doing it to ourselves, bro. We doing it to ourselves. And then you see him crying in the media. Oh man, ain't nobody supporting my movies. Nobody coming after this, bro. You trying to play two sides of the field, bro. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? It's like just pick your side and just stand on it. This same dude was telling people to go get the jab or whatever. You know what I mean? It's obvious this dude to take a check to say anything. And I just said in moments ago, a lot of us will turn a blind eye for a certain amount of money. You know what I mean? We got price tags. You know what I mean? And it's all the celebrities. I'm not just gonna single out Boosie. It's all of them. All the celebrities got price tags because they're not willing to lose or walk away from what they got. Every time you see LeBron come out and try to, say a little bit of something, they get on his ass, and next
Hey,
thing you know, he shut his ass up.
speaking of LeBron, yeah, I think LeBron had an he has like a podcast or an interview like called The Shop or The Barber Shop. He had an interview with Kanye. What do you think he did? Took it down. Come
Man,
on, bro.
Kanye be saying some real shit too, but then he just say some shit so crazy that it's like I don't know if he is this a part of his is this a part of his plan to like I
Yeah,
don't know what I don't
he
know.
go from Kanye to pro black, and like I said, when he say some some Sambo type of stuff, I'll call it on him. But when he was on Fox News, he
He
said a
said some
lot.
real shit.
He said some real stuff, and I'll acknowledge that now. And look, and this all I did. I said I support Kanye and the message that he delivered on there. And this was on a post. People start attacking me. You a coon? Stop worshiping him. I'm like,
Somebody
nigga,
said
nothing
they
I said.
called you a cool.
They said, yeah, they said I was a coon because I said I support what Kanye said on Fox News, and they was like, stop drinking the Kool-Aid. Why are you worshiping him? I said nothing. I
Hey
said
man,
worship the man. But see,
I
that's what I'm
bet not.
trying to say. As
But
soon as
these same people
you
is
agree with one thing, like if Donald Trump say 2 + 2 is 4, and I say that's right, and they say you're a MAGA, you're a Trump supporter. I'm like,
right, bro. You can't
what?
go. What's real is real. You know what I mean? You just gotta stand for what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. It's not even about color. It's just
This
about
is
right and
this
wrong.
society is so soft now.
Yeah, they ready to cancel motherfuckers out, bro. They want to pull you, but at the same time, they're clearly showing you by what they allow to keep being replayed on the news and social media. They're clearly showing you it's okay to watch black people get gunned down, get killed,
Bro,
get
how was that George
all the
Floyd
worst.
able to go so viral, right? Come on now.
They played a man getting murdered on national television, bro, and
But
then you make a video or something, bro, like it'll get flagged because it's just crazy, man. I don't even gotta just go into this. Everybody
you,
on this
you
platform know what's going on.
but John, they put themselves into that hole. They put themselves in that because I want to say this. I've been saying this many times about these rappers. Stop coming to the hood flossing like that. If you know you got these hungry lions out here, that has nothing to do with jealousy. When you on camera flossing like that, you're teasing the hungry man. You can't
It's
do
fact.
that. You cannot do that. You would not. And if this is a fact, by the way, you go to the suburbs to do that, they ain't gonna give a fuck what you got on because they can buy 20 times as that. I've said this multiple times. They
That's
can
all
buy
fact.
whatever you got. So they come to the hood because they know that we don't see shit like that in the hood, like the cars and the shit they got on. We don't see nothing like that. That's like what 2 houses on your arm and 4 houses on your wrist and your neck. We a lot of times we don't see shit like that. And you come down to the hood, that's teasing. You're teasing the hood. That's what you're doing.
That's
So
all
and you
fact.
know, yeah. So
But at the same time,
You're not
them
only
that even though
teasing,
they doing dumb
you
shit by
testing them
teasing
too.
people, but the point is that I'm just making is look at the fact that they gonna keep showing you this on video, the graphic footage and all this over and over again, desensitizing you to it to where now we just like, oh man, he's just dumb. Yeah, but there's other people that do dumb shit too, bro, and they get killed on camera. They not showing that shit out of respect for the families and all that shit. But
yeah,
when it comes to us, we got to see a nigga whole brain get blown out on camera, and it's still on Instagram or Facebook or whatever. Come
yeah,
on, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they gotta stop. The rappers need to stop doing that stupid ass shit. I'm definitely 100% behind you with that. But
yeah,
the only point I'm making is that, bro, look at how they can match. These videos got millions of views, bro. If you look up any one of
Make
these rappers,
anything go
death,
viral, bro.
come on, man, come on. But at the same time, we don't want to make sticking together go viral. You know what I mean?
No,
uh-uh.
You know
we'll
what I
do
mean?
every challenge except for sticking together. Like, hey, let's all donate $10 to each other, man. I ain't trying to do that challenge. But then if somebody say, hey, let's spend $100 at the bar, I'm with that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, look, I just want to point this out too about about the racism shit, right? Shout out to Latino people, right? Man, I'm all for them getting their money, right? But I see how they can go stand, you know what I mean, in front of a Home Depot parking lot in California. I don't know where everybody's at in here, but in California, you know, the Mexicans, they will go stand in the parking lot and they will just wait for work. You know what I mean? You'll see a whole group of them. They just waiting for whatever somebody may need done. They sitting there, people go there, and it's basically like they dispatching themselves, right? If a group of black so called black people even get more than five of it, 3 to 5 of us together, bro, they gonna pull up like, hey, what's going on? Break this up. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
designed. This is by
Right. That's
design.
considered a
And this is the
game.
thing. Shout out to my Mexicans, but y'all know that y'all need to start standing with us too, bro. Because it's looking kind of crazy that
Yeah.
we later, like you say, y'all could come out here, but we let y'all get y'all money. We let y'all, and we help y'all feed y'all family on top of that too. But we can't. It's not the same if we go to where we go to y'all land. If we go to where y'all. So you know what I'm saying? It's like all we want to be is just some type of the same respect, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what's missing. The lack of respect, bro. And like I say, you don't gotta be calling us nigger. You don't gotta be doing all that just to show that you're not bothered
That you
by it.
down for
Like
your people. You
yeah,
can be
you
down
just
for
basically
your people without downing our people.
thank you.
Let me get to the chat real quick, and then I'm gonna play some more of this video because, like I said, we've been cooking. I told y'all it was gonna be heavy tonight, and
Yeah.
Quantum says facts not about color at all. I stand with what's right. Fuck who's saying it. Now, who's saying it does matter, but I'm saying you shouldn't get overly caught up on who says it. Like I said, if you don't like Donald Trump and he says 2 + 2 is 4,
Mm-hmm.
now if you acknowledge that he said 2 + 2 is 4, and that's a fact, by you acknowledging that fact, it doesn't mean that you suddenly are a Trump supporter. So we got to
Mm-hmm.
be able to compartmentalize and say, look, I don't like this dude. Most of what he said is some BS, but this specific point or instance that he made was some real stuff. We can do
Mm-hmm.
that and move on. It's called compartmentalizing.
Yeah.
So Intellectual Soapbox says, don't floss if you ain't gonna help. Yeah, I'm with that because I seen
Mm-hmm.
a video of Meek Mill driving through the hood in like a Lambo, all sorts.
Oh, you cut out.
Easy.
They got him. They got.
You cut out easy. Easy.
They snatched him up. Came
I
from
don't know.
him.
He
They
not
got him.
he not talking. So I think, damn
His
man.
audio went out.
You might gotta just time
Quantum
out.
also said media highlights what they want to be seen. Just
Gotta
build
keep.
narratives to tell you how to think about it. Oh, he back. Okay, okay.
Yeah, that only happens when we talking about building, right? If I'm over here talking about some big booty hoes, get with it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah. Yeah.
nothing happens. But
Yeah.
whenever we building, somehow technical difficulties. But it's cool though.
Fair
Yeah.
use. Fair
We
use.
we we
The fair
we ain't
use.
stopping. But Quantum Love says, media highlights what they want to be seen and known and spins narratives to tell you how to think about it. It's true, but we as people collective, and I'm not just talking about black people, this is people in general, because all of these other groups, they buy into these narratives, these anti-black talking points, and then even some black people do. We got to recognize that that's the game, is to keep us divided. You know what I mean? So as they're
Mm-hmm.
dividing you, they are picking your pockets and making life worse for you. If you think that because you're white or Hispanic, that Chuck Schumer, Mitch McConnell, Nancy Pelosi, name said politician, gives a crap about you. They don't. It's all about
Ain't there a Kennedy that's running for some type of governor or something like that? He said something crazy on the commercial.
which
Forget which
Kennedy.
one. It's one of the Kennedys, man. He's running for some type of office, and he said something super crazy
I
on a
seen him, but
commercial.
all of them say something super crazy. And mind you, all of these Hispanics that I'm playing are Democrats.
I did not have sensual relationships with that woman.
Damn.
One
Another
of the best lines.
another another Democrat lying. You know how you can tell a politician is lying? Their lips are moving. So Risa Neal says
Facts.
Boosie did not stay in. Hold on, what she said? Boosie did not stay in my town after the concert they put on. He knew that other thugs are hungry. Uh, he said he knew that other thugs are hungry and are not real
Shout out
fans of
thugs.
his. Okay, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like Boosie talking all this stuff, and shout out to Boosie, but come on, Boosie, don't act like you can't get touched. Cats be like, man, I'm a shooter. Guess what? Even shooters get shot.
Yeah.
man.
Boosie just got shot in Dallas like last year. He just got shot.
My point
Yeah.
exactly. You are not bulletproof, cuz. So it says, I agree with that. Hold on. Man. Oh, because this video, that's all I said, and keeps kind of blocking it. It says, I agree with that, but I don't think it's important to place a disclaimer before agreeing with someone who speaks facts. I agree. You shouldn't have to place a disclaimer, but I think sometimes people place a disclaimer just for clarity, because when you don't, people will say, well, not all women do that. Well, not all black people, you know what I mean? So, so that's why people do the disclaimer, because once you don't, then people get on you and say, well, why are you generalizing? So, I think it's just kind of to avoid the headache. But it says we got to recognize the media ain't our friend and let that shit fall. I don't understand what you mean by let that shit fall. You can come up and say, but like, see, this is what I'm saying. What are you referring to? Let that shit fall. I don't think we should let anything fall.
I think she said let the shit go. So I think that's what she's trying to say.
Maybe,
I'm not
maybe
sure.
let it burn.
I'm
Maybe
gonna
let
let
it
her say
burn.
it though. I'm gonna let her see.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I think she's
saying.
trying
Like,
to say don't take what they're saying seriously. I think.
yeah,
think
but
that's
see, I
Oh yeah, I get you.
totally disagree with that. Are the
People
Jewish
say that,
people
but they
taking
not finna delete their Facebook account, their Instagram, their Twitter. They not finna delete it and then come together with us behind the scenes until we can have our own platform. They not ready to do that. So if you say
correct?
that, you gotta be ready to do that. You shouldn't
And
have a YouTube account. You shouldn't have nothing. You should just be ready to delete it all. And I'm not coming back until I'm coming back on the platform that we put together.
Yeah.
and not only that, this is the thing. Y'all have heard this. If you don't stand for nothing, you fall for everything. So letting shit fall and letting shit slide, what you permit, you promote. So if I walk every day and just call John, man, you a bitch, John, you just a little asshole, John, and he's saying, oh, just letting that shit fall. Now it's 4 months that I called John a bitch to his face. Is he just going to continuously let that fall, or is he going to do and say something about it? So that's what I'm trying to say.
It be
At
easy.
some point, you got to
Real,
stand up for yourself.
real quick, I just want to give a shout out to the people on the Twitch side. I see y'all here, man. Shout out to Six Boss. You know what I mean? She did an interview with us on our network. Priscilla, get a shout out to her. Shout out to Kobe Hustle. You know what I mean? Shout out to the whole Twitch game, man. Definitely, man. Thank you for the support, Twitch. You know what I mean? Thank you for the raid. We appreciate y'all. Much love to y'all, man. For real, for real. You know?
Yeah, and she says, I'm not placing no disclaimer before I agree with facts. F people. No, I agree with you. I'm not saying that you should. It's just that, we shouldn't try to police someone that is placing a disclaimer because they may have a reason. I don't think you should have to, but people try to scrutinize and hang on every one of your words. So I don't think it's a bad thing for someone to further clarify the statement to avoid confusion. But I agree with you. I kind of do get annoyed with the disclaimers, but then I get even more annoyed where people say, well, don't generalize people like that because not all women are like that. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, because that's gonna start an argument the minute they come up with that.
correct. So that's why the disclaimer is just to diffuse the situation. But it says we still play around the media outlets as if they report truth. People got hot as fuck at Trump and Ye for saying the media is full of shit. But we have been knowing this for years. So I don't know when you say we still play around with media outlets. And FYI, YouTube is a media outlet. So you're currently on a media outlet. Instagram, you're on there too. That's another media outlet. You're also on Discord, another media outlet.
Fair
Snapchat,
use.
media
Fair
outlet.
use.
So,
Fair use.
like John was saying people talk a good game, but people are not ready to give up these outlets. People be like, man, I ain't been on Facebook in years. Yeah, but you've been on Instagram every day, who's owned by Facebook. You know what I mean? Like, people like, man, I ain't went on Snapchat in years. Yeah, but you're on TikTok every day. You know what I mean? So and then and yes, of course, the media is full of crap. A lot of people need to recognize this, and lack some critical thinking. Yes, Trump and Ye been saying this, but before them people have been saying that, like guys like Malcolm X, like James Baldwin, like Dr. Amos Wilson, like Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. Yeah,
Well,
those
People,
people have been saying it
well, yeah,
way
but
before.
yeah, because they didn't have the voice of Trump. They wasn't on the type of level Trump is on now. That's why that's why that's the difference. People have been saying it for years, yes, but they didn't have the voice of the Trump in his position to say that. So people are just now catching on, like, oh, what for real? Ooh, even though people been saying it for years, but they just didn't have a voice like that.
Say that last
Okay.
part you said, Be Easy. With you said Dr. Freshman Quest Wesley, somebody else, and she has a great book too. By the way,
Oh yeah,
she has a lot of great books.
yeah, um,
Shout out
yeah.
to the
No,
ISIS papers.
yeah,
Yeah.
definitely the ISIS paper. And like I said, we
Woo!
need. I'm a bring back. If Tammy ain't here, I'm definitely gonna bring back the book clubs.
The book
Because
club.
like Doctor no, it's so many of them that we definitely need to go over. And yeah, I'm all here for it. But before I get
Yo,
into the
be
video,
easy.
what's
Soul
up?
on Ice. You know what I'm saying? That's another one by Eldridge Cleaver.
Yeah,
You know what I
definitely
mean?
don't sleep on Eldridge Cleaver. And
Come
most
on,
people don't
man.
even know these names. And even Stokely Carmichael, like these names, people are like, who is this stuff? Marcus Garvey? Y'all should already know these names. But the fact that you don't, we're not going to demonize you. We're just going to help each other because there's some names that people could put me on, whether I may
Are
know
you
the
guys
name.
fans of Neely Fuller? You
Oh,
guys listen to him?
absolutely. And like
Yeah,
Neely,
I heard
speaking
it.
of Neely Fuller, it says white supremacy likes to take both sides of the arguments. Shout out to Neely Fuller. But yeah, that's a huge name drop right there, Marcus. But let me just read this comment so I can get back to the video. She says, I report my own shit on my outlets. That's not to indoctrinate or spin any narratives. Difference than watching global and national media outlets. See, there's not an issue with watching global and national media outlets because where do you get your news from, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where do you get your news from? A global and national media outlet. So in order for you to report on your own outlets, you have to get information from another outlet. So
Mm-hmm.
if something happens with the president and you report it on your air quote own outlet, where are you going to get information from the president? Probably CNN, probably Fox News, probably Washington Post, probably C-SPAN, which all happen to be major outlets. You know
Global.
what I'm saying? So and it's not about reading the outlets, it's about taking the information and compartmentalizing it. I'll take the information from CNN and I will present it as facts without the media narrative and spin and agenda, which sounds like that's what you're saying you would do, and I agree with that. However, unless you have your own reporting team, you have to rely on the information from mainstream global news. Do
Mm-hmm.
you have your own journalists? Do you have your own reporting team? Probably not. So you'll have to rely on CNN's journalism, Fox News journalism, Washington Post journalism, and then you report on it. But you still need the global outlets. So let's get into the video, though, a little bit more.
Is he wrong, though? When it comes to what Dr. Claude Anderson, wealth and power, they're in this position, not a black person. There's not a black person in that room. It's all Latinos. And that's why organizing is going to be crucial, especially moving forward. There can't be some fractured organization going on. We cannot have egos. I think that's what it has to do with.
Bingo. We cannot have ego. Man, I'm better than John, man. I make more money than him, so I can't listen to him. Oh man, Mr. Intellectual, he ain't from the streets, man. He can't really do this. Like we try to look for reasons to fracture us. Man, this dude talks like a white boy. He ain't really from the street. It's like, come on, bruh. Are we really trying to build something? Or are we trying to nitpick and find reasons to not build something? You think all of these groups of people just love each other, like they never fight, like they're not at each other's throats? They are, but they're unified and codified by their oneness of their actual culture and betterment of their people.
Yeah.
Now they'll fight with each other after they get their resources.
Yeah.
We'll fight with each other on the way to get resources, and then we'll sabotage our resources by fighting with each other because other people will play on those divisions and they'll plant Trojan horses. And this happens all the time where our ops may go do a drive-by on DJ Eddie King's block, and then he think B-Eazy did it. So instead of going into the ops, you thinking, oh, it was black on black crime, so I'm gonna go attack a black person, when really you don't know who done it, but you assume the worst of your people, so you go take it out on an innocent person because, well, we live in a black neighborhood, they had to be black, right? And then people totally discount instances like in Buffalo where there was one, I repeat, one white supremacist who killed 11 people. That's just what he got caught for. We don't know if he got away. What if he did a drive-by and killed 10 people? If he never got caught, what would people say? It was in a black neighborhood, man. We got to stop this black on black crime. You don't even know if it was a black person. Well, It had to be. It was in a black neighborhood. That's what we do. These cops don't be solving all of these murders.
Don't.
People watch too much Law and Order. You think everybody is Detective Stabler. They're not solving murders like that.
And B-Eazy, you heard what the captain of the Oakland Police Department said. You know, he's talking about getting a break. Can we get a break? If he's saying that, ain't nothing solved. Nothing is solved at all. There's so much stuff going on. If you got the captain up there on national television, throwing a press conference saying that.
Can I say something real quick too? Easy.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a documentary on I believe it was on Amazon Prime, and there was one called The Force. I don't know if y'all ever heard of that. And it was basically showing the example, and the station they used was Oakland PD, and it was trying to show the corruption and a lot of past cases and a lot of current open pending cases, and of higher ups in the police department, law enforcement force. And they wanted to specifically choose Oakland because of the severe history that it's had. And it's called The Force. I think it was also on Netflix, but I think maybe it could still be on Amazon Prime, one of those two streaming services. That's where they had it. It's a good one, though. I recommend y'all watch it if you can.
I like that point that you brought up, Marcus, because a lot of it is political, and it is systematic. You know what I mean? A lot of times they'll know that this guy's selling dope, or this guy's had this many bodies, or they have this many things going on. But a lot of times they just keep those guys around because some of those guys are informing.
Yeah.
Some of those guys are helping them to do and hide different things. You know what I'm saying? We all seen Training Day. We all seen different things as far as, you know, the police system and other system being corrupt. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of it is corruption. You know what I mean? So we have to understand that. So when they run down on little Tay Tay, and they're like, yo, man, you done did all this stuff. And he's like, well, hell, how he know I did all this stuff? You know what I'm saying? And the reason that he knows is because somebody is telling on you. You know what I'm saying? And it could be somebody really close to you, or it could be somebody who's an enemy, or it could be anybody. Or they could just be watching, just making a caseload of evidence. That's why drill music and even trap music is so stupid, because at the end of the day, you're telling on yourself. You know what I'm saying? And why would
That's
you
what
tell
RICO
yourself?
cases. That's what RICO cases get built up to.
Exactly. Easily.
Correct. And let me just get to the chat real quick. Quantum says I repost to show the BS, and I agree with that. Like, let's say, it's a Tucker Carlson segment. Now, I'm not subscribed to Fox News, but if I want to call out the anti-black propaganda, I would probably review a video. So if you're doing something like that, I respect and support that. Reese Neal says a united front. Yes, that's something that many of us can't fathom, but it's up to cats like us to actually do it. You know what I mean? Not just talk about it, be about it. I'm with it. If y'all are seriously with it, then I believe that we can do it. And she says oneness, key element that is missing. I do agree. So that's why I was saying I understand on uniting under a nationality. But if DJ Eddie King is saying he's Jamaican, John is saying that he's African, someone else is saying, hey, I'm from the Bahamas, I'm saying I'm from America, that's not oneness. But regardless if you think it's a stupid color and we shouldn't be identifying as a color, when we say black, that's a sense of oneness. Now, maybe we should use a different term. The thing is, when people say, y'all should use a different term, why y'all call yourselves black? I'm like, okay, what's the different term we should use? You know what I hear after that? Crickets. Crickets. But let's move on. We rather give a shit about religion and not do any business with mofos over personal BS in any damn thing rather than work together. And I fully, vehemently concur with you, Quantum. It's true. And that's why I'm saying when people are talking about oneness, DJ Eddie King, if he's a Muslim, John saying he's a Christian, I'm an atheist, this other dude is agnostic. Oh no, we can't build. We can't build. And then once again, if I say, hey, we're all black, that's a sense of oneness, right? But if I say, oh, this dude's a Jamaican Muslim, the other dude is an African atheist, you know what I mean?
The
Now we
Jamaican
start
Muslim.
getting don't forget the African atheist, but that gives us a reason to not oneness. Oh man, I want to unite with intellectual, but he's a Muslim. It's like an excuse for us to not unite. So yes, like John and others like to say, okay, so-called black people. Yes. But when we say black, people do identify that. That there's no there's no qualms about it. And I do agree. And she says black isn't political though. So when we're talking politics, it matters. Okay, well, once again, what are you're saying all this, but I'm still waiting for your alternative. You're saying black isn't political, but you haven't offered anything that is political, right? You know what is political? African American. You know when they start calling us African American? In 1994.
Jesse Jackson came at that time.
1994.
Facts.
Exactly.
Facts. Facts.
Before that, Quantum, they was calling us Negro. So what would you have said back then? Negro isn't political. So this is the thing. If you're going to say we shouldn't be calling ourselves black, what should we be calling ourselves? African American? We already established DJ Eddie King is, not saying you are, but let's just
Right.
say he's Jamaican. Why should a Jamaican have to call himself African American?
Right.
I'd love
Fair
to know
use.
that. So
Thank you, Marcus. Fair.
it's cool to use black however you want, but as far as the political arena, it's pointless. But I do get what you're saying. Okay. So in the political arena, what isn't pointless? African American? We've been using African American since the 90s. How useful has that been in the political arena? Right?
Hey, B,
What's up?
B,
Yeah, go ahead.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. What you think about this theory, right? I've been thinking about this a lot lately. And think about how when you ride on a train, a BART train or whatever, right, or any form of public transportation, or if you just at the DMV, any place that's crowded full of people, right, grocery store, whatever, people usually don't even speak to each other, bro. But everybody has a phone. Everybody is. It's kind of like technology gives us a form of solitude while we're in groups and in packs, surrounding each other, right? And it's like when it comes to things like racism and things about this system that's designed, and for in order for us to be able to, you see how we come together on this app and we all can share views and opinions and we can, you know what I mean, we can become on one accord. We can't do that in actual real life because of the media, which is broadcasted through technology, which is, like I say, keep people comfortable not speaking to each other. Imagine if, you riding to work on a train and then you get stuck on the BART train, bro, for about a certain amount of hours. After a certain amount of time, people gonna start talking to each other because they're gonna be, hey, do you know what's going on or what? Next thing you know what I
Right.
mean? You
Right.
get stuck long enough, you done told your life story, man. You know where this person is from. Oh man, this person tell you about they just had a loss in the family. Oh man, this person's diabetic. It takes things like real life disasters and situations in order for us to come together, bro. And it's kind of the same thing like with the so-called black race against, on the streets when we got our freedom, we don't talk to each other, we down each other, we beef with each other, right? But then when we end up in situations where we incarcerated and we outnumbered by the vast majority, then we want to come together, you know what I mean? And we want to, we want to have some type of allegiance, right?
Right.
So it's like the same thing as far as all
Goofy
nationalities,
shit.
right? All nationalities can continue to be divided because we're all in this program, which is through technology nowadays, you know what I mean? That, we can be comfortable enough not to speak to each other when we walk by, not to, you know what I mean? Even though we're
You can
all
just
under
put
the
on
same,
earbuds and ignore them.
there you go. We ignoring each other, right? But say this technology shit really crash, bro. Then you're gonna start seeing people, and unfortunately, that's really what it's gonna take. It's gonna take some type of real, natural, catastrophic disaster to happen just for people to come together, bro. Because with technology, there's in just people being able, you know what, I got a big house over here. I don't gotta, go into, around these people unless I gotta go to the grocery store. Okay, well, when the grocery store closed down, you know what I'm saying? And we all trying to figure out what the fuck going on because there's a big drought on all this shit. That's when people gonna come together then, and unfortunately, that's gonna be backed by a mass of death. You know what I mean? A lot of people gonna have to not be here to even see that. But I really see that's just what's going on, bro. Because
Yeah.
it's real as this conversation that we all having is saying all this real shit, and we know it's real, and the people that's listening to it know it's real. We still finna put it right back into the matrix. You're gonna get up in the morning. You're gonna go. You're gonna see your neighbor that you don't like. You know what I mean? Because we gotta learn how to put these differences and shit aside. It don't
Yeah.
make no sense that just because I don't like the way you cut your grass, I don't like that you dress like this, I don't like the music that you listen to, but we all getting whooped by these taxes. We all getting scammed by the government. We all getting scammed by this high ass rent and mortgage and this inflation and these gas prices. It don't make no sense that we can't come together and stand and stop all this shit. But the only
Right.
thing that's gonna stop it is when we really take a real lashing, you know what I mean, as a whole. You know what I mean? And that's just something I feel like the universe just got just built up, just coming, bro. Like that's the climax of this whole program. There has to be some type of great clashing. That's the only climax that it can be. That's what it's leading up to. It's not we didn't already seen we didn't have Million Man marches. We didn't had uh uh whatever they was doing on social media where people was blacking out their screen. I think that was for George Floyd, where they turning your profile picture black out or whatever. People talking about Black Lives Matter, All Lives Matter. We have all these little movements, man, that just come and go, bro. And the reason they come and go is because we allow the media to tell us what's popular right now and what to get down with. And then we like, okay, yeah. If the media started telling you that, oh man, oh, matter of fact, it just happened during the pandemic and not Oscar Grant, but George Floyd. And all that they were saying, "Oh man, black businesses are on the rise, and more black people come get." You actually start to feel that energy in your surroundings. More people did start, uniting and fucking with each other. But as soon as they up the ante and start putting out more of this, death culture, i.e., drill music and all this shit and all this beef and exploiting that, then we start looking at each other like, oh yeah, man, it ain't safe, man. You can't trust niggas, man. Oh, it's crazy out here. You can't trust nobody. We let them tell us what to think, and all these people can say, don't listen to the media, bro. You still get affected by it whether you listen to it or not, because the people that's in your neighborhood that's listening to it, you're not gonna stop them, tap them on the shoulder, and inform them about how this shit is really just fucking everybody over. You're not gonna have that conversation. You're gonna let the dude that wake up in the morning and get his coffee that walk past you and look at you like you're not shit. You're gonna let him keep doing it, and you're gonna go about your way because you feel like fuck him anyway. But at the end of the day, bro, we all living in the same fucked up ass system, man. I just wanted to say that. What you think about that, bro?
I mean, yeah, like that's why I put, you know, when are people gonna wake up? What is it gonna take for you to wake up? That's not just pertaining to Black Americans. That's pertaining to all Americans, right? Because we're all Americans and all lives matter, right? That's what people say. So some people are under this delusion that maybe if they're non-black, that hey, I have some sort of privilege that I'm going to get treated better. But these politicians, they don't care about you. The Nancy Pelosi's, Chuck Schumer, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, they don't care about you. Whatever pandering and placating they said for you to get votes, for you to vote for them, that's all it was for. Nothing more. You know what I mean? So people need to wake up and realize that, look, people want to say, okay, blacks are the most downtrodden. All right, show me the non-black people that could afford to buy a house without the help of the government assistance and their mommy and daddy's inheritance. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not saying that's bad if you got that, but no one could afford that right now. The average house around the entire country costs 500,000. When people's parents were coming up, you know how much the average house costs? 10,000.
$10,000, 5,000.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So these same people that paid $10,000, $20,000 for your house are now saying, John, you a loser. You don't own your own house. You should have picked yourself up by your bootstrap. That's what I did. Yeah, you did that and paid $20,000 for a house. You know what I mean? Now people's houses are 1,000% up, 1,300% up. Even mostly white people can't afford these houses. Now they have, due to, them having, generational wealth due to it being stolen from a bunch of blacks and handed out to them. Not all, but most. They'll be able to withstand this. They may have parents that they can go back and live in a 5-bedroom house. If somebody was living in a project building, even if they wanted to invite 10 of their black relatives, how could they do it? They on Section 8, constantly getting monitored by the government. You see what I'm saying? This is where we have to work with each other, bro. This is where I got to be like, hey, John, look, I got some extra room at my house. You and the family could stay here, pay me reduced rent for a year. It's way cheaper than you would have been paying there. You stack your money up and move out. But what will happen is, oh man, I don't like the way John, man, I'm vegan and he eats steak, so I don't want to live with. We'll look for any excuse to not live with each other, not be around each other, and then we'll complain about the rising cost of everything. Shit is just gonna keep going up. Housing costs, food, everything.
It's
I
all
want
it's
to
all a formula. It's all a formula they've been doing.
Can I say one thing, or you know what? Yeah. Here's the answer. When are we gonna wake up? I'm gonna give you the answer right now, y'all. We're gonna wake up when the disaster come. After in next year and past 2 months was January and February. After those months, there will be a disaster coming to the black community. I'm gonna put that out there. And far as these youngsters that's talking about options, they're gonna forget about that. They're going to be so concerned of what's going on that there will be a disaster coming. I keep trying to tell people, and guess what? We're going to come right back to this conversation when it happens. And there are people out there that is preparing for war on us. That's the only time we're going to wake up, when we see that. I hate to say it, and I had to break the news, but this is what is going to happen. This is going to happen. This is the only time this is when we're going to wake up. I'm telling you, give you the answer right
Yeah, I
now.
believe you, bro.
You're
I believe
absolutely
you.
right, because that's why we owned more property, had higher marriage rates during the height of Jim Crow. Why? Because we couldn't support white businesses. We weren't allowed to go to white schools or anything. So
Yeah.
while we were forced to be with each other, it actually made us flourish. Once we were forced to be each other, which we shouldn't have had to be, but we were forced to be with each other and we flourished. And the reason why we were forced to be each other, because the men were brought over here to be, you know, the bucks, the heavy lifters, and the women were brought over here as accessories. They didn't bring the women over here to create a happy black nuclear family. They brought them over here to be the white man's concubine. That's what they were brought over here for. Now, I know people don't want to hear it that way, and it sounds horrendous. And why are you saying that? Now, think about this. Do you think slave people were saying, hey, we really need to get these black people together to have a happy Cosby family? Is that what y'all think was going on? No,
You know what I mean?
they were
See,
not
my
brought over
phone,
here.
my phone. I gotta put this on the charger, but I just want to say one last thing before I
All
get
right,
out. And this
just give
is
your closing one.
all right. This is my closing one, right? Shout out to everybody in the chat, but listen to me. And this is why everybody that's a part of this system really need to take heed and really got to cut this shit out because you can choose to ignore what's going on with black so-called black people, right? But let me tell you one thing about evil. You can't even love evil because evil itself does not even love evil. Evil does not even respect evil. And one thing y'all gotta realize is that all this shit that's going on against and with black people, imagine once we really gone. You think this system of evil is gonna be gone? It's not. Somebody gonna have to take our place. Hispanics, Asian, all that. Guess what? Who if y'all the only ones left, y'all think y'all not gonna take our place? Y'all gotta stand with us. You don't got no choice. And what y'all gotta do is we gotta come together as one and we gotta make this shit right. It's
Yeah.
not about we gotta be over on top. Y'all gotta bow. I'm not saying bow down to me, and I'm not saying none of that. But what I'm saying is y'all need to stand with us because the more we deplete and we delete and we get out of here, the more it's gonna fall on the backs of y'all. They don't want y'all not gonna get the pat on the back and it's just the world just gonna be good when so-called black people was gone from here. It's not gonna work like that. They
Yeah.
gonna still need the system to run and they still gonna need people to do what they don't want to do so that they can live on top of everybody.
Yep.
So that's what y'all gotta realize. And this shit gonna blow up in everybody's face. And I'm gonna, shout out to everybody in the chat. Drop y'all social medias and all that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna try to follow everybody that I see in there because I like what everybody's saying. I want to connect with y'all. I want to stay tapped in, and we building on some real shit. And it's people like us that's gonna make the real change happen, bro. Shout out to the chat.
Shout out to you too, John.
Nigga, drop my hoodie.
Man, hold on, man, hold on. Before I get off too, man, cut that shit
Oh,
out,
you
bro.
remembered
Man,
about that? I
man,
thought you
you got,
forgot about
Hey,
that
man,
shit.
man, you got to
man,
stop getting that John
that
like
shit.
that, man.
Yeah, man, hey, man, cut this shit, dude. Cause I've been calling you all weekend. Matter of fact, the last few days, man, we've been supposed to link up on some other business, man, and you was too busy. You had all this other shit going on. So for all you know, I got your hoodie and been trying to give it to you, and you just been catting off on me, man. So don't just try to, oh yeah, my hoodie, I've been waiting, man. Come you with the shit, bro. Hey, come out of here, man. Tap in, man. Drop y'all hookups, y'all links, man, in the chat, man, so I can follow everybody on here, man. Check me out, Johnson Different, bro. I'm out of here, man.
Peace out, brother.
Peace out, brother.
All right, bro.
All right, cool. Let's get to the man. It's a late one, but let's get to the chat real quick, and then we're gonna start wrapping it up. Hopefully, we can kind of speed through the rest of this video.
Yeah.
But Risa Neal says the project was a project. Put us with lead paint, rats, roaches to see who would make it out. Did people not notice that? Give them a check to stay in the project to also kick dad out. Yeah, that's quite sad. Some people fell for the welfare okey doke.
Yeah.
Um, and Miss Quantum says, let's face it, our people, I think, yeah, that was a typo. It says, our people look at everyone else as the standard. I totally agree because people always talk about, oh, this is Eurocentric. All right, cool. There's something called Afrocentric. Why don't we spend nearly as much time talking about that? And it says they wanted to shop and be around everybody else. When we had our own Wall Street, we proved our strength and power and unity. Yes, that was black culture.
Yeah.
This is amalgamation of a bunch of messy stuff that's not really black culture. It's a contrived, concocted culture, not really black culture.
Right.
We just need our own, and our own need to become militant. I totally agree
Yeah.
with you. And
Yes,
you know
ma'am.
what?
I agree.
I
I agree.
I am, I don't want to get the FBI coming at my door, but I'm definitely working on training and maintaining our masculinity and militancy out here. So yeah, it says We need our so-called gangs back. The men with guns that had a vision to protect our community. Those gangs. I totally agree. I mean, gang is just semantics or a euphemism for many things. Gang, clique, conglomerate, coterie, faction. All of those can be construed as a gang. But see, look, we're not talking about a foolish, frivolous, ridiculous, stupid gang that's out there killing people over streets and blocks that they don't own, you know, colored rags and stuff like that. No, we're talking about a liberating gang. You know what I mean? Someone that is for the provision, protection, and progression of their people. That type of gang, sign me up for. And I actually am a gang leader in that regard. Not on no Crips or Blood stuff, but the gang that I bang for is for the empowerment and the betterment of men, and specifically and predominantly black men. Now I want to see all men shine, because we do need to unite and have a masculine coalition, but I got to work on my people first. You know what I mean? So that's why I specify the black man, but I don't discriminate because I love all my people. I got my Usis and Usos, you know what I mean? My amigos and amigas. So I'm with everybody. Shout out to my Asians, you know, the Pacific Islanders, the ones from the Philippines, Japanese. I got a lot of multicultural love, you know what I mean? Because I am truly a humanitarian. But being a humanitarian, what I've noticed is that every group prioritizes their ethnic group first. So that's what I'm doing. It's nothing to disparage every other group, because I want to uplift those groups, but I can't. If my house is dirty and my neighbor's house is dirty, it wouldn't make sense for me to go clean my neighbor's house before I clean my house. People understand that logic. So why would you act like you don't understand the logic of me helping my people first and then also helping everyone else? It's a ongoing process. It's a marathon. So the sprint is to help my people. The marathon is to help everyone. Now, if everyone had this mentality, we would all be helping each other, and there really would be racial unities and coalitions. But it's up to people like us to make that a possibility and a reality, not just a pipe dream. But let's get to the rest of this video, because it is super late. Is We already are 4 hours and 20 minutes into this. I love 420, and I'm trying to get to it, but I got to get through this video.
We can't have one rally here, one rally. You're going to have to concentrate your forces. As is something Dr. Claude Anderson talks about. You're going to have to.
What happened?
I thought that was just me.
Yeah, I thought it was just me too. B-Eazy, where you at?
Oh, my bad. I was talking and my mic was muted. So my bad. Oh, so what I was saying was, what he was saying is you essentially got to consolidate power, and there's no such thing as a one-man army. Now, me, I can pull up and do damage by myself, so I could constitute as a one-man army. Now, however, if I'm going against an actual army, I will soon perish. So we need to have our soldiers in shape mentally, physically, and financially. So when we are faced with adverse times, and basically are fighting for our economic survival, we have soldiers that are prepared to leave no man behind. If DJ Eddie King is hurting, I'm not going to say, oh, well, that's my brother and we don't leave brothers behind. That's the type of militancy. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's the type of masculinity I'm talking about. If you're not on that type of stuff, I'm not going to judge you.
Right.
It's just you can't be part of this battalion.
Yeah.
Maybe you can be a paper pusher. You know what I mean? You can answer phones and probably pick up trash around the community. I mean, right? It's a place for that, but in terms of being on the front line, strategic in the war room, when we gotta flip that button and may have to push the nuclear button, this where you can't sit with us. This is
Right.
where you gotta put your big boy pants on.
Right.
And you
Right.
still wearing 2T pants, so you ain't ready for this level of work, and that's okay.
Not the nuclear room.
I'm just saying,
Mm.
I would say
Marcus, you know, not everybody is permitted to be in that nuclear room, right? You can't fit the whole army
Yeah, that's
in
a
the
fact.
nuclear. Yeah, right. It's only select high-ranking officials, you know, qualified, reputable officials. You know what I mean? So that's what we need is quality officials. Now, I'm not willing to just say, hey, this person is not of this ilk. They don't have any use, because not everyone in the army, Marcus will tell you this, not everyone in the army is like Bob Lee Swaggart on the shooter sniping people from thousands of yards away. There are a bunch of people I know that got discharged, never did anything in the army. They literally were paper pushers and they still got full benefits. So some people say I'm a veteran. Bro, you're a veteran sitting at the desk. So yeah, I guess thank you for your service for typing up reports, but someone that was typing up reports is not going to be the same as someone that's in the field. Now, we all have a purpose to play, right? Your purpose may be to type up papers, and mine's made to be in the field to get my hands dirty.
right.
You know what I mean? We all have a part to play. So I don't want to downplay and say he only types paper. No, I didn't want to type that paper. That's why I needed him to do it. Just
Right.
like he didn't want to go out in the field and get his hands dirty. That's why he had me. So we all need to work together and play our different parts.
Exactly.
DJ Eddie King might be financially stable. Somebody else may be physically fit. Okay,
Yeah.
DJ Eddie King might fund an event. The physical fit dude might be the security, the militant presence. You know what I mean? We may have someone else that's a tech dude. We got to all use our different talents and resources and combine them to create Voltron and Megatron. That's what we got to do.
Yeah, and I would prefer that we should be ready. We should get it. We should be ready before this year is up. It's very important. I say to y'all, we have to be ready before this year is up. We got to have the blueprints. We got to have plans A, B, C, and D. We have
Correct.
to be ready. It's important, man, because this is going to turn up next year.
Correct. The turn up is already in progress.
Not
So
yet.
yeah. Yeah, no, that's what I said. Not yet. It's in progress. Like the progress is a long, a long process. You got to do a lot of things. So,
Yeah.
you don't confuse movement with progress. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. The progress is in motion, but we haven't
Mm.
reached actual progression yet. There's different phases and stages of it. But I think that we are working towards it, and we just got to maintain our level of focus, consistency, and actually have a direction. So chance favors the prepared mind. You know what I mean?
Let me
Proper
let me say this.
preparation prevents poor performance.
Let
What
me
you
say
got?
this, be easy. I'm gonna say this. You know what I mean? It's I think that um like you were saying, we all have different strengths and weaknesses. But I think also we also have to gravitate towards us who are multifaceted. Because some of us are good at multiple things, right? Some of us are great at a lot of different areas. You know what I mean? Like you have an artist that can sing, dance, and act. You know what I'm saying? Like they're triple threat. So some of us are triple threats in other fields. You know what I mean? So I think we gotta know who is multifaceted, who's not multifaceted, who's just great, like you said, with just finances, or who's just great in just the physical department or whatever, who is great with the health stuff or whatever, and just go from there. You know what I'm saying? Who's more political, who's more social, and go from there. But also, I think that also as far as speaking about a great catastrophe happening, the great catastrophe is already happening. It's already here.
Not
You know what
yet.
I mean? We don't own anything. You know what I'm saying? We don't own no wealth. You know what I mean? We're disorganized. Our music is no longer about unity. You know what I mean? The messages in our TV programming is no longer about building us up. So it's already here. It's already here. We are already here. You know what I'm saying? The thing that's gonna happen is liberation. And I believe that liberation is gonna come from something that we have never seen before. Some people may call it aliens, some people may call it a high power, whatever. But I do believe that something is going to come that's going to break the mold, you know, and it's going to be something that we have never seen before, and it's something that they've been trying to hide from us forever. You know what I'm saying? They've been trying to hide different things from us so that won't be exposed. You know what I'm saying? But that I believe is the next step to where we're gonna go. You know what I'm saying? And with all the technology and everything they have around, it's all built just to keep you in the box, man. Keep you spending money, keep you putting into a system that you're not getting nothing back from, and keep you paying taxes and other things that you ain't really gonna really benefit from. You know what I'm saying? We're still paying for health care, where it's free a lot of other places. We're still paying for a lot of different things, and we're still putting our resources in our whole lives, you know what I mean, in front of things that we never ever really gonna benefit from. You know what I mean? So we have to understand that, man. We have to understand that the things are what they are, and now, you know what I'm saying. We have to understand that, and now we have to try to move forward and change the narrative. So yeah.
So okay, here's what I want to say right now, guys. Like the grocery store shooting, the guy knew where to go. That person knew exactly where to go. Um, so what I'm saying is there are people like him that are set up in every hood. They're not going to come out yet because it's not going to be time. But they're set up in every single neighborhood, not as like 10 or 20 groups like you can see together. It's like one in each and every hood in America because they need to know when it's going to kick off, but they need to know uh where where is our hood at so we can find them and we can all program together when that starts. We're gonna all start at the same time. We're gonna go to these neighborhoods at the same damn time and create a disaster. That's what is gonna happen. And we need to be ready. We got to be ready, man. Listen, I keep telling y'all when I say stuff, and this stuff happens. No one is listening. And when it happens, we're back at this in this conversation right back here. This is going to happen. We cannot stop it. The only thing we're gonna have to do is defend it. We got to protect ourselves. It's going to be about survival. It's not going to be about gangs anymore. We're going to end up coming together, which is sad to say. That's the only way we're going to come together, but that's going to be the only time. That's the only time we're going to wake up.
Yeah, I mean, it all has to, unfortunately, it has to all fall apart to come together. And yeah, I was about to read what Quantum says. It means more than going to church and praying. I personally don't go to church, but if you do go to church, more power to you. If you're scared, then go to church. You know what I mean? Because stuff is about. I'm just saying it's about to get uglier, bro.
Ready. I don't know what she mean by ready. Like that's not what I mean by ready. I'm talking about ready, like far as survival. You're not going to have a choice but to fight. You're not going to have a choice.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I don't. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was just gonna say I don't know if she was responding to you specifically. Maybe
no.
was.
I
Maybe
was just
she
making
wasn't.
sure, just in case.
Okay, yeah, no. Trust me, I totally respect. I'm not speaking for her because I don't know. Maybe she was, maybe she wasn't. But I simply agree with that because sometimes people do get into that. Well, just let go and let God.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what exactly does that even mean? Like right now, let's just say I need to get a job. I'm gonna just let go and let God. What the hell does that mean? You're not sending out no resume. You're not filling out no applications. You're just letting go and let God. So sometimes people do that. Oh, it's like, God got me. What does that mean? Like my dad got killed, bro, murdered in front of my mom's. So, and God got me. You see what I'm saying? Like, so people will say that at an inopportune time. What the hell exactly does that mean?
Right.
So now that's cool if you believe in a higher power. I'm not saying that you shouldn't. But we have to have us. We can't rely on God to have us, right? If we were to go do a march or protest, it wouldn't be God out there. If we need to do some militant actions, it's not going to be God that's doing it. If you need to go get some weaponry, God is not going to put a battery in your back to do it. If I need to call DJ Eddie King, God is not going to dial the number for me. So I understand your belief, but you need to be believing in yourself more. If you don't, if you just believe in a spiritual, mythical entity that may or may not exist depending on who you're talking to, how are you moving? How is that survival, right? Because I know a lot of people talk about the afterlife, and that's okay. But do we want to fixate so much on the afterlife that we neglect the life that we have here, right? And people like to say this too. Oh, this person's in a better place now. So would you trade places with that person? Oh, no. I thought you said they was in a better place.
Exactly.
Why don't you want to trade places, right? So great. You see what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of contradictory, but what's not contradictory and uncompromising is these attacks that we're facing economically, politically, etc. So maybe we got to get knocked upside the head a couple more times and bloodied up. I wish it wasn't like this for you to say that, hey, we are all we got. We are our own saviors. You know, that's who you're waiting for. You're waiting for a second coming of Jesus, but we are our own saviors. You know what I mean? And this has nothing to do with the Bible or Christianity or anything. I think we need to start making more points. I challenge people to make points without citing the Bible or any type of religious entity, because based on the definition of religion, white supremacy is a religion. Anti-blackness is, the strongest religion ever known to man. So when we make these points, we don't always have to cite scriptures. We don't have to say, what would Jesus do? We don't even have to invoke God. When I'm talking about, hey, look, let's farm some crops. You think I can't teach you how to farm crops without talking about God's plan? You know what I mean? When I'm teaching you about stocks, do I need to mention anything about Jesus or Allah?
No.
I don't. So sometimes we interject these things, and just bring them up unnecessarily. I'm not saying you shouldn't believe what you need to believe, but we don't need to interject any scintilla of something that may possibly divide and derail the discussion.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because if we're all on the same page and then we start talking about, Muslims, Christianity, and Buddhism, why? How was that going to help? We're not going to get a school, based off our different, religious beliefs. We got to have capital, right? And it doesn't matter if you a Buddhist, a Taoist, or whatever. We all could contribute some sort of capital. We don't need to force people to accept and adopt these ideologies. You know what I mean? And that's where the sense of oneness really comes. The oneness is saying, like, yes, this person is a Muslim, I'm an atheist, but we're still working for the common cause. So I'm going to work with an atheist to advance our goals. That's what maturity is. That's what manning up is. That's what adulting up is. If y'all not ready to do that, then please dismiss yourself. Please.
Right. Let me say this, B-Eazy, right? Because a lot of shit too that they put out here. You know what I mean? Whether they throw out shows like Walking Dead or they throw out other shit where they're trying to predict all this bad shit from happening. Remember they came out with the movie 2012? I think it was like 2009. They said the world was supposed to end in 2012. All this shit, all these scare tactics,
Yeah,
people
that
don't fall for none of
Y2K.
that bullshit. Yeah, don't fall for none of that bullshit. Let me tell you something. we need to start doing shit now to build economic wealth and to build overall wealth within ourselves. That's what we need to be focused on. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, like I said, we don't own nothing. You know what I mean? We eating the wrong foods. You know what I'm saying? We continue to eat fast food. We continue to eat processed foods. We continue to drink liquor, which is a poison. And we continually put that in our bodies daily. We continue to use certain deodorants and certain other products that we deem healthy for us, which is putting poison in our body. But we continue to do these things over and over again. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to do anything to kill us or bring about anything bad towards us. We're already doing it on a daily basis. You know what I'm saying? Dudes would rather go to Taco Bell than to actually make them some real tacos at home. You know what I'm saying? Knowing that them tacos ain't real. Knowing that you can do studies and look up YouTube videos on KFC and all these other places and how these all these foods and everything else is just tainted with all chemicals. You know what I mean? Down to the juice you drink. But these are the things that we won't even do these simple things. You know what I mean? I told a friend today they was eating this type of fast food, and I was like, man, you gotta stop eating this stuff, man. It's not good for you. And they started laughing. I'm like, all right, you think it's funny? You know what I'm saying? So they don't have to bring about nothing to kill us. We're already killing ourselves. You know what I mean? You look at our music, we're already killing ourselves. They don't have to do anything to destroy us. It's already happening. You know what I'm saying? It's already happening. We are already killing ourselves on a daily basis.
And you want to
You know what I
speak
mean?
about preparation? They've prepared long and hard to do this. This wasn't
Yeah.
by chance. They done
Yeah.
reports and said how they purposely done that. They'll attack us on all fronts: media, music,
Mm-hmm.
food, and then they set the blueprint to attack us. And now, like you said, they've attacked us so much that we've got comfortable being attacked that we actually welcome the attack.
Yeah.
If we're not getting attacked, we look for someone and saying, "Is anyone going to attack us?" Like we've adopted the struggle so much.
You don't got to you don't got to bring about Armageddon. Look, all you got to do is say, look, Popeye's got a new version of the chicken sandwich. Look, man, niggas be fighting in line, they be shooting each other, all types of
Yeah,
stuff over a chicken sandwich.
somebody did get killed over a chicken sandwich when
Over a
it first
chicken
came out.
sandwich. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing got to happen to us for us to kill ourselves. It's already happening, man. It's already happening. We just what we got to start doing is we got to start taking accountability for the things that's going on, and that takes work. It takes work drinking water every day. It takes work eating fruits and veggies every day. That shit take work. It takes work working out when you don't want to work out. That takes work. It takes work, taking vitamins and supplements. Even though you like, man, I don't want to take this. It tastes weird or it tastes nasty. Man, I don't want to drink this type of tea. That takes work, right? All that takes work, man. And that's the one thing that we run from, doing the work. You know what I mean? We run anything else. When it comes to doing the work, we will not do the work. It will not happen. You know what I'm saying? And as long as and Wally, they ain't gonna solve shit at all. Talking about weapon ain't gonna do nothing for you. You know what I'm saying? You can stock them all the weapon you want. Ain't gonna do nothing for you. If some shit really pop off, you better go get low or go find somewhere to hide. You know what I'm saying? So this ain't the movies, dog. At the end of the day, you know what I mean? We got to start doing the most simplest, smallest things, which we do not do. We don't do it. We don't do it. You know what I'm saying? You go to movies. Why you eating the popcorn in the movie theater? You know it's not real food. You know it's not good for you. You still gonna go to the movie theater. You gonna put all that butter on that popcorn. You gonna eat it, right? Because that's the tradition. And you gonna get a hot dog too, which is even worse. It's even worse. And it's been sitting there the whole day. Shit, probably the whole week. But you still gonna eat that hot dog, right? But this is what we do. Marcus probably sleeps. That's why his mute is on. But that's what you're gonna do. You know what I mean? You're not gonna sit there and Lysol your whole house. You're not gonna sit there and Lysol different things. You're not gonna sit there and really clean your house and deep clean your house. You ain't gonna do none of that stuff. You know what I mean? You're not gonna really read and do research. You know what I'm saying? And make sure that, okay, man, instead of me going to this store because they don't have the right food products, let me go to this store. I know I have to pay three or four more extra dollars, or it may come out to maybe being $20 or $30 higher. But I'm gonna go to that store because that food over there is actually real food. The food they're serving over here is actually not real food. You know what I mean? But you know what? You can just go to Burger King. They still got them 99-cent chicken nuggets. Matter of fact, you go eat that if y'all want. Go ahead. I'm only joking. Please don't eat that.
I'm like, come on, cuz you trying to get people to self yeet.
They already doing the B-Eazy. But they don't got to do nothing
Yeah,
else. They ain't got to do
that
nothing else.
is true.
We already doing it, bro.
You don't
It's
need your
already done.
instructions.
With that, y'all, I'm out, man. Peace and love, y'all. I'm out.
Peace out. Let me get to the comments, man, before we shut this down. So let me see. So Wally did say stack up on weaponry. Mr. Intellectual says, "Hey, bro, that ain't gonna do nothing." Yeah, to an extent, I do agree, but at the same time, it's better to have it rather than not have it. You know what I mean? If they did, drop some heavy military weaponry on you, you ain't gonna stand a chance. But hey, look, I'm saying, I'm like Wally, I ain't going out like a chump, right? If I'm gonna get deleted, I'm taking a couple people with me. Hey, right? If I'm going, I ain't going out like Willie Lump Lump.
Right.
And it says, when are y'all gonna wake up though? I don't know who the y'all you're referring to.
Who you
Shout out
talking
to McCall. I don't know if you're a troll or anything, so I'm gonna be reluctant on relying this because when we having serious discussions, I don't really got time to be playing around with trolls and shit. So I can't really tell if you're serious or not. So I'm gonna just go ahead and move this on. But Mrs. Quantum says that's exactly what I mean, B-Eazy. I'm not with that church God narrative. That shit is played out. We grown ups now. Yeah, I do fully agree with that because now the same people are saying, DJ Eddie King, you can't talk about this because you didn't go to church. And it's like, yeah, you went to church, but you was busting it open on Saturday. So how are you any better than DJ Eddie King for not going? You know what I mean?
Right.
And it says we have to get the F up and be about some action. And I totally agree with her because some people are like, hey, we need to do more of this online. We got to be playing multiple levels. See, I actually do got 10 toes down and feet to the soil. And I'm going to ramp up my visual production of the work that I'm doing in the streets. Before, it was just me doing it, volunteering, doing my own philanthropic work. But now people are saying, bro, I heard about what you're doing. I see what you're doing. I want to help and I want to volunteer. And since I didn't have a actual organizational entity, because it was just my own personal philanthropic efforts, now I'm, working on building that specific organization so that if people want to donate or volunteer their time, but I'm not doing it to gain profit. I'm doing it to create a better society and situation for my people. You know what I mean? This is more about what our legacy is. Some people are just going to say, hey, I had a kid. That's my legacy. But yeah, if you had a kid and you didn't stand up for any rights for your kids or, any protections for your kids, what was the point of even having them, right? You didn't fight for any basic civil rights for your kids, but hey, I had a kid. That's part of my legacy. I don't know, bro, if you should get so much credit for just popping out a baby. You know what I mean? But that's just me. And we got to be about some action. If y'all not ready to do the pull up, then shut up. Now, we do have to have a inside outside game. So people that are actually outside, like myself, and people that are inside meaning the online internet.
Right.
If you're inside and you're constantly promoting and helping to perpetuate this message, I'm all for that. But you can only do so much online. Eventually, you're going to have to take some flights, drive, and pull up somewhere in order to organize. Now, if you're not that serious about it, then I understand. But just stop talking about it and, let the grown folks handle this. We got it from here.
Yes, sir.
And he says, if God really wants us to have the heavens, we would already have it. Yeah, well, some people say that we do have the heavens. It's just that we're so ungrateful and unappreciative that we don't recognize the heavens. I'm not saying I believe that, but I'm saying some people do. It's all used to divide us when we need to be focused. I totally concur. We do need to be focused, and we need to be focused on unity, not division. I said earlier, a bunch of spiders that's united can tie down a lion. And if y'all haven't seen the movie 300, essentially that's what we are. The 300 going against the mighty Persian army.
Yeah.
You know how they lost? They were sold out by one of their own.
Yeah.
So if one of our own doesn't sell us out, I like our chances. I really do. We got strong soldiers, Mr. Intellectual, DJ Eddie King, M3, Big Riggs, John Sinatra, Razik. I mean, we got a list of people. Wally, Arshawn, you know, Quantum Love, Marcus. We got a list of very strong, sophisticated individuals.
Yeah.
So if we come together, we can really wreck some stuff.
Yes, sir.
And look, we don't need to save everybody. I know a lot of people like the Bible thump. Aren't the Bible talking about it's 144,000 people? It was the chosen ones. What would we do if we had 100,000 people? We can do some damage.
We can do some damage, definitely.
Yeah, we don't need all these people, cuz we need like-minded people because we set the standard and raise the bar for everyone else. And it says division is the goal of identity politics. Well, politics is about identity. So I hate even that term identity politics. It's kind of goofy. You know what I mean? Because everything is about identity in some sort of way, right? When Trump was pandering towards the evangelical base, that's identity politics. Saying, look, Obama, Kamala, the first black this, black that, that's identity politics. You know, all of these people saying MAGA, that's identity politics. Make America great again. How is that not identity politics? All of these surround around identity based on class, gender, race, etc. So identity politics is the name of the game. And it says no research, we will be destroyed. I agree. We have to critically think and we have to do our research. I know some people are, oh, I don't feel like reading a book. Well, look, I'll read the books for you. Oh man, I can't trust you. You can't say I don't want to read the book and then I read the book, man. I can't trust what you say.
Right.
Okay, well then read it yourself because I actually read it. You didn't read it. You don't want to take my word for it because you don't like me. Well then read the damn book yourself.
Right.
And it says, all it is chemical dressed as food. I've been on it. Yeah. Chemical warfare. That means the food that they give us.
Yeah.
Anything used to divide us must be eliminated. Politics, religion, music, views on relationships, how to live in your own homes, darker or lighter skin shouldn't matter in the end. No, it shouldn't. When we're trying to unite and cultivate our oneness, we don't need things that are going to distract and derail from the overall mission statement. And she says it takes willpower, not work. It takes willpower and work, in even more so than willpower. And maybe this is a euphemism for willpower. It takes discipline. So discipline and willpower are synonymous with each other. But I do agree that it does take willpower and work. You can't have willpower and be successful without working. Exactly. And it says with all the plants that have burned down, pretty soon you won't have to worry about that. It says famine is going to fix our obesity issues. Is it? I mean, people are over here looking at that Jeffrey Dahmer thing, so you know they might get some ideas on you know how to tap into their cannibalist nature. I don't know if he was doing that cannibalistic stuff, but I know one of them serial killers was.
Yeah.
And she said that's the villain way. Be easy, I'm with it. Shout out to Quantum Love. Such a very lovely and cosmic soul, very sophisticated, definitely very bright and beautiful. So shout out to the young lady. And Risa Neal, like Biggie said, I'm gonna need some company. You know what also Biggie said? You're nobody until someone kills you.
Yeah.
Oh, this is where the rabbit hole ends. Okay, so this is Mr. Mike. Okay, no troll. Look, I didn't know who it was.
Oh, that's Mike?
I guess I was like, what's up, Mike? Y'all coming with these different names. And look, I didn't know if you was a troll or not. I'm saying if you are a troll, this is not the stream to be addressing trolls. But shout out Mike, and I gave Mimsy a shout out earlier, so shout out to
What's up, Mike and Mimsy? Yeah.
A peace of mind. Shout out to the sister. Great morning. I like that. Not good morning. Great morning. A peace of mind, giving us a piece of her mind. Every time I hear legacy and kids in the same mix, shaking my head. Some people need to look at the definition. I agree with Wally because people be like, man, I got a legacy because I had kids. I'm like, nigga, you had 4 kids that you don't take care of. I'm just saying, niggas be deadbeats because they got 4 kids. That's their legacy. So, is a dude with 4 kids and a deadbeat, is his legacy stronger than a dude with no kids that has built up his people, giving people jobs? I'm just saying, we got to really evaluate that. It says, I agree with that. 2 should merge at some point. I definitely agree. So it looks like we got a lot of agreements. It says new heaven and new earth has to be done with action created that happens with action. I agree. So you got to tear this down to build it up.
Mm-hmm.
By identity politics, I mean, by identity politics, I mean most of the bullshit coming out of your mouth. So now you talking, a little reckless, a little disrespectful. So I don't even really need to acknowledge, because this is the thing. If you gonna say someone is saying something bullshit, you need to be specific. So if I said 2 + 2 is 5, then you say, well, when you said that, that was bullshit. But when you say most of the bullshit coming out of your mouth, now you're just making sweeping generalizations, right? And it's not like you have provided anything. All of you literally have said famine is gonna fix our obesity issues. One could say that's bullshit, right?
Yeah.
It takes willpower, not work. One could say that's bullshit. So it's a bit subjective. You said you wasn't here to troll, but clearly, okay. All right, it says you were late to our comments, so you have framed my comments in an incorrect light. Well, I don't know, so I'm just gonna ignore the comment because I'm just saying it sounded a bit disrespectful and hostile. You know what I mean? That's how it sounded. I could be misconstruing it, but it is what it is. So it says MAGA is fake. That is really the highest level in Satan church. Trump thought he was slick, but Anton Lavey is the maker of that. Exactly. People don't read, then have so many objections when you the one taking the time to become knowledgeable. I agree. So like I said, people will say, man, well, that ain't true. Well, look, I read this and I'm just reporting the facts that I read. Well, I don't trust you. You don't gotta trust me. Go read it yourself. See, people will say, oh, you're wrong about this and that, and then they won't have any facts to refute that. Right. So that's the thing. If I'm wrong, I will say, hey, I'm wrong. But this is the thing. Also, don't come at me hostile. So if I mistakenly say 2 + 2 is 5, you don't need to say 2 + 2 is 4, you stupid bitch. Like, is that the really way to get your point across? Or you could say, hey, bruh, like, I know you think that this is this, but like, here's the facts. It's 2 + 2 is not 5. It's actually 4. Oh, damn, bro. I didn't even know. Thank you for correcting me respectfully. But if you want to come at me with some disrespectful energy, you know what I mean? I can meet that. And this is not to anyone specifically, because you feel me? I don't do the blims. You know what I mean? I will speak to anyone directly. I'm just saying in general, sometimes people, you know, they they make an argument out of everything. Not everything is a debate. If I'm saying anything that you disagree with, that's cool. You can turn it out off. You can tune me out. I'm not trying to debate with y'all. This is a discussion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And no one agrees with anyone 100% of the time. If you married, you don't agree with your wife 100% of the time, nor your mama, nor your kids. And that's completely okay.
Yeah.
I don't need to persuade you to believe what I believe, just as well as you don't need to try to persuade me that your beliefs are right. Because ultimately, if it's not a proven statistical empirical fact, it's just your perspective. And we don't need to argue about whose perspective is right, wrong, or should be upheld to the highest standard. But yeah, let's just continue the rest of this video real quick, and we gonna get out of here.
100%. People are going to have to be on the same page. You don't need to talk to them about being on the same page. They are. They always have been since getting to this country. So I'm just saying.
Right, temporary or however you do it, right? That person has to support the three of you. Has to support the three of you.
Mm-hmm.
And Danny,
you know who wants to run for that seat?
Reggie.
No, Isidore.
I ain't gonna support Reggie. Reggie was over there with Karen.
Who was over there?
After he was fucking sweating his ass off.
The one who will support us is Heather Hutt.
Yes.
Heather Hutt.
I like Heather Hutt.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like Heather Hutt. Let's find out who Heather Hutt is, because we want to make sure Heather Hutt gets nowhere near. Heather. The one who likes us is Heather Hutt. Bruh.
Yeah. She doesn't merit, right?
But
she's not our ally. She's not going to help us. Her district is.
So I'm gonna just fast forward just a little bit, just because it's late.
That's the
I'm
one
trying
who
to
put
get
in the
through this.
blender and chop up left or right.
But that's what they did.
Yeah.
And our people, and who do we have to watch out for, or who do we have to actually just put in the blender?
Danny, if you want to cut a deal, and if you want to make like fucking boss moves, I would go after the airport. He goes, fuck, I love that idea. I said, tell my Chris,
So
go take it from his friend.
Don't go
after, leave him alone. Go get the airport from his fucking little brother, that little bitch Bonnet. I go, what is with the Bonnet? What's with Bonnet? And I said, Bonnet thinks he's fucking black. That guy don't think he's black. I go, he thinks.
What?
Why does Bonnet think he's fucking black? They very much are on code.
And mind you, the dude she's talking about, Bonin, hasn't done nothing to think he's black. He is a LGBT white man who's married to another white man who's adopted a black kid. How does he think he's white? I mean, how does he think he's black? Just because he adopted a black kid? I mean, so if y'all look at this dude, Bonin, he hasn't been some champion for black people. He's adopted a little black kid, and simply because he did that, she's saying, F this guy, he thinks he's black, and he has a little monkey kid. And people are saying, oh yeah, well, Freudian slip, and she was just frustrated. These are people that are making laws. These are people making laws about black people. This shouldn't be allowed to happen. And not only did they disparage black people, they disparaged other Latinos, renters, and also indigenous people. I'm only speaking up for black people because no other group will speak up. There's no Hispanics speaking up for blacks. There's no whites speaking up for blacks. I'm talking about this specific instance. I'm not talking about spraying Black Lives Matter in the streets. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this specific instance. Don't tell me what you stood up for and who you marched and protested for last year. This just came out this week, and it was a recording from last year. This attack is constant, which means the response has to be constant.
Why you think you black? Why you acting like that? No immigrant came over here. She didn't come over here, right, to help everyone. She came over here to help her people. In the meantime, between time, we got black people talking about, well, we gotta kumbaya. We're all Americans here. We're all Americans here. We gotta work. Those Negroes have got to go.
I go the same thing.
Yeah, those are the people saying, well, color doesn't matter. We're all Americans. Try telling these people that color don't matter and we're all Americans. Clearly, they don't believe that, and they're in America.
Yeah.
Getting back to Marquis.
They are very much know.
Back to Marquis.
They very, very much know what's up. His kid is. I call it the same thing. I call it the same thing. Whoo, that's harsh language, huh? Well, his kid is. Yeah, it's the same thing.
But I'm telling you, with Polanco, that's the K 2.5, and Amanda hard at
They're
work
too old to work.
to not let this be a
He's a teamster. I gotta support, and we have to.
Did they say an American caucus? Did they say a little American caucus? Am I missing something? Did they say we're like a little American caucus? Or did they say they're like a little?
Peace of Mind says that's why we have to put ourselves in these positions. I agree. But what this tape is saying, that there's black people in this position and they're conspiring to get him out that position. So it's not just a matter of putting us in this position. We need to put us in this position by certain numbers, but let's be honest, we don't have those numbers in California. 40% of the population out here is Hispanic. So when we do get put in these positions, we need our brothers and sisters from Detroit, from New York, from Mississippi, all over the country to support us and not say, oh, that's just the West Coast, that's just California. You know what I mean? No, this affects you too. Because if they would do it out here in California, they would do it in the South and any other place. So we need to recognize that.
Yeah, it's important. Very important.
Latino caucus. If you listen.
And they said, hey, we're like our own Latino caucus. Basically saying we're like our own Latino power players. And what he's saying is, why didn't y'all say we're like our own American caucus? See, they get black people on this goofy black and brown, we're all American. But as soon as they talk, they say Latino caucus. Did you hear anything about brown? Did you hear anything about black? No, they said specifically Latino. And I'm not saying it's horrible, right? But why would y'all get mad when blacks say, hey, we specifically need reparations or we need these specific tangibles? Kind of like what every other group is specifically asking for. And she says we need to protect our own when in these positions. So we got to replace those in office. I agree. So we need more people running for office. And when the people do get in office, we need to protect them. We need to protect them physically and virtually. We can't just look past the story and say, damn, man, that's bad. No, if you're a content creator, do a stream about it, share it to someone else, get vocal about it. Don't try to say, hey, we're just powerless because we're only 13% of the population, which we're not. But even this guy says in the video, The Wizard of Oz, yeah, their numbers may not be there, but they could shout so loud that it appears greater than it is. So while he was using it as a disparaging tactic, we can use this as a building tactic.
Yep, you sure can.
And she says, so where are the people? I'm not sure what people you're talking about. I'm not sure what people you're talking about, but this is LA, and there are some people that are in the council, but they're trying to oust them because they're not black. And the district is majority Hispanic. So this conversation is saying how they can gerrymander the district and massage certain positions to make it all Latino. And I fast forwarded some of the parts, but one of the dudes says, as far as I see it, all of the seats are Latino because they're saying they're going to appoint all Latinos. And even if the person is not Latin, they're going to lean on him to push Latin interests, whether he's black or white. So essentially they're saying, hey, all of the seats are Latino in our eyes. She also says, so we have to separate from that black and brown if we are the only ones holding that standard. I totally agree. That's this whole stream. We got to get out of this goofy delusion. Exactly. Now, we do have individuals, like Marcus, and I got plenty of other Hispanic individuals that I ride for, and that's my dog. So we talking about collectively as a group. And that's where people get mixed up. Man, my baby mama is Hispanic. Yeah, but every time you go to the cookout, you be getting funny looks from the other family members. That's what people don't talk about, right? Man, I love my baby mama. My kid is mixed, and they stop there. Yeah, your kid is mixed, but how is the I had a a good friend who was Hispanic, and she who is Hispanic, and her fiance is black. When she delivered the baby, the first thing her dad said was, "Oh, it's one of them." Because her kid came out dark and he was black, and she was hiding the fact that she was with a black man. And
Yeah.
of course, you can't hide that when the baby comes out. And he said, "Oh, it's one of them," and he walked out.
Wow.
So a lot of people are saying, "Oh no, well that's not my family." I'm not saying it's your family, but don't try to act like it's not a family, or you've never heard it, or like you don't have a family member that conducts themselves like this. So
Right. Right.
we gotta stop with the delusion. See, blacks have no issue saying black on black crime, but Latins won't ever say Latino or Latino crime, or they won't ever speak up consistently about the anti-blackness. See, we speak up. We hold our women accountable. We hold our men accountable. Now, whether they accept accountability is a different topic, but we do hold them accountable. We're calling the men dusty, man. Y'all men need to build, saying the women need to stop doing that, stop doing that. Do we ever tell these other groups what they need to stop doing? No.
No.
But they be quick to tell us what we need to stop doing. I'm not just sitting around standing for this and saying silently bye. We need to start doing what all the others are doing and act. I agree. But see, this is the thing. I actually am acting. So what we also need to do is look for the people that are acting and support them. Sometimes people say, "Well, why ain't nobody acting?" Yeah, I'm acting. Why you not doing anything to support me? Oh, yeah, I don't want to hear the because I'm actually out here doing the shit that y'all don't want to do. But when it comes time to, hey, are you going to donate? Are you going to donate money? Are you going to donate your time? No. Nobody is sending me any money. No one is volunteering any time. No one is volunteering anything for me. But there's a lot of people saying, we need to act. We need to build. Okay, I'm out here building. Is somebody going to help me? We need to build. Are you going to help me? We need to act. Come on, bro. You know what I mean? That's literally what happens, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying anyone in this chat is doing that. Definitely not you, Quantum, but I'm saying that is what happens. I'm out here helping and mentoring these youths, and people's like, F them kids, them ain't my kids.
Yeah, people say that. That's crazy.
Yeah, they say that. I ain't been no stepdaddy. I'm not the stepdaddy to these kids. I am mentoring these youth so that we can usher in better leaders for the next generation. If you don't want to do that and you say F them kids, I say that's fine. But if that same kid that you said F that kid to, if he does a drive-by on your house, I'm just going to say F your house, right?
Yeah.
If you said F that kid, why should I care about what he did? Right?
Right. 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 And he's just another person in the way. He's just standing in the way.
Correct. It says everyone is online and no boots on the ground. We have to attend more meetings and be involved. Now, there isn't no boots on the ground. There are boots on the ground. Are there enough boots on the ground? No. But when there are boots on the ground, what are people doing to support the boots on the ground? Are you sharing the post? Right? Are you commenting on the post? Are you donating financially? Are you volunteering your time? If you're not doing that, then you're not serious. You know what I mean? Because people like, oh, I don't got the time. If you don't got the time, then why are you speaking on what other people are not doing?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And like I said, this is not to anyone in the chat. I'm just speaking generally right now. I hear a lot of people saying, well, these people ain't building. Well, what have you built? Nothing, right? You're waiting for someone else to build. So how are you any different than the other person that hasn't built something? You're waiting for someone to build, and so are they. Right? Why don't y'all conspire to build something together instead of saying what other people are not doing? How about you make a date and say, look, no one is building something. How about we meet on this day and start building something? That's how you do it. Instead, when is someone going to build something? Oh my God, no one is building something. Is anyone ever going to build something? I'm just waiting for someone to build something. All that huffing and puffing, you could have used it to organize actual meeting to build something. Just saying. School board meetings and be involved in decision making in our community. That's step one. Can't talk about it, gotta be about it. I agree. And I'm definitely about it. I just don't see enough other people that's about it. I see how we push youth into sports, computers, and tech, meta world, which is great. Who are our next political leaders? Can we do more to push them into politics? Yes, and I do agree. That's what we need to do because as early as they are 10 and you're saying he's going to be the next NFL star, we need to start looking him and say he's going to be the next senator, mayor, governor, president, some sort of influential political position. Why? Literally, these kids and young adults have the propensity for doing it. So we don't need to limit them to only being rappers and ball players. I'm saying the community as a whole has to be stronger. That's why we have no power in politics. Our faces aren't present where it's needed. Well, I agree with you to a certain extent. That's not why we don't have any power in politics. We actually have quite a bit of people in politics, but due to anti-blackness being very lucrative, it's very profitable to sell us out. There's Maxine Waters, Sheila Jackson Lee, Cory Booker, Kamala Harris, Jim Clyburn. I can go on and on about, Cory Bush. You know what I mean? We have figures in there. The thing is, they can't talk about a black first agenda. None of them could even mention black. That's why they keep saying people of color and minorities and marginalized groups. See, all these other groups, they say Asian unapologetically. These others, they say Hispanics and Latinos. But when it's blacks, they say people of color. The black caucus can't even say black. And people say, well, we're Afro-Latina. Show me the Mexican or Latino caucus that says anything about blacks. You won't find it.
Nope.
But our black caucus is constantly talking about, did you know that basically they gave a bunch of scholarships and, to many Latino people to go to HBCUs, which I don't have an issue with, right? Just show me that happening on the flip side, where there's a predominantly Hispanic school and they're saying, hey, we need to get more blacks in here.
That's not going to happen. Not at all.
It never happens. And I agree with you offline. I do most of my work offline. I haven't been chronicling it in terms of filming it, but see, this is where you damned if you do, damned if you don't. See, I'm actually have toes on the ground and building, and people like, well, where's the proof? So then if I film it, it's like, oh, you just clout chasing. And then if I don't film it, it's like, well, where's the proof?
Exactly.
It's like, come on.
And win.
She says, I have a nonprofit. You guys should check it out. Let's build. I didn't know you have a nonprofit, but I will definitely support you. And yeah, let's build, because I don't just talk about it. I be about it. I really am, on the soil. And like I said, if no one believes me, I could bring people up to vouch for me, but then people will say, oh, you probably paid them. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, if I say, nah, bro, I'm really with the activities, bro, I'll bring these cats up. Oh, bro, man, you paid them to say that. So it's like, you won't believe anything I say. So
Exactly.
I'm just going to show and prove. I'm not explaining nothing to no one, especially a lot of these cats is beneath me. You know what I mean? Let's just keep it a buck. Yeah. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about our community as a whole. No, I know, Miss Peace of Mind. I wasn't saying that you were targeting me specifically, just as well as my comments wasn't targeted to you specifically. I'm using the questions to springboard a broader and more generalized discussion so that, we can kind of deeply delve into this. She said they pissed because Angelina and Brad adopted a daughter who is black, is going to attend the HBCU. Why would they be mad about that? That's wild.
It's crazy.
I think you should still film it. F people, the ones who talking shit not gonna support anyways. Now I agree, because people like, oh well, what are you doing? And then I give off a list of what I'm doing. All right, we'll prove it. And then, all right, cool. Now that I've proven my stuff, Show me your track record. Oh, well, I don't have no track record. I was just trying to get you to show your resume. Nigga, what?
What?
You ain't even qualified to be speaking to me on this type of level, bruh. See, and this is where the goofy shit comes in. People want to just challenge you. Yeah, well, what have you done, DJ Eddie King? Instead of questioning what DJ Eddie King has done, why are you not formulating your own plan to do something? Why are you waiting for DJ Eddie King to make a move for you to make a move?
Right.
Are you a leader or not?
Right. And for the record, just saying in general, like I've been making before I ended up, in the hospital and trying to get better. Before all this, I've been putting in the work. I definitely been putting in the work. And when I get 100% better, I will continue to still put in the work. That's not going to change. It's not going to change at all. All about action.
Yeah, and thank you for your contributions. You know what I mean? Like, when you battling, health issues, whether it's mental health, physical health, and I'd say financial health, because financial health ties into your mental health and your mental health ties back into your physical health.
Yeah.
So it's all a form of your health, right? Because,
Yes, sir.
the doctors are taxing you. They're not giving you service for free. They're telling you got to eat a certain food that's not for free. So you can't, eliminate the financial health aspect of it. And that's why we got to help each other.
Yes, sir.
And she says, we are also missing humility, compassion, and service. Back in the day, people served and uplifted. We had a village. I agree. And that's what I'm saying. If DJ Eddie King is temporarily sick, we're supposed to look out for him. You know why? Because when he gets stronger and then I get sick, now I have DJ Eddie King and others to help me out. But if DJ Eddie King gets sick and I'm like, I don't give a fuck, now he's alone.
Right.
I get sick and no one cares. I'm alone. How do you build a community like that?
Right. You can't. It can't. It won't happen. Will never happen.
Correct. This conversation really helped me put some things into better perspective concerning politics. Glad I woke up and tuned in. You know what? I'm glad you tuned into Quantum. I just want to say, Quantum Love, you are loved. You are beloved. Very insightful person, and just like anyone else, right? No one agrees with each other 100% of the time, but you don't need to. As long as we agree with each other the majority of the time on the main issues, that's all that matters. And I've come to find that most of the times we do agree practically on everything. You know what I mean? Sometimes things are worded a certain way and taken out of context, so it may seem that we disagree, but once it's broken down in an astute manner, then you can say, okay, cool, I actually do agree with that. So shout out to Quantum Love. Get it? I woke up. You was never asleep. Quantum is a vampire. Stop fronting like you was asleep. I'm over here. I was asleep. You wasn't asleep. Stop lying. Sometimes people poison the community because they can't be the main person on top. Correct. Egotism and people believing they're the exceptional Negro, so the exceptional Negro has to shine. I can't teach you how to fish. I have to bring you the fish because I need to present myself as the hero that brings you the fish. Why would I teach you the fish? Why would I teach you how to fish? You might catch more fish than me. But if I bring you a fish, then I know you only have one fish and you'll never surpass me.
Right. Right.
That's that goofy way of thinking, and it's not going to build a community that way. You'll build an individual, but you'll have an individual on an island. And you as an individual cannot withstand an army. Correct. Ship sinkers, Debbie Downers, negative Nancys, and negative Normans.
He goes on as far as a segment of the city.
I mean, we're like the little Latino caucus of our, our own city. Yeah.
Of our city. Of our city. Latino caucus of their city. Not American caucus, not a black caucus. Latino caucus.
Not a people of color caucus.
Yeah, not even American Latino caucus. They're just a Latino. So please understand that please understand it's not how you think it is. That's all.
You have to find, new folks to bring in. Bloomfield was in here.
We have to find new folks to bring in. Now, who do you think those new folks are going to bring?
Correct. We have to find new folks to bring in. See, there's already black people in those positions, and they're saying we need to find new folks to bring in. They're not talking about bringing in other black folks.
Yeah.
So this is what people talk about when they talk about systemic racism. You know what I mean? Because this is a systemic and strategic operation.
Bring in Herrera. Who do you think Herrera is going to bring in?
New folks to bring in. Bloomfield was in here the other day, right? He goes, well, we're trying to create another Latino now. Why do we have to do that? I go, fuck. The way I see it, all of the seats are Latino. What did you say?
The way I see it, all of the seats are Latino. So he doesn't care about any other group but Latinos. But then if someone says, hey, look, I don't care about any other group but blacks, they call you radical, they call you extremists. Is anyone calling them Mexican supremacists or Latin supremacists? But they are trying to coin the term black supremacists. They are trying to say blacks are racist. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear that? What we're trying to do is have a Latino. Now, why do we have to do that?
The way I see it, all of the seats.
The way I see it, all the seats are Latino. Did they say, well, we have to have an American? Why do we have to do that? The way I say, all the seats all are American. We're all American. What do you mean? Are they in here?
Right? He didn't say, yeah, we need to make sure that they're American. And since we're all American, that can be anyone, right? White, black, Asian, etc. No. When they want something for their people, they specify. And I'm not saying they're wrong for this, but they want to make you wrong for this, right? If you specify and say, look, I'm a black mayor and I want some black staff. Oh, well, why don't you hire more Latinos? Oh, kind of like y'all didn't hire more blacks?
Here fighting for white people, Asian people, black people? Or are they fighting for their own? Are they not fighting for their own? We don't need to bring one in. All of them need to be us. We represent, hey, we're like a little Latino caucus, of our city. We need to bring someone in. Who do you think they're going to be bringing in? Y'all need to get your head out of your ass.
Why do we have to do that? I go, fuck. The way I see it, all of the seats are Latino. What did you say? Oh, you got a point there.
Oh, you got a point there.
What do we say? 52% of the population is Latino.
His mentors are the reason we're so fucking gerrymandered in the valley.
Right. All this.
What? I don't know what to tell you. I don't. What more do you need? I'm just asking. What more do you need? I really don't know. So when we have blacks in office, whether it's Clyburn, Maxine Waters, or anyone else, they have got to go. But they don't. You do not replace a Maxine Waters with a Martinez. You do not replace a Clyburn with a Lopez. Now, what the white liberal try and tell you, hey, we're all in this together, black and brown. What's the difference? It's a person of color. We need more persons of color in office. No, that's the hustle.
I'm gonna subscribe to that guy.
Yeah, shout out to the bro, Amazing Lucas. He's a solid cat, and he's from SoCal too. So he's out there with all of this stuff. And I'm gonna just read this comment, and then we gonna get out of here because I know it's extremely late. He says, Dr. Umar says, indigenous man, when did you become an American? You are not an American. This country was never built or meant for you. So I would ask, if he's saying that you're not an American, and I know he loves to say that, salute to all my Africans, right? So, hypothetically, DJ Eddie is a Jamaican. Does DJ Eddie have to adopt African as his identity? Does his Jamaican heritage just get erased based on Africanizing everything? Look, I'm not against it, but I'm just saying if I'm from Jamaica and my roots are from Jamaica and you try to force Africa on me, that's like being from Germany and someone forces Russia on them.
Yeah.
People don't look at it like that, but German like, look, I support Russia. Yeah, we're under the umbrella of whiteness, but I'm not Russian. I'm German.
Yeah.
Not and look, this is not me. Jamaicans say, look, I'm not black, I'm Jamaican. Not all, but some do. I ain't African, I'm Jamaican. I'm not black, I'm Nigerian. I'm not black, I'm Somali. You know what I mean? So this is not me saying this, you know what I mean? So I would love for people to come up with another term. If you don't want to use the term black, what's a better term? If you don't like the term African American, foundational black American, ADOS or something, what is a better term? You know what I mean? Because some people will say that, DJ Eddie King, man, I don't like your name. You should change it. Do you have any suggestions for me to change it? Nah, man, I just don't like it. Okay. You know what I mean? That's pretty much what people do. So it says we have to groom the next political leaders, the next journalists, skilled media reporters, and the list goes on. I totally agree. Chef Quantum is on fire tonight.
On fire. Yes, she is.
But shout out to Peace of Mind. She is over here cooking too. It says there is so much we can do for each other right now within our own community. Even if you just pick up trash, go grocery shopping for the old person next door, we can start with very small steps. And I'm with you. I did the picking up trash and people was looking at me like I had boo-boo on my forehead. They was like, what is this cat doing? And you know what? I was just out there doing it and I was smiling. I actually was recycling too. As I was picking up trash, I seen tons of bottles. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna bag these up. And it was one street cat and he said, man, I couldn't be doing that. He said, this is what he said. He said, that's some homeless shit. And I had seen him weeks later, and this cat was asking me for change. And I was like, cuz, if you would have recycled some cans, you would have some money in your pocket. And then I seen him weeks later, and this cat was digging in the garbage, getting cans, and I didn't knock the hustle. Because before he was saying that's some homeless shit. And peep this. I've seen where I lived, Asian people, bro, in Mercedes Benz going to certain dumpsters, like let's say it's after a football game or like the college, bro. All those kids drinking sodas, bro. Tons of plastic bottles, bro. You literally could get like $50 like per school. Like go to your college, like whatever college you buy, go there. You can hit up gas stations. You just put on gloves, bro. Put on gloves and some dirty thing. And people say, I couldn't do that. Bro, you are broke right now. You can't be in your prideful feelings. And every time people say, man, I couldn't recycle. And then I go to the recycling place. The last time I went, I got $50. The last time I went before that, I got $80. The time before that, I got $30. Not life-changing money. But if you see $30 on the ground, what are you going to do?
Right. And if you start adding all this up, man, you're going to have a good amount of money.
Correct. So she says, I'm confused. We did not build this country or help build. I'm going to leave it alone. I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm confused. Yeah, we did build this country. So, yeah, that's where I get confused, too, where it's like we built this country and it's like, oh, America wasn't never built for you. I agree. We built it for someone else. But it's just like the word nigga, right? Nigger was never meant to be an endearing word. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but that's what people made it into, right? So yeah, this country probably wasn't built for us, but we built it and now we made it for us. You know what I mean? So I'm not just gonna build it. Imagine I build DJ Eddie King's house and then you say, and get out of here, man. This house wasn't built for you. You're gonna be like, nah, cuz I'm gonna stay on the lawn. You ain't getting me out of here this easy. You know what I mean? Like we gotta stand up, you know what I mean, for each other and for ourselves. Now that looks different. That looks different for other people. You know what I mean? But I'm not telling people what they should or shouldn't say, but it says, no, both Jamaican and African are connected. Even Marley knew that. Well, I agree that they're connected, but
Right.
foundational Black Americans and African Americans are connected. So I don't think they were doubting the connection. This is not about connection. This is about lineage and delineation. And it's not to be divisive, it's to be direct and specific. No one thinks Russians are being divisive when they say, hey, I'm not American, I'm Russian. And think about this. When Irish people come over, they don't even say they're Irish American. They say they're Irish and they stop.
Yep,
When
that's
you
it.
ask the Chinese people, they say, I'm Chinese. Stop. Ask the Japanese, I'm Japanese. I'm Filipino. I'm Mexican. But with blacks, you're supposed to say African American. Huh? Think about it. All of these other groups, they don't even attach America to their shit. They say, I'm Chinese, I'm Mexican, I'm Afghanistan, I'm Afghani, but only blacks. Y'all got to attach a continent and a country. Make that make sense.
Yes, sir.
Do you hear people going around saying they're Jamaican American or Nigerian American?
No,
I don't.
not at all. Not
I
at
don't
all.
hear Russian American. I don't hear Mexican American. They do say it, but not as much. And it says most of what I say is from a social work perspective. We respect all perspectives here. Funny and intellectual, I'm here all week. You know, I try my best. Thank you, Mr. Intellectual. I appreciate that. Your example can spark a flame. I'm not sure which example you're talking about, but Quantum Love, you are a spark and a flame. So shout out to the flame. Exactly, the peace of mind. Let's take those kids' bottles back. Yep.
Yep. Gonna have to.
Let them buy Robux with that money for them bottles. I think we just need to get our heads in the game and start playing. Well, yeah, it's not just about start playing. You need to start playing strategically, in a sophisticated manner and doing effectively. There's some people that are like in the game playing basketball, but then they have 0 points. Should we praise them for just being in the game, or should we praise the players that are in the game that are producing and being effective?
Mm.
I understand your point about people not attaching certain things. It says we have to stop being easily distracted as people. If we stay focused and consistent, we will thrive. We just got to get rid of all the labels given to us by oppressor and unite. I agree. Too many people fixate on a label. That's why I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. That's why I don't go around calling myself conservative or a liberal or anything like that. Because at the end of the day, a lot of these titles are meaningless and a lot of them are subjective and really can't hold up to scrutiny. So, yeah, because some people will say, hey, I'm red pill, or I'm a pimp, or I'm a player, I'm a gangster. See, where I'm from, if you say that, then someone has to check your card, right? If you say that you pimping, then it's like, okay, who laced you? If you say that you a G, all right, cool, who jumped you in or who gave you the pass? But see, now on the internet, you're able to jump on. I'm a professor. Like, who? What school? Yeah, the school of YouTube. You know what I mean? Like that's what people are able to do, and no one checks them on it.
Right.
We ain't letting that slide over here. This was a great stream. I cannot wait to the next one. Yes.
Yes,
And
sir.
shout out to Risa Neal. She is always showing support. Mr. Intellectual saying Facts Family. He's definitely been in here supporting man-made labels to keep themselves in box mentally. Also, the man-made labels is due to the insecurity of others to make them feel superior and to condition and cultivate inferiority in, black people. And it has been quite effective for some. People don't know how to be regular people anymore. No, people don't know how to be regular because saying that you're regular is saying that you're average, right? And you saw what happened when Kevin Samuels called in a girl who admitted to being average, average at best. Think about if he called her regular at best. What would be the difference? And since when did average start being such a bad thing? I remember when people got their report card, most people got average grades. And
Yeah.
nobody was saying, don't call me an average student. That's disparaging me. You are an average student, right? You look at the woman and she looks like an average. And then shout out to Reese Neal. I'm a PhD. I don't give a flying fizzle sticks about your PhD.
Mm,
I really don't.
that's
And it
crazy.
says if we get rid of all of the negative terms like the N word or a G and go back to being a man and a woman, I think that could be a step in the right direction. I don't, I think that's won't move the needle much, but I think in terms of setting a moral and personal cultural standard, I
That's
can be opposed to that.
that's not really bothering us though. That's not really the
Correct.
biggest issue. That could come last.
That's what I was trying to say. Like, I don't
Yeah.
think that's the primary issue.
Right.
However, I wouldn't be like opposed to say like this could never be implemented, but I just don't think that that is going to move the needle in
Yeah.
terms of our, conditions.
Right. Right.
And it says gods can't be boxed in. I know I can't be boxed in, Quantum. I know you preaching to the choir, Mom. Every other race of people won't attach themselves to negative terms or images. Look at how the Italians spoke out against the Sopranos. Yeah, I mean, I
Mm-hmm.
agree. Player hating degree. What you know about that recent meal must be from the Bay, cause
It
ain't
sounds
no.
like it is.
Yeah, shout out to recent Neil. You gonna have to drop some info. Where is you from, Mrs. Neil? Because ain't nobody talking like that unless you from the Bay or you soaked up some game from the Bay.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
When I say real man instead of a real N word, I command respect. Cool, and I agree, but I think it depends on who you are talking to because some other people you say man and they just like yeah whatever, and unfortunately some people are so used to the depravity that when you say the N word you command more respect. Now that's not all, but
Yeah.
it is a contingent, a significant amount. We should discuss measurable outcomes. Media plays a role in those negative images though. Exactly. So if we don't control our own media, the media is going to force feed the negative images that they want to put out. And this
Mm.
where it goes back to the consumer, right? We are over here when we are putting out positive images, not are y'all sharing it with the same intensity, the same energy? Because I see when it came to Kanye wearing the White Lives Matter shirt, people were outraged and they were quick to share that. Look at him. How could he do this?
Right.
You were quick to share something that you don't support and that you find abhorrent, but something that you find amazing and aspirational, you won't share that. You'll scroll past it. Maybe you'll give it a like, but you won't invest nearly as much time and energy into as to something you support versus something that you oppose. We gotta stop doing that. And
Yes,
shout
sir.
out to my big brother, Bolo TV. You know what, Bolo? I am actually quite infuriated with you, Bolo. You know why? Because we were supposed to do a mixtape a long time ago, and Bolo went MIA. Where is you at, brother? Bolo, I need you to reach out to me. We got to get that mixtape popping. But shout out to Big Bro Bolo TV. Always cooking. This dude is on his stuff, man. And I think that y'all all need to subscribe to that channel. It will behoove all of you to go listen, get some of that daily dose of scripture, and do something positive and productive with your life. Stop jacking off and playing video games and, listen to something that's going to change your life.
Right.
Now, if you want to take the time to, whack a mole here and there and play some video games, just make sure that you are producing and that your bills are paid and that you are doing something to progress your purpose and your people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Absolutely.
she's straight out of Arkansas, baby. Okay, she from
Arkansas. Okay.
from Little Rock, Little Rock Risa. Shout out to Little Rock Risa.
Yeah, and you know, it's a lot of cats from the Bay down there in Arkansas too.
Okay, that's what's up. People look at me different when I don't align with the negative terms. I change the narrative, and when I change the narrative, I'm empowered. Well, keep empowering yourself, because the empowerment will be contagious. Okay, and look, we got the G already. Man, we was about to shut it down, my brother, but I would be remiss without having this very esteemed guest grace our presence.
I
What's up
don't know
with
if
you?
you guys can hear me
Yeah, I can hear you. Could you hear
because
us?
I can hear you.
Yeah, could you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we hear you.
You called me, I came, man.
What's good with you, brother? How you feeling?
I'm in the building, man. I can't complain, man. I'm here. I'm alive.
Man,
Can't
I
complain.
appreciate that. And you were the perfect person to come up because we was just about to shut it down, you know what I mean? And really the title of this stream is when are you going to wake up. I went a particular direction because I chose to cover a specific political event that went on, but we touched on some broader topics. And Mr. Bolo, you got so much yeah, and Mr. Intellectual says I was about to go to sleep and Bolo TV popped up. I was about to shut this down. I'm like, God darn it, I cannot go without having the brother come and bless us with some of this gracious game. And what I would really like for you to speak to while taking us home is that, essentially we really just need to wake up, not only spiritually, politically, physically, financially. What I mean is financially, you can be doing a bit more, you know what I mean, to earn some bucks, whether it's a side job, working some more hours, or maybe demanding a raise, looking for other works. You can be doing, a bit more work, physically, you know what I mean? So I think that we all are um kind of running from our grand awakening. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I know some people, let's say they are on the brink, or let's say that they want to lose weight, but they just keep eating donuts every day. They're not quite fully awakened to the reality that, hey, you are self-mutilating yourself. So when I'm saying when are you going to wake up, I'm asking this in multiple areas, right? And since I know that, Mr. Bolo, you deal heavily in the spiritual realm, could you speak to what that means to you, and specifically talking to the young people? I specifically speak to black people and black men, but I know in the village is not limited to only black people. It's, a humanitarian thing. So could you just speak to when people are going to wake up and why aren't they waking up? How, whatever direction you want to go with that.
Well, first, before I start, forgive me for coughing. My asthma's acting up this morning. But I wanted to thank you guys for allowing me up. I think our issue, uh, the main issue is we put more quality on us than we do in us. We're so caught up on the outside and not on the inside. I think the points that you were making when it comes to learning who you are is very paramount and pivotal in the thought process in which you have. Once you realize how to love yourself, that starts a whole chain reaction in conversation. It starts a whole chain reaction in thought process. It starts a whole chain reaction in manhood. It starts a whole chain reaction in husbandry. So it starts a whole chain reaction in, us just pointing fingers, women pointing fingers at us, and we're pointing fingers at them, hence the gender war that we're in right now, air quotes. So what I would say is definitely the point that you're making when it comes to the spiritual, when it comes to knowing who you are and what your worth is. And I give this example all the time. If you have $100,000 diamond, you know what the diamond is worth. You found out what the clarity is. You found out what the cut is. You did your math. and it's worth $100,000. You ain't taking nothing short of that, because you know it's cutting you short and it's leaving you empty-handed. This is the thought process that we need to have as a people. We need to know what our worth is, so that when it shows in our in our standards, our value. You know, if we don't value our lives, ain't no one else gonna value our lives. If we don't love our sisters, ain't no one gonna love our sisters. And most importantly, if we don't love each other as brothers, ain't no one gonna love us as brothers. You know, so it starts inside first. Before I can pay anybody else's phone bill, I gotta pay mine first. And it starts with you. It starts with the individual first. This is why, you know, God tells you love your brother as you love yourself. Because when I know what I'm worth and I'm going to go out there and get my value, it then emanates. It emanates now into the family. And then it emanates into, you know, outside your friends. And then it emanates into the community. And that's the thing that we don't have. The root word, the community, is common. Us as a people, we don't have a common goal, a common direction. You know, we just don't. And that's where it starts. It starts with us, the grassroots, the village. It starts with us loving each other. You know, it takes a village to raise a child. Where's the village at? Everybody's out there getting their own. Everybody's out there doing their own thing. Then when we do that, there's nothing else that we can't do, because now you can't infiltrate us. Now you can't separate and conquer. We all moving in one. And that's the problem. We're not moving as one fist. We're all moving as fingers. And we know what the cliche is, right? There's no strength in a finger. There's strength in a fist. So that's what I got for you.
Man, thank you so much, bro. We are definitely about to get up out of here, but I Bolo, I can't let you off the hook that easy, because
Okay.
I got two more questions.
Yes,
First,
sir.
when is the mixtape coming, brother?
The mixtape is coming out 4032, baby.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So just so y'all know, I'm gonna be on that thing.
You know it.
4032.
4032 coming out at 3 o'clock in the morning. Cop that.
Cool. And look, that's right around the corner.
That's
So,
right.
get get y'all popcorn, you know what I mean? But Bolo, bro, you
Yes, sir.
always I want to give you your reverence while you are here, because you know I just want to let I'm always, a member and supporter of the village, and, you on different times. So I be seeing you super early. I don't always have the time to stop by, but I do still try to, like, comment and share. But I definitely do want to do a deeper, dive. I'm already talked to Mr. Bryant about something like that, because, the knowledge that you have to bestow, on the people is just really immeasurable, you know what I mean? So I want to just take the time whenever, I'm on a panel and in the presence with you, to, I don't really say give a man his flowers, because, in real life I wouldn't be giving none of you men flowers, but I do give men appropriate and proper reverence. That's what I'm about. Reverence and respect. And I think that's better than flowers,
It
right? You
doesn't
would
mean giving
hold.
them actual flowers. Help
I
you.
Think
I
flowers
know
is a metaphor.
I know what it means. It's a metaphor, but I draw the actual correlations to it being
You
real.
draw a
You know what I mean?
metaphorical line at
Yeah, he
5.
did. He did.
I
Bolo,
have
what up,
to.
man? I had to
What
say
up,
what up to
big brother? What's
Bolo.
going on,
Oh man,
Soapbox?
love you,
Well,
man.
listen,
Love
man.
you, man.
Love you too, brother. Listen, man. You just named the place. I'm there. You know, I think that we all, we have 4 positive brothers up here that takes their time to do what a lot of men are not doing. And it's, take the examples and the experiences that they've gone through in their life and do the best that they can do to be that light to these young men that may not have that fatherly figure in the home. We can't ask these young men to be something that they don't know, see, feel, touch, smell. We can't ask them to do that. These men are trying to figure it out at the same time. For example, husbandry don't start when you become a husband. Being a
Right.
man don't start when you're a man. It starts from the foundation of when you're a child, watching your father think, watching how he maneuvers through precious situations and high tense situations. And you see the way he takes his time to respond opposed to react. These things take time, practice doesn't make perfect. I know that's the cliche.
Hold on, Bolo. Let me ask you this, because the situation that you just described, you said the the gentleman learns how to be a man through his father, and I do agree. But what about most of these kids that are not being raised by a father? Where do they find and cultivate manhood from?
From you,
Man, be easy.
from us.
Don't snatch the skillet from a man. Let him cook, baby.
That's why I said. That's why I said
Nah,
that.
that was a specific question.
But that was
I know
before.
you got your
But
question. I know
before
you
I
got your
said about the father, I said you got 4 men up here being the light to those men that don't have a fatherly figure in their life. So YouTube right now is the hottest thing right now. Everyone is home doing whatever. So when they're busy looking at the nonsense, the way the grace of the Lord works is, you could be what. Listen, I was watching Kimbo Slice, and then a intellectual person will pop by. When truth is meant for you to find it, it's gonna find you. But where are you when truth finds you? Are you at that pivotal moment where you can accept it? Or are you at that point where you're going to fight it? And that's the problem. A lot of us, talk about my truth. My truth. Truth don't belong to nobody. Truth is truth. Now, I'd rather you say my opinion and my story. I can't fight you on that. I won't argue with you on that. But when it comes to truth, at the end of the day, your breath stink. I don't care how you want to fluff it and do it. Your breath stink. I'm not saying it in an aspect to want to ridicule you, but what's so important with the truth is love. Truth given without love is a weapon. Because I last night when because I was watching y'all last night, and what you said was something really important. You said that as men, right, we know that there's a certain thought process in which we deal with each other and handle each other in, right? We have to understand that we know as men that things can get really volatile really quick, really quick. So there's a certain decorum in which we speak to each other in. So if we have that relationship with each other, that love for one another, if I come to tell you or you come and tell me, yo, Bolo, but you was bugging last night, I'm not going to look at you trying to, attack my manhood or nothing like that. I know that B-Eazy's coming from a place of love. So I don't even need to deal with that vibe. I don't even need to pick up that bag. The only thing I need to deal with is check me. What did I do wrong? Make me a better man from what I was 10 minutes ago. Because that information is only going to make me better. And that's the point of what I'm saying is that what you 3 men are doing, that's so important. That light that you guys have, you're shining it. We are supposed to be, the lighthouse on the beach, warning those ships that rocky waters is coming in, giving them that guidance through the murky water and through the fog because they can't see. They can't see. So, one thing in the book that a lot of us, I think, miss, it says, get knowledge, get wisdom, but with all thy getting, get understanding. Knowledge and wisdom means nothing if you don't have understanding of it. And the understanding comes from the empathy and sympathy in knowing how and where and which way to apply knowledge and wisdom. So that's what we have to understand. A lot of us are not empathetic and sympathetic towards each other because of the trauma we had. So this is why you OGs, you 3 OGs that have been on for a minute, are being that light to these young men that you're Duke. You ain't a man. You're not less of a man if you cry. Let that stress out, because stress is what's killing the black man.
Facts.
Holding that stuff in, saying that I see kids at 7 years old, women telling them that you're the man of the house. I don't understand how this 7-year-old is the man of the house when he can't pee straight, but that's a thought process you put on that child. And as the man of the house, I can't cry, I can't feel, I can't hurt, I can't bleed. But little girls, they get to do it all day. They get to do it all day. This is why they're not killing themselves. This is why they're not stressed out the way men are. This is why men are just breaking and cracking and fractured, because we have a whole anvil on our back. So when I say the village is so important, our job, many hands lighten the load. So you're so, metaphorically speaking, that trauma is so heavy we really don't get to concentrate on the plan in which we get to handle that trauma in therapy. We're just figuring out the heaviness and trying to balance ourselves. But if the brotherhood comes around and put their hands on that 10-ton boulder, don't take it from him, but lighten it just a little so that he can figure out what he needs to do and what direction he needs to be in. Once he figures that out, then we can give him back that 10-ton boulder, because now he has a plan, he has a direction, and that's what we need to start doing for one another.
And Bolo, yo, we need to speak every day, yo. We need to be best friends.
Email me your number, man. Email me.
Yo,
Hey,
I'm gonna email you, but
Bolo,
let me.
what's
I
the
wanna.
best
Oh,
no yeah, I was just gonna say just
yeah, bro.
drop the best contact email on the private chat if you
Okay.
can. So
Yeah, I got
yeah,
his email. I got his
we'll
email. I'm
definitely
gonna hit him. I'm gonna hit him.
Yeah.
Bolo, let me say this, man. Like everything you saying is like on par. I'm gonna say this too. Like when you say, you know, what you said. You said something given without love is a weapon. Oh
Truth
my God.
given without love is a
Truth
weapon.
without giving out love is a weapon. And it reminds me of 1 Corinthians 13 where it says, you know, you can have all knowledge, you can have all these things, but if you don't love, you have nothing. You know what I'm
You have
saying?
nothing, brother.
So it really correlates to that. And then also it just makes me see that, man, like, you know, like you were saying, you know, we all need each other. But let me ask you this question, Bolo. Let me ask you this real quick. Do you believe that all of us just have a piece of the map? Right? Because I always say we have a piece of the map, but we are not the map. But we have a piece of the map, and we need to all put our maps together and become one and grow and learn from each other. You know what
Absolutely.
I'm
There's a movie, I forget what's the name of it. And it's not called Perspective, but I'm going to use Perspective. It's a different name.
saying?
And it's about a president being shot. It's about a president, being shot. And it's called, Advantage, something Advantage.
Mm.
And when you look at it from everyone's perspective, it gives
Are you
you
talking about Vantage Point?
yes, vantage point. It gives you a perspective on what happened in that situation. But it's not until you see everyone's perspective together that you get the picture. And that's the difference. The difference is I don't want a perspective. I want the picture. A
Thank you.
perspective is just a color, right? Soapbox got blue, DJ Eddie got green, B-Eazy got yellow, and I got black. Separately, we're just one color. Separately, we're just one spectrum. But together, we form that collage, right? So we need to stop standing 2 inches from the picture and stand back to get the whole, cinematography of it in. We need to see the whole picture. And that's the problem. Problem is one man is not going to have it. Not one man. And that's what makes God so awesome, because he tells you, if one man had it, then what the hell we need each other for? And that's the point. He's telling you, you need each other. Why? Because all of you ain't got it. I gave all of you different perspectives. And together, like you said, we can form that map, because, DJ Eddie might just have 10 miles of the map. Soapbox may have the other 10, and B-Eazy has the other 10, and I have the other 10. And together we form the answer to that map. But we have to be able to communicate and converse with each other. And that's why, and one other thing, the Lord says that we need to be able to actively listen. A lot of us don't do that. And I think people mistake actively listening for listening, because actively listening is, I may have an answer to a question that Eddie is asking. And he may change the whole spectrum of the question by something else he says. So I have to now go back to the, drawing board and get that answer. Actively listening and hearing each other so we know how to help each other. A lot of the times when you talk about therapy, right? A lot of the times, let's just say Soapbox has a nail in his head, and he's coming in and he's talking to Bola. A lot of us are so caught up with the nail, and I'm asking Soapbox, tell me what your problem is. And he's telling me what the problem, but I'm so caught up on the visual that I'm not hearing what he's saying. So in my mind, I'm thinking if I take the nail out, his problem is solved. When that's not the issue. We need to start listening to each other and hearing each other, and stop thinking that we already have the answer when we don't. The only way we're going to get the answer is if we truly hear what one another is saying, because everyone has a different problem. So I just can't give the same answer that I give to B-Eazy. I'm going to give the Soapbox. It doesn't work that way. I have a friend that was put in a wheelchair. And the advice that I was giving them, you know, when I looked back on it, it felt like I was offending them. So what I did was I put myself in a wheelchair for 3 hours. Then I understood where the offense was. The advice that we give is not from the perspective that we have, because we're not going through what they're going through. The perspective and the advice that we need to be given is from their advantage point. So that's why the cliche is walk a mile in my shoes and then come talk to me. I guarantee you, when you're sitting in that wheelchair and everything is 4 to 5 feet above you, it's a different view. So your advice will be different. It won't be from a person that stands 5'11". It's going to be from a person that's sitting in a chair that's 2 feet tall, if that makes sense.
Facts.
Yeah, no, it's all making sense, man. And it's like you came in on the tail end, but it's like every time that you in the building, we definitely just gotta let you have the floor and just cook. And if I'm interjecting a question, it's only for specificity and to just alley oop, so you can
Brother, you
further
know how we do,
provide the
man.
windmill. Yeah, I'm
You know
just
how we
saying
do.
for the audience. Yeah, we already got that that rapport, but I'm just letting for the listeners that just may not be you know privy to that connection, the village connection. But
Right.
I just want to ask you, just one more question, and then this one will definitely you know uh really take us home. So
Okay.
you said, and I gotta give a shout out because see, all of the people is coming out, the whole village, so
Yeah, yeah,
shout
because
out.
we supposed to be on right now. So I'm here.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
waiting for your
So
question. Give me a question. Give
okay,
me a
cool.
question.
Let me get the question so you can get on out here. Okay. So out of everything you said, when you're talking about, okay, us, being individuals and our strength is in us becoming a fist, correct? So what could we do offline, because a lot of people say, hey, people need to act and not just talk. What are some advice in community building activities and rituals that we can practice offline so that we can make sure that the village, and our infrastructure is, solid and continuously flourishing, so like, should we be doing, more meetups, rallies, more virtual seminars? What are some of your suggestions that you have to continue to make, knowledge and relationships, the village, B-Eazy Dat Dude, Bolo, Intellectual Soapbox grow and expand?
You see what Soapbox just did? That. It starts with just picking up the phone and letting a brother know you love him. That's simple. You don't know how much you can change someone's trajectory just by saying good morning. That dude could have, I'm going to kill everybody in that bank. And just by you saying good morning, man, have a blessed day. You don't know how, words are spirits. You don't know how your words can change the trajectory. A lot of these men and women are going through what they're going through because the enemy is seeking who he may devour as a wrong lion. And again, when the Lord speaks, he speaks pictorially. There's a reason why he picked the lion. What do they do? They isolate. They know that there's too much strength in a fist, so they isolate. So what does the enemy do? The enemy thinks that you're not wanted. He makes you think that no one understands. He makes you think that no one loves you, that no one is picking up the phone. A lot of people that suffer with mental illness, depression, stress, PTSD, all they just want to hear is someone say, I'm here for you. That's it. That's it. And then from there, the world is an option. All they want to hear is, brother, I got you. I'm here. So when Soapbox is saying, yo, I need your number so that we can connect. That's what we need to start doing. That's what makes the village so different, because we don't just operate on the internet. We talk to each other offline. We talk to each other in the comments. We talk to each other in the chat. It's not just an internet thing at this point. You dig what I'm saying? So when we make it personal, we make it personal. You know what I'm saying? We want to get off the internet and say, I can reach out to B-Eazy and be like, yo, what up, baby? Everything good? You good? I seen you this morning. Nah, I'm good, Bo. I'm just whatever. Okay, baby, just letting you know I'm here. Just a thought of knowing that you have someone out there that cares for you. That changes the whole trajectory of mental illness, depression, PTSD. You know that you're not alone. I'm not by myself. I did a stream, and this young man who was thinking about taking his life, he said something that really captivated me. And he said, when I went on Facebook, and I found a Facebook group, I realized I was happy that I wasn't alone. And that really, you have to think about it. This man is thinking about taking his life, but he was happy to know that there are other people out there that are like him, so that can connect. And whatever experience we have, we can bond and exchange. That's the point. Exchanging information and growing together. A lot of the times we get caught up in paralysis of analysis. Sometimes we get so over analytical about a situation that hole opens up and closes just as fast. So sometimes it can happen. We need to start to understand one another when we're speaking to each other. This is important, but also making it personal is important. Making it personal. So just a phone call, just a text, just an email. I know a person is thinking about me. I'm not alone in the world. Think about it. When these cats do self-deletion, that's because they believe no one cares. 8 billion people on this planet and no one cares. That's their perspective. If someone called and said, "Yo, I love you." You ever seen that Adam Sandler movie where he was supposed to get all the money from his father, but he had to go back to school? And he called his high school.
Was that Happy
Gilmore?
Right?
Now, what did he do? He called his friend that was bullied in school and said, "Yo, man, I just want to say I apologize, man. I'm sorry. I know we bullied you, And he was like, nah, man. Thank you for the phone call." When he hangs up the phone, Duke had a list of people he was going to kill. And Happy Gilmore was next. When he skipped his name and went to the next dude that bullied him. So you don't know what a person is going through in their life. Hence, when a police officer stops you, as a black man, I know you get pissed off and I know you're scared, but your job is to de-escalate the situation to get home, because that police officer is a man or a woman. You don't know if he came home and found his woman giving fellatio to somebody, and now he's pissed off and he's on the edge. He stops you and you screaming, "Yeah, rah, 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 rah." Dogs. Let's de-escalate the situation. I'm not telling you you're not scared. Hell, I'm scared. But we got to start understanding. We got to stop being spiritual creatures instead of emotional animals. Animals move with instinct. Men, we're not supposed to move that way. We're supposed to be spiritual creatures. Instinct. Your dog could take a dump on cement and still kick up the cement. The dog don't know that he's on cement. He just knows that I'm going to kick up dirt so that no one can smell my feces and know that I'm around in the neighborhood. The difference between animals and men is that we're self-aware. They're not. So we need to stop acting like animals and start acting like the creatures that the Lord gave us dominion over. We're no different. Right now, we're acting just like them. No different. And you know what's so crazy? I watch The Living Dead. And what kills me is these dudes that are dead don't fight each other. But the people that are alive, the people that have conscience, the people that can make a change do. And that's what we do. We fight each other. Let's stop.
Man, Bolo, man. Man.
Man, shout out to Bolo. Constantly and consistently bringing that fire. And look, I mean, I can keep going with the questions, but I'm not, because out of respect for the village, out of respect for the village and respect for my eyelids, because I gotta get some sleep.
I went to sleep. You dudes was on at 1. I went to sleep. I shouted you out like 1:30, 2 o'clock. I come back in the morning. You dudes are still here. That's important.
You know why? You know why? Because the fingers was crossed, hoping that you would grace our presence, and look like we got some beautiful ladies in the house. Quantum Love, Sister Enya, I know Princess K stopped by, A Peace of Mind, Just Andrea, Wally, Mr. Intellectual, a bunch of my dogs came through, John Sinatra, Laugh 2 for 3. You know what I mean? M3. So, it's been a very, very fruitful stream.
And,
Let me
and you know
see.
what's so important about what you're doing? What's so important, right? Because I'm not poking fun at you. I'm saying that what you're doing is needed because there are young men that are hearing that think that they're alone and they have no one to speak to. And B-Eazy, Soapbox, and DJ Eddie is talking to them at 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning when they're ready to be still. Because you know us, we running around doing whatever we doing. And when they're ready to be still at 4 o'clock in the morning, they put on YouTube, bam, you brothers are on. That's
And
beautiful.
I want to say this too. I'm glad you said a Happy Gilmore analogy because here's the thing. This is what I keep telling people on YouTube to stop doing. Stop talking about these celebrities and their relationships and things that you don't know nothing about. You don't know what these people are dealing with. You don't know if they have any mental health issues. You don't know what's going on in their home, and they may target you and run up on you at the light. And then what you gonna do? Then what you gonna do? Stop talking about people and mind your business.
Money
Do
can't buy
something.
you.
Do
Money,
some. Do something that's gonna help these people. Do something
absolutely.
that's gonna help your community and help each other.
Money can't buy you peace of mind. You
It
look at
can.
Robert. You look at Robert Williams. He had everything.
Everything.
Killed himself.
And y'all keep talking about them like it can't happen to you. It can. It can. You want to keep chasing views, likes, and subscribers, and this meaningless money or resources or whatever you're looking for. Stop talking about people, man. I'm so sick and tired of it.
You know that's what moves them, brother. And we got to know this is what we have to come to grips with. The truth ain't for everybody.
Man.
And once you come to grips with that, because it hurts a lot before you come to understand that. The truth ain't for the majority, it's for the minority. So out of that 100 people, you may get 2. And you see me, I look at the cup half full instead of it being half empty. I'm happy I got the 2. The Lord wanted the 2. So I'm going to keep it moving and go someplace else. So if people are doing it for the numbers or for the money, the people will see it. And you will only grab those that are not looking for truth. It just is what it is. But fellas, I got to break out. Thank you for having me. I love you both, man. And Eddie, love to you too. Thank you for having me. And 4132, baby, mixtape, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Love you too, bro. And I emailed you too. I emailed you too my number.
All right, my G.
Y'all.
Peace out, brother.
All right.
Later, Bolo.
All right, Mr. Intellectual. I think I've said enough tonight, man. It's been a fruitful stream. I'm gonna go ahead and just, go ahead and cue the intros. If you don't got nothing else, I'm just gonna take it home. It's already
I'm done, man. I'm going to bed. Later, y'all.
All right, peace out, brother. I'm gonna drop you down. Man, we had a heavy hitting cast, but it looks like we still got 7 people in the building rocking. So hold on. Before we go. Okay, and let me give the final shout outs to the people. So Peace of Mind is dropping the hashtag 741741 for mental support. I'm not quite sure, but I think that is a suicide line. So if you do feel alone out there, having thoughts of self-deletion and self-mutilation, you are not alone. You can reach out to anyone on this panel, anyone in the chat. I'm sure they have some sort of social media that you can contact. And don't be afraid to be an adult. Some call it manning up. I call it person or adulting up. That would mean that, hey, you can reach out to someone and let them know that, hey, I'm going through these tough times and trials and tribulations, and you won't be judged. You'll be met with open arms. The type of people that will judge you and try to ostracize you is not really there for you. So small minds discuss other people. I agree. When we are trying to build and you keep talking about a celebrity and all sorts of salacious gossip, you're not serious about building or progressing. So I'm not trying to rock with you, respectfully or disrespectfully, however you want it. And more than one thing can be true, and that's a fact, Jack. Yeah, that's true. Some people don't recognize that when there's a fact, you think that there's only an absolute fact, that there can't be multifaceted facts. Peace of mind, fire. You have been fired tonight too. Keep up these discussions. We will. This is why this is easily rigged, but not only on easily rigged. Follow your boy over on Instagram and look me up on YouTube. Now, I've been taking a hiatus due to dealing with a lot of issues. There was a funeral yesterday. It's just been a lot of depressive things happening, but the show must go on. And at the end of the day, no one gives a flying FUCK. So, I must persist and I must progress. But hit your boy up on YouTube. Just type in B-Eazy Dat Dude, subscribe to the brother. I will be doing my own personal private streams from that channel, and I'll still be here doing the easily rigged thing and doing my contributions to knowledge and relationship. Hit your boy up on Instagram. Look, if you follow me, I will follow you back. If you the type that'll follow me for 2 days and then go back and unfollow me, don't even bother. I don't want to be dealing with goofy, weird people that kind of switch up their support. If your support is not consistent, then I don't want it. Quantum Love says this was amazing. Quantum, you were and are amazing. You had a lot of insight. Now, it sounds like you had some disagreements with me, but as I was breaking down and giving my assertion, it seemed like you did agree with me. So I don't really know if you had any disagreements. And if you did, that's okay, right? Because this is not an echo chamber and we don't need to agree on everything. But we agree on most things. I think we should focus on that. I'll re-listen to this. I missed a lot of lies because of the time difference. What is your time difference? Because right now it's 4:20 a.m. out here. Speaking of 4:20, I need to roll it up, light it up, burn it down. That is the text for a crisis line in case someone wants to text. All right, cool. Thank you, Peace of Mind, for giving that resource. So in case you guys are having these self-mutilating and self-deleting thoughts, go ahead and text or hit me on Instagram if you want to talk. You can see it scrolling at the bottom. I'll definitely reach out to you. I won't just treat you like scum of the earth. I wish you all a wonderful week. Be patient with yourselves and rest your minds. I will rest my mind after I get some ganja in my system. Quantum says it's all love, B. I know it's all love. Shit, it better be. Nah, just serious. Shout out to Quantum Love. I love this young lady. She said it's 7:20 here. Well, it's 4:20 here. Roll it up. Light it up. Yes, sir. Put it in the air. I would put it in the air. I don't got no one to smoke or match with. Is anybody going to come to Cali and smoke with your boy or what? Y'all all over here in the boondocks. Is anybody else in Cali? Golly. I guess not. y'all gonna have to start putting some respect on the brother's name. The editing, the beats. Shout out to DJ Eddie King because he is doing his own beats, but you know, all of the visuals was created by yours truly. So you feel me? Give a brother some shout out. You know what I mean? But let me play one more of these, and then we are going to officially shut the stream down. Knowledge and relationships.